Well, hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 102 of Iran Revolution Live. Sorry, just a little bit distracted here because we're starting a bit early. Armin will be here when he can, but Durud Patriots, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. We are starting a little bit early because there is, yes, exactly. Carolyn Levitt is about to give a press conference. So we're just going to go straight to that. Um, that's why we are keeping an eye on that. So we're starting a little bit early. So Trump's and let me just fix this really quickly. Today is what, day 39? Okay, let me just add this banner here really quick. Okay, so guys, am I okay? My voice is strange. I'm fine. I'm totally fine. This is the Fox News live feed, but we're waiting for the White House press briefing. Yeah, Pete Hegseth also gave a press briefing. Wait, is my mic wonky? Is this better? Is this sound better? Okay. All right. Okay. I'm sounding echoey. I think you might have been hearing. Okay, mic is fine. All right. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna go over Pete Hegseth's press conference earlier this morning. But I just got news that Carolyn Levitt is gonna be doing a White House briefing. Also, King Reza Pahlavi, His Royal Highness, the leader of the Lion and Sun Revolution, he is doing a he's doing an announcement at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. However, I mean, like initially I was going to go straight to that, but we'll have to finish the press briefing first, and then we'll go to that right after. Oh, you think the acoustics are different? Because okay, there's no flex. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. There we go. There we go. There's a flag. Um, but there, guys, there's a lot going on. There is a lot going on, and I have been monitoring um, President Trump's Truth Social posts, and they're very, very interesting. And some of the things that he's saying, like it doesn't add up. You know what I mean? Like it does not add up. And I think there's more going on behind the scenes than we realize. And ultimately, President Trump made it very clear that he's not going to give away his plans. He's not going to give away what he's doing. And now there's like all this confusion with like all these various plans. Oh, what do I think about the ceasefire? I think the ceasefire is basically just it's another play by President Trump. Um, based on what the prime minister or president, whatever he is, of Pakistan, he's already confirmed that the Islamic regime has breached the terms of the ceasefire. So he's already the Islamic regime has already violated the ceasefire. Now, there's a lot of news, there's a lot of rumors going around. So I'm really interested in this press briefing because apparently there is a little bit of back and forth between the Islamic regime and the United States, of course. And the Islamic regime is saying that they're not going to agree to a ceasefire unless Israel stops attacking Hezbollah. And Israel has made it very clear that they're not going to stop attacking Hezbollah. In fact, what I've heard is that Israel's attack against Hezbollah yesterday was like the biggest in history. And, Hezbollah is pretty much eradicated. But of course, we are waiting for that. The prince's video appealing to the Artish, that was yesterday. We already played that yesterday. There's a new announcement that he's making today at 1:30. But like, guys, there's so many rumors going around. It's hard to keep track. So I think like Carolyn Levitt has confirmed that the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah is unrelated to the terms of the ceasefire. The Islamic regime is saying that they're not going to agree to a ceasefire unless that attack stops, which obviously it won't, because what's happening between Israel and Hezbollah, nothing to do with the ceasefire. Of course, the Islamic regime is concerned because Hezbollah is a proxy of the Islamic regime. But Israel decimating Hezbollah, that's really good for the Iranian people. It means less terrorist proxy groups coming into Iran to go after the Iranian people when they rise up. So that's one thing. The other thing as well is I don't know if this is true or not. So I'm hoping that we can get some clarification, some confirmation here. But apparently, the regime has refused to open the Strait of Hormuz. Apparently, they've turned back at least 5 ships or something. If that's the case, then there is no ceasefire, because President Trump made it very clear that the ceasefire is conditional upon the unconditional opening. The ceasefire is only guaranteed on the unconditional opening of the Hormuz Strait. Hi, Armin. How are you?
Hello.
Thank you for joining. I was planning on starting the usual time, but then saw the news about Carolyn Levitt holding a press conference. And I was just giving some thoughts on the ceasefire. Anyway, so Armin is here, guys. Welcome to day 102 of Iran Revolution Live with your wonderful and amazing host, Armin Navabi.
And your wonderful and amazing host, Goldie Kamari.
Armin, how are you doing today?
I'm feeling a lot more confident. I think I have a good understanding now of what President Trump is doing. So I'm actually very happy now based on my new understanding of what's going on. So I'm actually really happy.
So for people in the audience, yes, we're going to go to King Reza Pahlavi as well. That was what we were initially going to go to. So we'll see how this press conference goes. And then we are going to go to King Reza Pahlavi as well. Armin, so what's your understanding then while we're waiting for this to start? I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Oh, okay. So I think this was all from the beginning. President Trump was playing the chicken game with the Islamic Republic. The whole we're going to end this civilization and everything. That was all basically a game to see when the Islamic Republic will blink. And the Islamic Republic, President Trump wants to disarm the Islamic Republic on the negotiating table more than in the battlefield. And this 2 weeks ceasefire, whether it will work or not, I mean, it could work, it could get extended, or it could just within the next hours, it could, fall apart. But we do know that even if it lasts a little bit, President Trump will be able to release a lot of oils from the Persian Gulf, increasing the oil reserves and reduce the prices. And as soon as you get that all out, if we go back to military operations, the Islamic Republic will lose its main leverage. This is also good timing for the airstrike carriers to get into the region. This is also really good for because the frequent use of missile interceptors has reduced the interceptor stockpiles of United States. This is really good time to recover from that. The fourth one is actually Goldie. The fourth and fifth one is the things that you mentioned, Goldie. This shows that we tried diplomacy one more time. So if we go back to military operations, President Trump could show that they tried diplomacy anyways. And the fifth one is also something you mentioned. I'm following the regime followers. They're really right now angry with the regime. So many of them. So the internal division is increasing. But President Trump, President Trump is using the madman strategy to confuse the enemy and make them so the Islamic Republic said that they would never do ceasefire. They will only do a complete end to the war agreement, but no ceasefire. And President Trump coming out and saying, we are going to destroy everything to the Stone Ages, I'm going to end this civilization. It made the Islamic Republic did fear that, because as much as they don't care about the Iranian people and the nation, that is all of that infrastructure is required for them to be able to continue their military operations. So they did cave in, they did capitulate, and they're basically going back to the negotiating table to either get a full surrender from them, or more likely just give time to them to do mostly two things: get the Americans military recovery period, but also releasing the tension on the oil prices, because once all of that oil goes through the Strait of Hormuz and gets to the world, it's basically over. Like, you have that now circulating around the world, and I think that the international markets is going to use this period not just to get the flow of oil back to where it was normally, but to increase their reserves dramatically in case we go back to the military operations, for them to have a lot of reserves to rely on, so that they could do what it's needed. So I think that this is actually, now that I think about it, this is a genius strategy. And I think now that I understand, the whole destroying civilization was not referring to Iran or the Islamic civilization. It was just a bluff to get the Islamic Republic back to the negotiating table, which is genius.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we knew it was a bluff, but I don't think he was speaking about the Iranian people. He was speaking about the Islamic regime. That's why they went back to the negotiating table, because President Trump was basically telling them that, like, we're just going to destroy you. We're going to eradicate you. And they're like, oh my gosh. So that's why they went back. But there's I mean, I don't know if it was a bluff per se. It was a very
Not a bluff,
strongly
but
worded threat. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Like, he's basically speaking their language. But your
Right.
analysis is so good. And I
Yeah.
agree with that 100%. Like, this is President Trump doing stuff behind the scenes. And he has been posting so much. And what's really interesting, wait, let me just keep an eye on the White House page here. Okay, I'm just keeping an eye on the White House page as well. Or you know what? Let me just go to this. I'll just go to this, so that this way, whenever it starts, we know. Um, and what's really interesting, Armin, about President Trump's posts on Truth Social is that he's making some claims and some statements that I don't think the IRGC would ever agree to, right? And we'll go over all of this, but one of them, for example, he said that something along the lines of the United States will work with Iran, and then the United States is going to go into Iran, and they're going to pick up like all of the nuclear dust or
Uranium.
whatever, and take the nuclear dust out of the country. Armin, I cannot envision any reality where the IRGC will agree or allow Americans to go in and retrieve the uranium.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, because if that happens, the IRGC is no more. Like, because this is a change of the very DNA of the Islamic Republic and IRGC. So if anything from the Islamic Republic agrees to that, we're not talking to the Islamic Republic anymore. We're talking to the corpse of the Islamic Republic.
Yeah.
And they would at that point they would lose the support of their own followers, and there will become we will have a double uprising, both from the Iranian people, the secular Iranian people, the majority secular minded Iranian people, but also from the minority pro regime people. They will also join the uprising. We will have 100% uprising against the regime, and that is not sustainable.
And what's interesting about President Trump's post, Armin, is that he's saying that they've already agreed to this. So President Trump is putting out on Truth
This
Social that Iran and US have already agreed that the United States will go in and take the nuclear dust.
Yep.
So he's
Yep.
definitely trolling. He's
This is
trolling.
just a roller coaster strategy. We just will go. I'm now considering this as everything Trump says. We go from one extreme to completely destroying the entire civilization. To these are the best of people and they have agreed to everything. This is just a roller coaster strategy, and we got guys just strap in. We just have to go on the ride.
Come on for the ride, right?
Right.
Like,
Right.
as Tusi always says, don't take President Trump literally, but take him seriously. So there's obviously
Right.
things going on. And then the other thing, Armin, I saw a video. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
The other thing as well is I saw a video of like Islamic regime supporters that were angry because there's a ceasefire and they're trying to
Yes.
find out whoever agreed to the ceasefire,
I have it.
and calling them traitors and want to like behead them. And I have that clip as well that we need to share later. So this is like President Trump is attacking them from various different angles here. And the fact that you now have the IRGC going after one another even more, right? Like that internal collapse. And President Trump is very smart because he still hasn't mentioned who he is speaking with. So when President Trump puts out that post about, oh, Iran and the United States, we've agreed that the United States is going to go in. He doesn't say who he's made that agreement with, and so the IRGC people and their supporters are freaking out, pointing the finger at one another, trying to figure out what's going on. And then, in
Yes.
the middle of all this, the IRGC is still attacking Israel. This morning, they attacked Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates.
And
Um,
Saudi Arabia's East-West pipeline as well.
Yes, yes. Saudi Arabia's East-West pipeline was attacked. But at the same time, there's also been some boom booms and explosions on two islands in the Persian Gulf. Lavos, what's it?
Lavan.
Siri,
I
yeah,
think
Siri
Lavan.
and Lavon, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know what kind of ceasefire this is, but this is like the
A very fragile one.
well, it's the least ceasefire I've ever seen because it seems like the fires, the boom booms haven't exactly ceased.
Yeah.
So
So,
yeah,
so Goldie, like, do I have time to show you some of the reactions people are making, like, really quickly? Like, just some
sure.
reactions from pro-regime people. So here, for example, the IRGC like channels are posting that about the ceasefire. Look at the comments by the pro-regime people. پذیرش چیزی جز خیانت نیست. Yeah, they're saying this is nothing but treason. بزن که واقعا که so this person is disappointed. These are pro-regime people. پس این همه راهپیمایی رفتیم که نشه like we like you they're complaining. They're saying we went to all of these protests and now you're doing a ceasefire, and this person is saying پذیرش خیانت به وطن است, meaning that basically agreeing to the ceasefire is a betraying the country. This person is خاک بر سرتون. So these are the pro-regime people cursing the regime for doing a ceasefire. Look at this. خاک بر سرتون. آمریکا زمان خرید تا قوی تر برگرده. حیف خون شهیدامون. حیف لعنت بر سازشگر. So they're saying like, curse be upon you. United States is going to use this to come back stronger. Like our martyrs' blood is being wasted. curse be upon سازشگر of whoever is doing سازشگر is what,
like an appeaser,
whoever
or like
appease,
appeaser, or like a
yeah,
mediator, like someone who's basically
mediator,
trying to, like, yeah, mediate.
negotiate. Yes, yeah. Look at this. This person is saying, "Be ready. 2 weeks from now, they will come back stronger and they will attack again." This person is blaming Zarif, saying, "خاک بر سر ظریف نفتشون رو که برای چند ماه بردن از تنگه هرمز و نقشه جدید کشیدن دوباره حمله میکنه." Like he's saying, like, curse be upon Zarif once they get their oil out of the Strait of Hormuz, and once they will come up with a new plan and they will attack again. They're only trying to save their economy. That's what they're doing. This person understands what's happening. So yeah. So,
Look at the video. Look at the link I sent you in the studio chat.
oh, okay. So you can see the pro-regime people. Some of them are not happy. Okay, let's do this really fast. Okay, so حضور کفتران. Okay, let's just watch the video. Oh, this lady is like, oh, their last message was that from their supreme leader was to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. Like, why are you guys opening it? Oh, look at this.
Armin, sorry.
Oh.
Iran, I have a quick update from the First Lady of the United States. Yesterday marked the very first conviction under the Take It Down Act, landmark legislation that First Lady Melania Trump played an instrumental role in getting passed, that protects victims from non-consensual AI-generated sexually explicit images, cyber stalking, and threats of violence. This is a huge achievement for the First Lady, and I know the President is very proud of his wife's efforts in getting this critical legislation passed to protect America's youth. So we thank the First Lady for her efforts, and we hope that others will report on this historic conviction yesterday. With respect to the 2-week ceasefire announced by President Trump last night, this is a victory for the United States of America that the President and our incredible military made happen. From the very beginning of Operation Epic Fury, President Trump stated this would be a 4 to 6 week military operation to dismantle the military threat posed by the radical Islamic Iranian regime. Thanks to the unbelievable capabilities of America's war fighters, the United States has achieved and exceeded those core military objectives in just 38 days. The U.S. military destroyed Iran's defense industrial base, crushing the regime's ability to manufacture weapons that they and their proxies use to maim and kill Americans and terrorize the world. Iran's ability to build and stockpile ballistic missiles and long-range drones has also been set back by years compared to where it was 6 weeks ago prior to the launch of Operation Epic Fury. We destroyed the vast majority of Iran's ballistic missiles, launcher vehicles, and long-range attack drones through more than 450 strikes on ballistic missiles and approximately 800 strikes on Iran's drone launching units and storage facilities. In total, more than 13,000 targets across Iran were struck. Again, this is in the matter of just 38 days. Meanwhile, the Iranian Navy was completely annihilated. The United States destroyed more than 150 naval vessels in total, including 16 entire classes of Iranian warships. Despite once being the largest undersea force in the Middle East, Iran now has 0 submarine vessels. 97% of Iran's once massive inventory of more than 5,000 naval mines has also been targeted and destroyed. Iran's air forces are functionally and operationally irrelevant at this point, after the United States maintained total air dominance over their country for weeks on end. To underscore the significance of this, before Operation Epic Fury, the Iranian Air Force would fly between 30 to 100 flights per day. Today, that number is 0. Iran's ability to fund and support its terrorist proxies has been greatly reduced. At this point, Iran can no longer distribute weapons to its proxies in the region. And most importantly, Iran will not be able to acquire nuclear weapons. Prior to the start of this successful operation, Iran was aggressively expanding its short-range ballistic missile arsenal. Through these weapons and its navy, Iran was attempting to build a military buildup around their country that would pose an imminent and existential threat to the United States military assets in the Middle East, our allies in the region, and ultimately the free world. Iran was pursuing this dangerous and aggressive strategy for one reason: to hold the entire world hostage to its terrorist ambitions. The Iranians aim to use their expanded military capabilities as a shield around their country to continue achieving their ultimate goal internally, building nuclear bombs. But their murderous and evil plans have been blown up, quite literally and figuratively, along with their military, their nuclear program, and most of their senior leadership, including the former Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Their command and control structures were also massively disrupted after being struck more than 2,000 times. Many of their remaining leaders are paralyzed in fear and no longer enjoy the freedom to move around their country freely and meet openly. Thanks to the unmatched excellence of our warriors at the direction of the Commander-in-Chief, the world has just witnessed a historically swift and successful military triumph. President Trump started Operation Epic Fury with strategic military objectives, and the United States has clearly achieved them. As we mark this progress, we also remember and honor the 13 American heroes who laid down their lives in this noble effort. I know President Trump and our grateful nation honors their ultimate sacrifice, and we will never forget them. May God bless their families. The valiant efforts of all of our incredible service members created maximum leverage for the President of the United States, allowing he and his leadership team to engage in tough negotiations over the past couple of weeks that have now created an opening for a diplomatic solution and long-term peace in the Middle East. The President's maximum pressure and the leverage created by the success of Operation Epic Fury led to the Iranian regime asking for and ultimately agreeing to a ceasefire proposal with the United States. Iran could no longer tolerate being bombed or taking the gamble of what was to come following President Trump's 8 p.m. deadline last night. Iran has agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz, and as the president said, we have received a proposal from the Iranians that has been determined to be a workable basis on which to negotiate. I've seen a lot of inaccurate coverage today from the media about these negotiations and these plans already. So let me be clear and correct the record. The Iranians originally put forward a 10-point plan.
The Shah is about to start. People want me to go to the Shah, so I'll do that. And then we'll go back to the White House press briefing after.
هم میهنان عزیزم، ملت بزرگ ایران، به همه شما که در این 100 روز برای آزادی و بازپسگیری ایران ایستادید، با فداکاری در برابر گلوله‌ها سینه سپر کردید و در 40 روز گذشته خطر بمباران را به جان خریدید، درود می‌فرستم. میدانم خبر آتشبس 2 هفته‌ای میان جمهوری اسلامی با آمریکا و اسرائیل بسیاری از شما را دلسرد کرده است. اما امروز نه زمان ناامیدی که زمان باور بیشتر به پیروزی است. آنچه در این 40 روز رخ داد دقیقاً در مسیر همان مطالباتی است که ملت ایران از جامعه جهانی خواست و بعد از جانفشانی در خیابان‌های ایران در تظاهرات روز جهانی اقدام در 14 فوریه و 25 بهمن نیز فریاد زد. ضرباتی که در تنها 40 روز بر پیکر جمهوری اسلامی وارد شد، بی سابقه بوده و برای این رژیم جبران ناپذیر است. حذف علی خامنه‌ای، قاتل 10,000 ایرانی شجاع، به تنهایی دستاوردی تاریخی برای ملت ماست. حال آنکه بجز او ده‌ها تن از فرماندهان و عاملان اصلی سرکوب در سپاه و بسیج و دستگاه‌های اطلاعاتی رژیم نیز از میان برداشته شدند. هزاران نیروی سرکوب به هلاکت رسیدند. ساختار فرماندهی و کنترل سرکوب فلج شده و فرو پاشیده است. زیرساخت‌های نظامی که نه برای دفاع از ایران بلکه برای صدور تروریسم و بی‌ثباتی ساخته شده بودند نابود شده‌اند. منابع مالی رژیم برای سرکوب در داخل و تروریسم در خارج به شدت کاهش یافته است. جمهوری اسلامی امروز در منطقه و جهان از همیشه منزوی‌تر و منفورتر است. آنچه برای این رژیم باقی مانده تکیه بر مزدوران بیگانه و اقلیتی خونریز و خونشوی است که منافعشان در بقای این رژیم است. رژیمی که در میدان واقعیت شکستی سخت خورده، اما با قطع اینترنت به 90 میلیون ایرانی و از طریق ماشین دروغ پردازیش هنوز ژست پیروزی میگیرد و رجز میخواند. آنها که مدعی بودند هرگز تن به آتش بس نمی‌دهند، امروز هم رهبر و فرماندهانشان را از دست داده‌اند، هم جنگ را باخته‌اند، هم آتش بس را پذیرفته‌اند و هم به میز مذاکره برای تسلیم کامل کشانده شده‌اند. ما اما از آغاز می‌دانستیم که جمهوری اسلامی تنها با حذف فرماندهی و تضعیف دستگاه سرکوب از طریق حملات هوایی سقوط نمی‌کند. از همین رو بود که در تمام پیام‌هایم به شما تأکید کردم که این ما ملت ایران هستیم که باید ضربه نهایی را به رژیم ضعیف شده وارد و آن را سرنگون کنیم. می‌خواهم بدانید که من وضعیت شما در ایران را بسیار دقیق زیر نظر دارم. می‌دانم که جمهوری اسلامی بسیار تضعیف شده، اما هنوز توانایی سرکوب آن به طور کامل از بین نرفته است. همه هدف من این است که اقدام نهایی برای سرنگون کردن جمهوری اسلامی با کمترین هزینه جانی باشد. جان تک تک شما برای من ارزشمند است. پس از شما می‌خواهم که شکیبا باشید، از خودتان محافظت کنید و با باور به پیروزی و آمادگی کامل در انتظار لحظه تعیین کننده بمانید. در این فاصله من و همه هممیهنانمان در خارج از کشور با تمام توان خواست شما را که پایان دادن به جمهوری اسلامی است فریاد خواهیم زد. ایمان داشته باشید که هیچ نیرویی در جهان توان ایستادن در برابر قدرت یک ملت متحد را ندارد. جمهوری اسلامی این بار راه گریز و بختی برای بقا ندارد و به دستان پرقدرت شما ملت بزرگ ایران سرنگون خواهد شد. پاینده ایران.
Wow. That was perfect. Goldie, we are so lucky that whenever Iranians get on different, narratives, and we don't we get a little bit divided because how do we respond? We're so lucky that we have Princess of Pahlavi that comes and basically gets us all back on track, on the same page, aligned again. We're so lucky because every time he does that, every time something big happens, we start going into different directions, and he comes making statements, and we get back aligned on the right path. We're so lucky to have that.
I agree. I agree. This was an excellent speech. Exactly what needed to be said at, at the right time. We did get some requests. Some people are driving while they're listening, so I'm just going to go through and I'm going to read this very, very briefly. And then we'll go back to the White House press briefing as well. But this was so important, and it answers all, it basically addresses everything, right? So let's just go through this really quick.
هممیهنان عزیزم.
So, my dear compatriots,
ملت بزرگ ایران.
great nation of Iran. You know what? I'll just mute it and I'll just read the captions, so that way I don't pause too much. Great nation of Iran, I salute each and every one of you who, over the course of these last 100 days, have stood firm for freedom and the reclamation of Iran, who, with extraordinary sacrifice, have stood boldly against bullets, and who, for the past 40 days, have braved the danger of bombardment. I know that news of the 2-week ceasefire between the Islamic Republic, America, and Israel has disheartened many of you. But today is not a time for despair. It is a time for even greater belief in victory. What has transpired over these last 40 days falls in line with the very demands of the Iranian nation made of the international community. Demands that, after laying down their lives in the streets of Iran, our people further echoed on February 14th's Global Day of Action. The blows dealt to the Islamic Republic in a mere 40 days have been unprecedented, and for this regime, irreparable. The elimination of Ali Khamenei, the man responsible for the murder of tens of thousands of courageous Iranians, is in itself a historic achievement for our nation. Beyond him, dozens of senior commanders and principal agents within the IRGC, the Basij, and the regime's intelligence apparatus have also been removed. Thousands of the regime's oppressive forces have been destroyed. The command and control structure of the regime's repressive machinery has been paralyzed and has collapsed. The military infrastructure, built not for the defense of Iran, but for the export of terrorism and instability, has been annihilated. The regime's financial resources, used for oppression at home and terrorism abroad, have been drastically diminished. The Islamic Republic stands today more isolated and more reviled in the region and around the world than at any point in its history. What remains for this regime is reliance on foreign mercenaries and a blood-stained few whose interests are bound to its survival. The regime has suffered a devastating defeat in reality. Yet, by severing internet access for 90 million Iranians and through its machinery of lies, still pretends victory and issues hollow threats. Those who claimed they would never accept a ceasefire have now lost their leader and their commanders, lost the war, accepted the ceasefire, and been dragged to the negotiating table for their complete capitulation. That's important. So, guys, Prince Reza Pahlavi, or King Reza Pahlavi, is pretty much saying what you and I have been saying, Armin, right? They're being dragged to the negotiation table for complete capitulation, which is another way of saying unconditional surrender, right? So even he is reassuring the Iranian nation that these negotiations, potential negotiations or whatever, if they happen, it's not about survival of the regime. It's about complete capitulation, aka unconditional surrender. If it even gets to that point, because there's already rumors that ceasefire has been breached, but we don't know. We know from the outset, however, that the Islamic Republic would not fall solely through the elimination of its command structure and the degradation of its repressive apparatus by aerial strikes. That is precisely why, in every message I have addressed to you, I have emphasized that it is we, the Iranian nation, who must deliver the final blow to this weakened regime and bring about its ultimate end. I want you to know that I am monitoring conditions inside Iran closely. I understand that while the Islamic Republic has been profoundly weakened, its capacity for repression has not been entirely eliminated. My singular objective is to ensure that the final action to topple the Islamic Republic comes at the lowest possible cost to human life. The life of each and every one of you is precious to me. I therefore ask that you remain patient, protect yourselves, and with faith in victory and with full readiness, await the decisive moment. In the meantime, I and all our compatriots abroad will raise your demand for an end to the Islamic Republic with every ounce of our strength. Have faith that no force on earth can withstand the power of a united Iran. The Islamic Republic has no path of escape and no chance of survival this time, and it shall fall at the mighty hands of you, the great nation of Iran. Long live Iran. There you go. Long live Iran. And Javid Shah. We'll add Javid Shah to that.
Javid Shah.
Oh, there's me on News Nation. Yeah, that was incredibly powerful. And he basically answered every single question that Iranians have.
We're getting more reports now that the Islamic Republic is closing the Strait of Hormuz, but we have to wait until see how big of a deal this is.
Yeah. All right, let's go back to the White House press briefing.
That was fundamentally unserious.
Okay.
The Iranian negotiations to negotiate. I've seen a lot of inaccurate coverage today from the media about these negotiations and these plans already. So let me be clear and correct the record. The Iranians originally put forward a 10-point plan that was fundamentally unserious, unacceptable, and completely discarded. It was literally thrown in the garbage by President Trump and his negotiating team. Many outlets in this room have falsely reported on that plan as being acceptable to the United States, and that is false. With the president's deadline fast approaching and the United States military completely decimating Iran with each passing hour, the regime acknowledged reality to the negotiating team. They put forward a more reasonable and entirely different and condensed plan to the president and his team. President Trump and the team determined the new modified plan was a workable basis on which to negotiate and to align it with our own 15-point proposal. The president's red lines, namely the end of Iranian enrichment in Iran, have not changed. And the idea that President Trump would ever accept an Iranian wish list as a deal is completely absurd. The president will only make a deal that serves in the best interests of the United States of America, and he as a negotiating team will focus on this effort over the next 2 weeks, so long as the Strait of Hormuz remains open with no limitations or delays. These extraordinarily sensitive and complex negotiations will take place behind closed doors over the course of the next 2 weeks. I would strongly advise the media against running with narratives that have no basis in fact. What Iran says publicly or feeds to all of you in the press is much different than what they communicate to the United States, the president, and his team privately. Never underestimate President Trump's ability to successfully advance America's interests and broker peace. President Trump has a proven track record of achieving good deals on behalf of the United States and the American people, and he will only accept one that puts America first. With that, I will take your questions today. I'm sure you have a lot of them. In our new media seat, we have Shane Harris with the AMAC Newsline. Shane, thank you for being here. Why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Caroline. Two questions for you. First, following the president's announcement of the ceasefire, if this is indeed the end of hostilities in Iran, what is the president's message to the American people about what was achieved for our country through Operation Epic Fury?
Sure. I think I just laid out a significant portion of that in my opening remarks. 6 weeks ago, the president looked the American people in the eye directly, and he told them that he launched this operation to take out the imminent threat that was posed by Iran. And that threat has now been greatly destroyed. Their Navy, their missiles, their defense industrial base, and their desire and their plan to build a nuclear bomb inside their country is no longer going to be allowed, can no longer happen, thanks to the remarkable success of Operation Epic Fury over the course of the last 38 days. That has been absolutely achieved, and now we're moving into the next phase of this, which is a negotiating period to put some fine points on this and to hopefully broker an agreement that can achieve long-term peace in the Middle East.
Yeah, and then second, what is the president's message to American seniors who have a much higher voter participation rate and they're likely to be a key swing vote in the midterm elections?
Well, the president loves our seniors across the country. And as you know, the president signed the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Families Tax Cut last year, which greatly reduced taxes on Social Security for our seniors. In fact, thanks to the Working Families Tax Cut, nearly 90% of seniors will no longer pay tax on their Social Security. That's a huge win for our seniors and also for our middle class and working families across the country with the no tax on tips provision and the no tax on overtime. Next week is tax week. You'll hear a lot from the president about how his policies have benefited the American people. And I'm proud to report that the president will be traveling next week to the great states of Nevada and Arizona to tout this historic accomplishment over the course of the next week. Thank you for being here, Shane. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. Iranian state media is saying that Iran has now closed off the Strait of Hormuz today in response to Israeli attacks on Lebanon. What's the White House response to that? And you just listed many military successes. I understand that. But strategically, how is the administration arguing that Iran does not have more economic leverage than it did before the start of the war?
Sure. Well, with respect to the first reporting out of Iranian state media, the president was made aware of those reports before I came to the podium. That is completely unacceptable. And again, this is a case of what they're saying publicly is different privately. We have seen an uptick of traffic in the Strait today, and I will reiterate the president's expectation and demand that the Strait of Hormuz is reopened immediately, quickly, and safely. That is his expectation. It has been relayed to him privately that is what's taking place, and these reports publicly are false.
Caroline, the president yesterday threatened that a whole civilization would die if a ceasefire deal wasn't reached, understanding that Iranian leaders have previously said death to America. But why is it appropriate for the president of the United States to use that kind of language when talking about civilian targets? And was the president mocking Islam by signing off his True Social post over the weekend, praise be to Allah? Wouldn't that antagonize Muslim allies across the world?
Well, I understand the questions about the president's rhetoric, but what the president cares most about is results. And in fact, his very tough rhetoric and his tough negotiating style is what has led to the result that you are all witnessing today. Iran publicly acknowledging last night that they have agreed or that they wanted this ceasefire with the United States because they no longer could tolerate being bombed by our very powerful and lethal military, and that they have committed to the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which the president will hold them accountable for. And it's something the administration is closely monitoring in real time. Danny.
Should the world not take his word seriously?
The world should take his word very seriously in understanding that the president is always most interested in results. And it was the Iranians who backed down, not President Trump. He said that they would face very grave consequences, as you just laid out, by the 8 p.m. deadline if they did not agree to reopening the Strait of Hormuz. And what did they do last night? They agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Danny.
Thanks, Caroline. Would President Trump like to see Lebanon included in this peace deal? As you know, there's been increased Israeli strikes on Lebanon today with dozens of casualties there.
Sure. Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. That has been relayed to all parties involved in the ceasefire. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu put out a statement last night in support of the ceasefire, in support of the United States' efforts, and he's also assured the president they'll continue to be a helpful partner throughout the course of the next 2 weeks.
Is there any thought, though, that the president might like to see Lebanon included at a future date, given that it seems to be causing or potentially undermining the Iran ceasefire?
Again, this will continue to be discussed, I am sure, between the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu, the United States and Israel, and all of the parties involved. But at this point in time, they're not included in the ceasefire deal. Jeff.
Thank you. Caroline, will the U.S. take part in talks with Iran in Islamabad on Friday?
I can announce that the president is dispatching his negotiating team, led by the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, Special Envoy Witkoff, and Mr. Kushner to Islamabad for talks this weekend. The first round of those talks will take place on Saturday morning local time, and we look forward to those in-person meetings.
What role does the president see for the U.S. in monitoring or helping with the Strait of Hormuz going forward?
I think the president commented on that this morning. We're going to continue to monitor it very, very closely. We will be helpful in any way that we can, but we fully expect Iran to do this, and the president has made that quite clear as well. It's, again, as his statement said last night, the ceasefire is subject to the safe reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Again, this was just determined last night. We understand things take time, but that's the president's expectation, and he will hold everyone to it. Sure, in the green blazer.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Sure, and then in front of you. But Andrew, you can go ahead.
All right.
You're not wearing a green blazer.
I am actually wearing a green blazer.
It's a little brown to me, but go ahead.
Fair enough. Regarding the president's rhetoric, when the U.S. invaded Iraq in 2003, George W. Bush said in a message to the Iraqi people that the military campaign was directed, quote, against the lawless men who rule your country and not against you. Yesterday, the president threatened to destroy Iran's civilization, the entire civilization, not the Iranian government, but the Iranian civilization, the Iranian people. The U.S. has been a moral leader for most of its history by fighting
These
wars
questions are so
against
stupid. Why aren't they
other
talking about
governments,
like the regime
not
threatening to
against
murder people?
civilizations. How can the president claim that America can ever have the moral high ground if he's threatening to destroy civilizations and not casting wars as fights against other governments?
Andrew, I think you should take a look at the actions of this president over the course of the past 6 weeks and the actions of our brave men and women in our United States military who have taken out essentially taken out the military of a rogue Islamic regime that has chanted death to America for 47 years, that has killed and maimed thousands of American soldiers over the course of the last 5 decades. The president absolutely has the moral high ground over the Iranian terrorist regime, and for you to even suggest otherwise is frankly insulting.
All due respect, Caroline,
Go ahead.
with all due respect,
Go ahead.
there is
Just given what we've seen in Lebanon today and the increased attacks from Israel, I mean, is there any concern that Netanyahu is trying to kill the ceasefire?
The president spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu last night. And in that private conversation, Prime Minister Netanyahu relayed exactly what he said to the world publicly, that he supports the president and Israel remains a key ally and partner to the United States. They've been a tremendous partner over the course of the past 6 weeks, and we thank them for their heroic efforts as well. The president had that conversation last night, and that was relayed to the world publicly as well. Reagan, go ahead.
Caroline, I have a question for you on Iran and then a question on the Dignity Act as
Sure.
well. On Iran, it's been reported that the ceasefire was struck after the involvement of 2 unlikely factors, J.D. Vance and China. What role did those parties play in striking a deal?
Well, Vice President Vance has played a very significant and a key role in this since the very beginning. Of course, he's the president's right-hand man. He is the vice president of the United States. He's been involved in all of these discussions. And as I just announced, he'll be leading this new phase of negotiations in Islamabad later this week. With respect to China, there were conversations that took place between top levels of our government and China's government. The president has great respect for President Xi and a great working relationship with him and with that country. And he looks forward to visiting China in just a few weeks.
And on the Dignity Act, it's getting a fresh push through Congress. It would give some illegal immigrants in the country a path to citizenship. What's the White House's position on this legislation, and would the president sign it if it made it to his desk?
Honestly, Reagan, I haven't spoken to the president about the legislation, but I will have that conversation and we'll get you our formal position on it as soon as we can. You're welcome. Go ahead.
The president suggested in an interview this morning that he would support a joint U.S.-Iranian venture to charge tolls for ships going through the strait. Does the president believe that the U.S. should earn revenue from the Strait of Hormuz going forward?
It's an idea the president has floated, as you know, and it's something that will continue to be discussed over the course of the next 2 weeks. But the immediate priority of the president is the reopening of the strait without any limitations, whether in the form of tolls or otherwise.
On the highly enriched uranium, has Iran given the administration any indication that it would simply turn over the enriched uranium, or is this an expectation that the president has that he would have to send in ground troops in order to do that?
This is on the top of the priority list for the president and his negotiating team as they head into this next round of discussions. And as I said in my opener, that is a red line that the president is not going to back away from. And he's committed to ensuring that takes place. We hope it will be through diplomacy.
Have they given any indication that they would turn it over?
They have. Yes. Trevor.
The latest news out of Iran is that the air defenses have been activated in several cities, including Isfahan, and that explosions have been heard in Isfahan. Who is bombing Iran right now?
Were those reports just as of a few minutes ago?
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously I'll have to go back and check with the national security team. I'm standing out here with all of you, but I will do that and we will get you an answer, okay?
And then just on the civilization question that we've been talking about.
And I would just add to that point, again, I haven't seen these reports. I'm not verifying them. Not that I don't trust you, Trevor, but I want to go back and check with the experts here at the White House. I would just say, and I would echo what the vice president said this morning, this is a fragile truce. Ceasefires are fragile by nature. We've seen this with respect to the 12-day war with Iran and Israel last year. It takes time sometimes for these ceasefires to be fully effectuated. And one of the results of Operation Epic Fury was we completely dismantled Iran's command and control center, which makes it difficult for them to pass messages up and down the chain. And so we understand that. I would caution a little bit of patience, but of course we want to see the ceasefire effectuated and abided by all parties as quickly as possible.
Thank you. And the American presidential administrations, going back to Ronald Reagan, have said this formulation about nuclear war, that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. Is that still the view of this administration, given the president's comments about civilization?
I have no change in our view on that policy. Katie.
Thanks, Carolyn. I'm just, given the gravity of what he said yesterday, what was your understanding of what he meant when he said, this civilization is going to be eliminated?
Oh my gosh, what is it with this like stupid line of questioning? Honestly, like, why can't you guys focus on like the fact that the regime is like threatening to expedite executions or something? Just literally the stupidest questions. Armin, are you there? Okay, we'll wait for Armin to come back. Like, guys, my timeline on X, no pun intended, is literally blowing up. It's blowing up with like some of the craziest news. Oh my gosh. What are these trolls in the chat? Ban them. All right. Like, guys, this is crazy. Some of the things that I'm seeing, like, I want Armin to come back so I can show this post from Adalchi. It's, oh, there you go. Armin, my social media, like my X feed is going crazy with like so many news updates. Look at this.
Mine too.
So Adalchi just posted, the Iran-US ceasefire terms are clear and explicit. The US must choose ceasefire or continued war via Israel. It cannot have both. The world sees the massacres in Lebanon. The ball is in the US court, and the world is watching whether it will act on its commitments. So apparently, like the whatever, the prime minister or president of Pakistan or whatever, he said, so the president of Pakistan posted that the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America, along with their allies, have agreed to an immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon.
Yeah, Lebanon, what the White House just communicated that Lebanon is not included.
I know, but I'm saying that this is what the Pakistan president or prime minister, whatever which one is he? Is he president or prime minister?
I thought it was prime minister.
You could be, no, it's probably prime minister. I don't know. I can't remember. But this is for everyone telling me about hitting the Strait of Lebanon. Yeah, the Strait of Hormuz because of Lebanon. Yeah, I know. I said that earlier. I'll go back to that as well. But this is really interesting, Armin. So Pakistan is claiming that the United States agreed that Lebanon would be included in the ceasefire. White House is confirming that Lebanon was not part of the ceasefire, and in fact, it has nothing to do with what's going on. And now Adalchi is basically saying that the United States is not meeting its commitment. It's basically relying on Pakistan,
right?
And they're saying that there's no ceasefire until Israel stops its attack in Lebanon, which, like, to me, this looks like he's just digging his own grave.
He has to do that because right now Hezbollah is angry that why they're not being included in the ceasefire, and the Islamic Republic really needs its proxies right now So I saw the speaker of the parliament in Lebanon, which is close to Hezbollah and the Islamic Republic. They were messaging the Islamic Republic that do something about this. Like, why are we not being included in the ceasefire? So the Islamic Republic is forced to at least show that they're trying to do the ceasefire for the sake of Hezbollah, or else they will be abandoned by the Hezbollah, because there's a lot of big narrative right now going around by the Islamic Republic proxies that we don't matter to the Islamic Republic. They're going to throw us under the bus. So he's trying to demonstrate that, no, we're fighting for you. But honestly, I think, Goldie, I think behind the scenes, he's telling the Americans that we don't care about Hezbollah. But in front of the media, he's like, oh, no, we're not going to accept a ceasefire. I think what he's saying to the Americans behind the scenes is different from what he's saying here.
But why would Pakistan lie? Like, why would Pakistan lie? Because I've seen this tweet earlier. What's this? It's like Shehbaz something.
Yeah, they were just, I think they were communicating Islamic Republic's desires here to try to be a mediator that Islamic, because nobody is taking the Islamic Republic anymore as a mediation. So this is an opportunity for Pakistan to demonstrate internationally that it could be a mediator in the same way that Qatar and Oman is. So this is a huge opportunity for them. And to do that, they have to make both sides happy.
But why? So this is his post, okay?
Yeah.
In his post, the Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan is claiming that the United States of America has agreed to immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon.
Yeah.
So he's lying.
He was trying to make the Islamic Republic happy, I think.
But that's okay. Yeah. So he lied to make the Islamic Republic happy, but now like he's lying about the United States. So he's put himself like, how is the United States going to trust Pakistan after this? I mean, guys, I mean, you should never trust the Pakistani government anyway. But
I mean, they use the Qataris as a mediator, and we don't trust them for like when President Trump was negotiating with the Taliban, they were using the Qataris as mediators. We don't trust the Qataris, so usually these things don't hurt the mediators that much.
So that's like this is, so to me this is really like it's wild. It's wild that the Prime Minister of Pakistan would lie about what terms the United States and their allies, right? So when he says the United States of America and their allies, he's referring to Israel, right? As well. Yeah. So he's basically saying that the US and their allies have agreed to immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon. But the United States is totally denying that, right? Like Carolyn Levitt just said, there's no truth to that. Like Lebanon was not included in that whatsoever. And Araqchi is using this post from the Prime Minister of Pakistan to try and say that the United States is lying. The ball is in their court, and he's saying that they're not going to agree to ceasefire unless and until the attacks against Hezbollah stop. So, they're basically paving the way for their own grave.
So, I mean, the Americans understand that what these people put out there and what's happening behind the scenes is different. Like they're used to that. And by the way, Goldie, like more ridiculous than this, the English 10 points that Araqchi put out is different from the Persian version.
Yes.
That is like in regards to like they didn't have their agreement to enriching uranium, like that was missing. So that was even so. Not only he's contradict the the Pakistanis are contradicting what the Americans are saying. The Islamic Republic is contradicting what the Islamic Republic is saying in English and Persian. so there you go.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, because you know something, when we shared the terms or whatever from the what's it called, the Security Council of the Islamic regime or whatever, that was translated directly from Persian into English. And so the version that we translated and shared with you had the requirement for allowing the Islamic regime to enrich uranium. However, the official English version put out didn't have that, and a lot of English language reporters didn't catch that. And I didn't I woke up this morning and I was like, wait, what's going on with this thing? Like I was confused for a moment because I'm like, wait, how did people not know that like nuclear enrichment was a part of the supposed terms? And then remember, I was like, okay, well, if this is the terms, I mean, the United States is never going to agree to that. But for some reason, that made the news. Like the mainstream media was going with this like weird 10-point plan that was a complete lie.
I think the Americans completely understand that the Islamic Republic's highest priority right now is to save face among its own supporters. So that's why and I think their priority is right now is what will happen eventually, like when it comes to the enrichment of uranium and the already enriched uranium. And they're like, sure, whatever. Like you guys could tell us something and tell your followers something else. We don't care. As long as we get to a position where you can't enrich uranium anymore, that's our metric. You could go and tell different people different things if you want. Right? That's what I think is happening.
And look at this, Armin. So Iran International English is now confirming explosions and air defense activity heard across Tehran on Wednesday evening. Eyewitnesses said they heard drone activity in southern Jannat Abad, a residential area in West Tehran, at 7:30 local time, 7:30 in the evening, as well as about 15 small explosions. Eyewitnesses also said they heard a loud explosion in Marzdaran, also in West Tehran, around 7:45. They said explosions and air defense activity were heard in central Tehran at 8 p.m. Eyewitnesses said air defense systems were active in the Mehrabad area near Tehran's main domestic airport in the west of the city, and Shahrak-e-Istiqlal, a neighborhood in West Tehran. So like the boom booms are continuing.
Yeah, and also I'm also hearing reports that the Islamic Republic is saying we're closing the Strait of Hormuz because of Lebanon.
Yeah.
So
well, that ties in with what Arakchi said.
Yeah.
Here's another footage of like apparently they're now like attacking like Khamenei, like Mushtaba or something.
امروز 19 اعتراض به آتش بس.
So he's saying اعتراض به آتش بس, which means protest against the ceasefire. So these Durka jihadis are protesting because they're angry about this so-called ceasefire.
He's saying all our suffering comes because of these traitorous liberals. So when he says traitorous liberals, he's talking about reformers, so-called reformers. You're like, oh my God, like we were winning and now we got a ceasefire because of these traitorous liberals got us a ceasefire instead of like continuation of the destroying the Americans.
Yeah. Because, they destroyed everything. Remember, guys.
Death to the Sazeshkar.
Peacemaker?
Yeah.
Like how would the best way to translate that? Let me put it in Google Translate and see.
Yes.
Sazeshkar. Compromiser.
Yeah. That's
so they're chanting death to the compromiser.
But Goldie, but here's the thing. So they said, look, can I show this for a second here? 1 second. If they're saying death to the Sazeshkar, there's already, because that the Sedosima, the Islamic Republic State TV, announced that this ceasefire order came from Mujtaba Khamenei. So now that you're saying that these people are saying death to the compromiser, are they saying death to Khamenei? Because at least according to Sedosima, the order came from Mujtaba. So what is happening now?
We don't know. No, no longer death to America, it's death to the compromiser. The only question is, who's the
yes.
compromiser? Is it Mujtaba?
Goldie!
What?
We did it! We did it! We finally did it! They agree with us. They're saying death to Khamenei. We did it! Guys, Iran is finally free. The remaining 5 or 3%, I don't know how much they are. Now they're also agreeing with us. Fuck,
Yeah.
guys, this is regime change now.
Oh, you mentioned Arakchi. Maybe they're talking about Arakchi. Oh, they're going after Arakchi too.
So you're saying ما یک کلمه با یه توییت عراقچی, I think that's what I heard.
Yeah.
I wish it went longer. That was getting good. That was getting so good.
I
Goldie,
know.
can you send that to me?
Yeah, I'll send that to you.
Thank
I
you.
think what he's basically, if I had to guess, I would assume that what he probably finishes with is, I don't agree with one word of Arakchi's posts or something.
Posts, yes. So Goldie, if you were a regime supporter, would you say that Mujtaba is wrong, or would you say they're lying that Mujtaba said this? I think I would go with the second one.
I would go with the second one to be safe. I think that's why they're going after like Arakchi and like Javad Zarif and whatever. And I mean, so this could be why Arakchi put out this post now to try and like, I don't know, not be like beheaded by the Durka jihadis that are calling for his death right now in the streets all across Iran. Right? A few days ago, they were calling for the death of Javad Zarif, and now they've also included Arakchi in that.
Goldie, remember I told you there was only one person on earth that could hold these people back, and that was Ali Khamenei. There was only one person that could pull the leash on these people, and now he's dead. And that's why now you have to give, like, whatever these people want, you have to give it to them, or else you're going to have regime change by the Durka people. We wouldn't even get the chance to do a regime change because the Durka people would do regime change. And guys, this is why I think the supreme leader in Iran right now is not Mujtaba Khamenei, it's IRIB, like it's the state TV, state media. That's the supreme leader because they are the voice of these Durka people.
Meanwhile, Armin, amongst everything else that's happening, apparently a group of U.S. tankers have taken off from Israel and are heading east towards Iran. This was posted about an hour ago. So there's still a lot happening.
How much oil did we get out of the Persian Gulf before? Like, guys, like I'm I wouldn't mind the ceasefire breaking apart. Like, that would mean that we're gonna go booming the Islamic Republic over again. But I hope that we manage to get a lot of oil out of the Persian Gulf before this happens. Like, get your oil out, boys. Get your oil out before they close it again. Come on, get it out. Let me see oil prices. Is it going up or down?
And Mehr News. So Mehr News is, an Islamic regime media outlet. They have now said, according to the reports today, the enemy, which is the United States and Israel, has violated the ceasefire and targeted areas near Tehran. Adds AA activity is being heard in Tehran. So, the Islamic regime is now confirming that they have been boomed. So they're now claiming that United States and Israel have violated the terms of the ceasefire. I mean, but here's the thing, Armin.
This is the least ceasefire in the history of ceasefires. But yeah, go on.
It's the least ceasefire of all the ceasefires I've ever witnessed. So
in the history,
in history. And what's really interesting is that President Trump made it very clear they will only agree to the ceasefire subject to reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Oh, yeah.
And that hasn't really happened.
Goldie, we haven't even got to the enriched uranium part. We're like already stuck on Lebanon and Strait of Hormuz. Forget about the least agreeable part, which is the enriched uranium part. We can't even agree on not including Lebanon or not, or opening the Strait of Hormuz or not. And this is not even the most difficult part. The most difficult part is the enriched uranium.
And U.S. officials have said the movement of thousands of Marines and ground forces to the Middle East will continue despite ceasefire.
Okay. Okay.
Oh
So
my
what
gosh.
has changed
Oh, look at
exactly?
this. Oh, what is this? This came up on my feed. What?
Oh my god. He's holding the flag. He's like, sorry. I'm sorry.
That's like that's an Arab account. That's actually really funny.
Yeah. Guys, we have so many Arabs from around the Persian Gulf who are supporting the Iranian people. Like, we see you, by the way. I really appreciate you guys.
They're fantastic. This guy's pretty funny. That guy's pretty funny. Okay, so now Armin, now they're confirming that, like, remember how I said they're slowly bringing up the numbers? So now, like, Fox News is now apparently reporting this. So let me just share this really quickly.
January. If those same people were involved in the fierce anti-regime protesting, their own leaders would likely have shot them dead or publicly executed them. Iran has carried out a string of recent executions on alleged protesters, even in the days and hours leading up to the ceasefire we were covering it coming out of this weekend. Some estimates say the regime has killed more than 40,000 in connection with the unrest.
Way more.
January. If those same people.
I'm glad that at least mainstream media is speaking about that a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, and then the other thing really quick is airstrikes hit regime targets moments ago in Isfahan and Karaj. So not only are there boom booms in Tehran, there's also boom booms happening in Isfahan and Karaj. So again, literally like the least ceasefire of all the ceasefires I've ever experienced.
Yes. Oh. I have one video of a regime supporter being very disappointed. Majid Nouri, Pesar Hamid Nouri. Oh, look at this, Goldie, here. So this is a confirmation by an important regime supporter. Like, this guy is famous. So let me translate. So Majid Nouri, son of Hamid Nouri, who was sentenced to life imprisonment in Sweden for his role in the 1988 executions, like in Iran, he is in Iran, referring to the streets presence of regime supporters in backing attacks on American and Israeli positions, says in a video that supporters of the Islamic Republic are shocked by the 2-week ceasefire. So this is a confirmation by somebody famous.
اینجا الان میدان انقلاب تقریبا از ساعت 3 صبح بعد از اینکه قرار اعلام شد اینجا بین مردم بحث‌ها و جدل‌های
بحث‌ها و جدل‌ها. Guys, this is a huge confirmation. It's saying like this is Maidan Enqilab, like Enqilab Square in Iran.
انقلاب تقریبا از ساعت 3 صبح
like from 3 a.m. till now,
بعد از اینکه قرار اعلام شد اینجا بین مردم
when they gave the news to the ceasefire, like here among the people there are like debates and disagreements here. People are fighting against each other here.
هنوز دارن گروه صحبت میکنن.
Like everybody's speaking, like everybody's speaking about what just happened.
بحث‌های خیلی خوبی بین مردم شکل گرفت.
Like we have good discussions.
اکثرا شوکه‌اند، ناراحت.
However, he's like we have good discussions, but however, most people here are shocked
مردم شکل گرفت. اکثرا شوکه‌اند، ناراحتن.
and upset. They're saying, however, most people are shocked and they're upset.
خب بالاخره میگن ما 40 شب اینجا اومدیم انتظار.
Like they're saying that we were here for 40 nights, like we were in the streets for 40 nights, and we were expecting.
اینو نداشتیم.
We weren't expecting this.
Right. Someone asked, why is Iran International communicating with these people of internet? They're not communicating. They're basically taking videos from these people. So this person probably posted it on their social media site because they have access to internet. So Iran International is taking this and reporting on it. The Iran International is not communicating with these people.
Yeah, this is just they picked it from social media. This guy posted it on social media.
Yeah.
خیلی بحثا خوبه. الان میگم حدود 3-4 ساعت دارن گفتگو میکنن.
So Goldie, this confirms that President Trump's ceasefire is turning them against it. This is a visual representation of an internal. This will demotivate them. This will cause a huge rift between them. Like this is turning them against each other so much. And without any Ali Khamenei, because we have Princess of Pahlavi, when we have disagreements, Princess of Pahlavi puts a statement out there, and we all get on this aligned again, and the same, we get united again. But they had that with Ali Khamenei, and now they don't have that. And this so-called ceasefire is going to cause a major division among them. So this is working out really well, really well. We are more united. They're now more divided. This is working in our favor.
Absolutely. I mean, President Trump knows exactly what he's doing, and he's keeping these Durkas, guessing. And yeah, it's divide and conquer.
Yes.
Divide and conquer.
And people don't understand how important this is, because people they look at missiles, aircraft airstrike carriers, interceptors. This is how the Islamic Republic falls. The Islamic Republic falls when they get more divided and we are more united. That's how they fall. This is why the Islamic Republic's number one priority is saving face among its own followers, because that's how they fall. If they lose that would be the end of them.
Absolutely. I haven't heard Pete Hegseth. I've only heard like a small clip, but I want to listen to that. Before I start that, I'm just going to quickly go through the super chats. So KP1139, Goldie, this is why I appreciate you and Tusi. Both of you understand that the truth happens no matter how we each would like things to go. You both keep it real, a rare quality these days. Thank you so much. Armin is also, don't forget Armin. Armin also helps me keep it real. He is the best analysis, but thank you for that.
Yeah, that person was like, yeah, not Armin, just Goldie and Tusi only.
Oh man, don't forget Armin, guys. Armin is the reason that Iran Revolution Live is as informative and entertaining as it is, because he brings the jokes, he brings the memes, but he also brings like the insider Durka, right? And translates all of that for us. So we couldn't do that without Armin. Cyrus the Great. Goldie. Congrats, Goldie, on reaching 200,000 YouTube subscribers. Thank you. Let's get it to 300,000 onward. We go. Bapish. Thank you. Yes, Bapish. And guys, please, everyone, make sure that you also subscribe to Armin's YouTube channel and help him get to 100,000, because it's well earned, well deserved. Julian Kane. I don't think Trump took this ceasefire seriously. I agree. The ceasefire is just basically a ploy. I think it's just psychological warfare against the Islamic regime. I definitely agree with you on that, Julian Kane. Armin, how about you?
No, I completely agree. I think his number one was psychological warfare. If the ceasefire could have lasted a little bit, it would have been also a good opportunity to get a lot of oil out of the Persian Gulf to reduce the pressure to the markets before we go back to the military operations or a full surrender. But if the ceasefire ends early, it might not be that effective in that second. But yeah, mostly the division that we just showed you.
Pasikuska 2587 says marine traffic. Everyone can see if Hormuz is open. Thank you, guys. So yeah, check out marine traffic to see if the Strait of Hormuz is open. And then we have a comment from Ari Yerushalmi. I thought Trump changed the press room, but they are still so dumb. The truth is that journalists in general are not smart people. It's true.
But Goldie, I like the dumb questions because we need the answer to the dumb question. So I don't know. Like, I think like we should be like, let them ask the dumb questions so that the answer to dumb questions are out there. Like, no, isn't that the utility of the dumb questions out there?
Yeah. It gives an opportunity to like break it down and explain it more simply, I guess.
Yeah,
for sure. Navy Corpsman 906 says, in 2 weeks, President tries to give weapons to Iranians. That's the plan. Do not listen to what they say at this time. I mean, that's a very good possibility and theory as well, because President Trump did already acknowledge that he tried to arm the Iranian freedom fighters. So you could possibly be very right in this. And like I said, I have a feeling there's a lot more going on behind the scenes than people think. And President Trump is just like, he's just constantly posting to keep people distracted. It's almost as if for the last 24 hours, President Trump just wants people to focus on his Truth Social posts and nothing else. And I think it's been very, very effective in that sense as well. Heaton 555 says Magbar sausage car. Oh, he's referring to that video, I guess, when people were It wasn't sausage car. It was sausage-gar. But I guess it does kind of sound like sausage car.
Sausage car.
Magvar sausage car. That's funny.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Aliani. Hi, Goldie and Armin. Found your channel because of Tusi. Aw, Tusi's the greatest.
Oh.
I'm praying for the liberation. Oh, Javid Shah. I'm praying for the liberation of Iran. I don't know why people are always surprised every time Trump conducts negotiations the way he's done for 40 years. I agree. President Trump is really good at what he does. And it's like every time he does it, people just clutch their pearls and they have no idea what's going on. But there's a reason that he's a successful businessman. And I think one of the reasons that he's being very successful in politics is because he's taking like that business approach to this situation as well. And it's working out, in his favor. I don't know. Armin, do you agree with that?
Well, I mean, I have that. Should I keep bringing up that roller coaster meme? Like, where, like it's just a we're on a ride. We should just enjoy it.
Pretty much.
Embrace it. Yeah.
You know what? Someone should recreate that roller coaster meme, but put like me and Armin.
Oh, yeah. Wait. You know what? I'm on it actually. Let me do that. Okay,
That would be funny.
Okay.
Okay. Alias Carpoor 556 says Payande Iran Javid Shah. Payande Iran Javid Shah. I agree. Comrade Shifty. The regime is deleting itself from the inside. I agree. That's with all the infighting. BV says, all right, Armin is cool too. Of course, Armin is cool. Armin's the coolest. He's the coolest cat on the block. Lamborghini 1985 says, what about some outside actor like a Gulf state or NATO force? Mark Rutte is currently in the States. Would be a smart move to call a ceasefire and get a friend to attack Raffle. Well, there have been reports that the UAE, apparently it was, I don't know if it was like the UAE maybe, but someone like an ally of the United States and Israel has targeted some of the southern islands in the Persian Gulf. We're still waiting for confirmation on that, but that could be kind of funny. Dutch Arjen, I was an officer in the U.S. Navy. 40 days. Thank you for your service. Yes, 40 days of operations is extremely stressful. Any ceasefire gives the U.S. military personnel a break and time to do maintenance. Any oil out of the Gulf is helpful. Absolutely.
This is why now I actually hope the ceasefire at least lasts a little bit. You know what I mean? I used to, you were like, no ceasefire, but like, actually, maybe a little bit of ceasefire, so just a little bit, now that we know what the plan is.
Yeah. And, I mean, the reality is that the Islamic regime has been so damaged that there's no way that they can recuperate in 2 weeks. But 2 weeks would allow the United States to recuperate and, do whatever needs to be done.
And President Trump just came out by saying that they're going to put sanctions and tariffs on whoever sells weapons to the Islamic Republic during this time. So that was a new update that we just got.
Yeah. El Yani says, aloha snack bar, durka durka, lol. Oh my gosh.
Hey there.
Yeah, you forgot the hey. You forgot. Next time you have to add in the hey dad. The guys, remember, for the Muslim Nazis, the hey dad is more important than the aloha snack bar.
Yeah, this is some Sunni stuff. Like if you're dealing with the Islamic Republic, you have to include the hey dad.
So KP1139, I think this is for you. Oh, Armin, you are the best, the very, very best. No one is greater than Armin.
Okay.
Oh, you made me feel guilty, except you were not live on the first chat. That's true. You weren't live.
Okay.
Love you, Armin.
Okay. Love you too. Thank you. I was just kidding.
Seymour Butts says, oh my gosh, what a name. Armin has great dating advice also. Ooh, okay. Armin After Dark. There we go. Armin After Dark. Had no idea.
Yes, I can share my wisdom.
Okay. All right, let's go to this and then we'll go to President Trump's Truth Social updates after because it's crazy. Actually, Armin, do you want me to send you the link so that if you want to add commentary or something and pause and add commentary, you can? Let me do that.
Okay.
I'll send it to you so you can do that.
I only have 30. I think maybe you should do it because I only have like
That's okay.
20
I'll
more
just pick up.
minutes.
I'll just pick up wherever you left
Okay,
off.
okay. All right. Let me make this bigger. Why don't I have audio?
Oh, you have to go forward. You have to go to like 8 minutes and 30 seconds.
Iran has been a
What?
threat to.
Let's go back a little bit, maybe. And I'll be right back. Just give me 30 seconds. Wait. Let's go more forward. There we go.
Iran has been a threat to the United States and the free world for 47 years. Chance of death to America, targeting our people, killing Americans, lying and blackmailing their way toward a nuclear weapon, so they thought. No longer. Not on our watch. Other presidents marked time and kicked the can down the road. President Trump made history. From the strike that took out Qasem Soleimani, to tearing up the disastrous Obama-Iran deal, to the precision campaign that obliterated Iran's nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, to the decisive military victory we just achieved in Operation Epic Fury. No other president has shown the courage and resolve of this commander-in-chief. President Trump forged this moment. Iran begged for this ceasefire, and we all know it. As the President Truth this morning, a big day for world peace. Iran wants it to happen. They've had enough. Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory on the battlefield. A capital V military victory. By any measure, Epic Fury decimated Iran's military and rendered it combat ineffective for years to come. You see, in less than 40 days, one of our combatant commands, Central Command, CENTCOM, using less than 10% of America's total combat power, dismantled one of the world's largest militaries. The world's leading state sponsor of terrorism proved utterly incapable.
Armin, can you pause for a moment, please?
Its people or its terror.
Just wanted to wish Stargazer 3613 a happy birthday. They say today's
happy birthday.
Best present would be for the Iranian people to be free. Thank you so much. Thank you. And happy birthday to you as well. Wishing you all the best.
Zad Ruzet Shadbash. Zad Ruzet Shadbash.
As you say in Persian, Zad Ruzet Shadbash. Happy birthday. Wishing you all the best. And thank you for being here and spending your birthday with us. Okay.
Territory. We untied just a fraction of our strength, and Iran suffered a devastating military defeat. Together with our Israeli partners, America's military achieved every single objective on plan, on schedule, exactly as laid out from day one. Iran's Navy is at the bottom of the sea, whether it's the Soleimani class, their frigate class, their prized drone aircraft carriers, submarines, mine layers, sunk. Iran's Air Force has been wiped out. Iran no longer has an air defense, any sort of a comprehensive air defense system. We own their skies. Their missile program is functionally destroyed. Launchers, production facilities, and existing stockpiles depleted and decimated. And almost completely ineffective. Iran shot hundreds and hundreds of missiles and one-way attack drones at our aircraft carrier. They were obsessed with it, and they never got even close. Every single one of those shots easily shot down miles and miles away from the Abe Lincoln. They were blowing ammo into Fantasyland. Contrast that with, most significantly, in last night's wave of more than 800.
That was a huge safe-facing desire for the Islamic Republic. because they had promised, they had made so many AI videos. Remember, guys, Goldie and I were sharing that with you regarding hitting the USS Abraham Lincoln with missiles. They just wanted to get just one missile, at least put like a little scratch on the USS Abraham Lincoln. They were so desperate to do that. And you know that the Islamic Republic knew that a missile hitting the USS Abraham Lincoln is not going to sink it or do anything else. So the fact that they were so desperately shooting so many missiles at the USS Abraham Lincoln for any of them to hit shows you how much saving face is important for the Islamic Republic among its followers. How desperately they need any news to show to their followers that they're winning, because again, this is strategic from their perspective, because if they don't feed the monster that they have created, which is their own supporters, they are going to lose. And that's why so many missiles went towards the USS Abraham Lincoln, but none of them hit. Not a single one of them hit.
With most significantly, in last night's wave of more than 800 strikes, we finished completely destroying Iran's defense industrial base, a core pillar of our mission objective. What little they have left buried in bunkers is all they will have. They can still shoot, we know that. Their command and control is so decimated they can't really talk and coordinate, so they still may shoot here and there, but that would be very, very unwise. But they can no longer build missiles, build rockets, build launchers, or build UAVs. Their factories have been razed to the ground, set back in historic fashion. You see, had Iran refused our terms, the next targets would have been their power plants, their bridges, and oil and energy infrastructure, targets they could not defend and could not realistically rebuild. It would have taken them decades, and we were locked and loaded.
So guys, now that they are, given that they communicated so many times that they're not going to meet to talk about a ceasefire, the only thing they're willing to talk about is absolute guarantees for the United States to never do war with the Islamic Republic ever again. This is a huge embarrassment for the Islamic Republic, because they're now going to Islamabad to talk about ceasefire against the this is the opposite of the exact thing that they said on state TV that they're going to do. Like, they said they will never do this, and now they're doing it. And the fact that they're now doing this, they have exposed their weakness. So it showed that President Trump threatening that they're going to, I don't know, destroy them, take them to the Stone Ages, take out the bridge and power plants. The Islamic Republic caved in, they capitulated. They're like, okay, let's meet. And they have now shown, now we all know, this is new information to all of us, how far, like when they would tap out, what it takes for the Islamic Republic to be like, okay, let's talk, because we didn't know like how much pressure that we need to put on them until they basically cry uncle, or basically say like give in. And now we know how, like, and now that we know that, we also know for the future, if we need to get them to this point again, how easy it is, because none of this is defendable. None of these targets are defendable. So we now know the exact pressure that we need to put on the Islamic Republic for them to basically start crying.
They couldn't defend against it. President Trump had the power to cripple Iran's entire economy in minutes, but he chose mercy. He spared those targets because Iran accepted the ceasefire under overwhelming pressure. The new Iranian regime understood that a deal was far better than the fate that awaited them. This new regime just happened to look at what happened to their predecessors, their top leadership.
So guys, I know this is a language that the White House and is using, new regime, and now we understand why they are doing this. Okay, it's a strategy, but we know here that this is not a new regime. Okay, there's no regime change, but we now also understand why the White House insists on using this language. But just understand that no regime has changed.
Just happened to look at what happened to their predecessors. Their top leadership was systematically eliminated. The previous Iranian supreme leader, dead. The Supreme National Security Council Secretary, dead. The Supreme Leader Office Advisor, dead.
Dead.
The Supreme Leader Military Office Chief,
Dead.
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 The Defense Minister,
Dead.
no longer
Dead.
with us. The IRGC Commander, dead.
Dead.
The Armed Forces General Staff Commander,
Dead.
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 The Intelligence Minister,
Dead.
Dead.
the IRGC Navy Commander,
Dead.
Dead.
no longer here. The
Oh.
IRGC Intel Chief,
Dead.
dead. I skipped over a bunch and I could go on and on and on to include the new so-called new Supreme Leader wounded and disfigured. This new regime was out of options.
Imagine, Goldie, imagine if he trolled the audience and just gave another name. That one is actually quite alive and healthy right now. Wish him the best. Just surprising us.
That should have been Ghani. He should have been like Ghani, right?
Ghani.
Like how come they're not mentioning Ghani?
It's like exposing their asset there. Yeah.
Out of time. So they cut a deal. They know this agreement means that they will never, ever possess a nuclear weapon. Under the terms, any nuclear material they should have will be removed.
Yes.
Any material, they should not have will be removed. Right now, their dust is deeply...
Guys, that is the same as regime change. A lot of people don't understand this. If we say that any nuclear material that they have needs to be removed from their hands, that is the same as regime change, because you guys just saw the video that Goldie and I shared regarding the internal division. That is in response to an agreement to a 2-week ceasefire. Guys, this proves that everything we have been telling you here is true. Because I told you that these pro-regime people, they're not going to tolerate giving up the enriched uranium. You just saw how angry and divided they were just for a 2-week ceasefire. What do you think they're going to? How do you think they're going to react if the very thing that they have always said we're not going to do, if they do that, if they give up the enriched uranium, that would be the end of the Islamic Republic. It would be over. What is this?
So we didn't play this part of the Q&A because we went to other things, but just listen to this.
Is the United States still considering withdrawing from NATO? Is that still a possibility?
It's something the president has discussed, and I think it's something the president will be discussing in a couple of hours with Secretary General Rutte, and perhaps you'll hear directly from the president following that meeting later this afternoon. Thank you, everyone.
Ooh. I mean, that would require Congress vote for that to withdraw from NATO. So that's interesting. If they want to do it, they have to do it before the midterms. I don't even know if they could do it then.
All right, I just want to share that really quickly.
Okay, that's insane. That's like historic.
Material, they should not have, will be removed. Right now, their dust is deeply buried and watched 24/7 overhead. The president has been clear from the beginning, there will be no Iranian nuclear weapons. Period. Full stop. Other presidents said it. President Trump did it.
Ooh.
Operation Epic Fury. Less than 6 weeks, clear mission, decisive action, overwhelming firepower, America first, a historic battlefield victory. For decades, Iran killed Americans with roadside bombs in Iraq, using cowardly proxies to do their dirty work while they hid safely in Tehran. They struck our embassies with car bombs and attacked from the shadows, never daring to face us toe-to-toe. They thought they could bleed America with impunity. Well, they just learned the hard way what happens when you try to fight us directly. And even when they got lucky, one time in 40 days, and down 2 of our pilots, they couldn't hold them. In a daring 14-hour rescue operation, 7 hours in daylight and 7 hours of night, both pilots were recovered safely. Not once, but twice. A daylight thunder run right up the middle of their country. Boots on the ground. A midnight raid right up the middle of their country. Boots on the ground. 0 American casualties.
That is really embarrassing for the Islamic Republic. How could you go against the United States Army when you can't even, when you have everything to your advantage and you can't even capture one soldier on the territory that you're controlling? That is really embarrassing.
The Iranians, humiliated and demoralized, we control their fate, not the other way around. That's why they came to the table. Iran's defeat is America's retribution for every American lost to Iranian terror, especially those brave troops killed by Iranian-made roadside bombs in Iraq that my generation knows so well, and for the suffering their regime has inflicted around the world. Now we have a chance at real peace and a real deal. The War Department, for now, has done its part. We stand ready in the background to ensure Iran upholds every reasonable term. And as everyone knows, nobody makes a better deal than President Trump. To the warriors of epic fury, I say well done. You're the backbone of our country. Your skill, your bravery, and sheer guts and grit showed the world what America is all about. I'm proud of you. We're proud of you. President is proud of you. Job well done. But stay vigilant and stay ready. To the families of our fallen, your sacrifice was in service of a historic cause, and we will always remember your heroes, our heroes. We will continue to honor them. And to our Israeli allies, thank you for being a brave, capable, and willing ally on this battlefield. The rest of the world and the rest of our so-called allies saw what real capabilities look like. They should take some notes.
Yeah, and everybody should take notes. That's the only country that stands by America was Israel. Only country. Nobody else comes even remotely close. Oh. And soon, it will be Israel and Iran.
Our troops, our American warriors, deserve the credit for this day. But God deserves all the glory. Tens of thousands of sorties, refuelings, and strikes carried out under the protection of divine providence, a massive effort with miraculous protection. Dude 44 Bravo spoke for all of us. God is good. The chairman will now provide an even deeper military detail on the historic success of Operation Epic Fury. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being here. I want to start this morning by honoring the 13 members of our American Joint Force who were killed in action thus far during this operation. Their sacrifice and that of their families is deeply important to us, and we are grateful for each of them, and will continue to mourn their loss. Their names and their bravery will never be forgotten. On February 28th, the President of the United States ordered the Joint Force to execute Operation Epic Fury with the direction to accomplish three distinct military objectives: destroy Iran's ballistic missile and drone capabilities, destroy the Iranian Navy, and destroy their defense industrial base to ensure that Iran cannot reconstitute the ability to project power outside their borders. Over the course of 38 days of major combat operation, the Joint Force achieved the military objectives as defined by the President. We welcome the ongoing ceasefire, and as the Secretary said, we hope that Iran chooses a lasting peace. But as Secretary Hegseth said, let us be clear, a ceasefire is a pause, and the Joint Force remains ready if ordered or called upon to resume combat operations with the same speed and precision as we've demonstrated over the last 38 days, and we hope that that is not the case. I want to congratulate and thank the leadership today at U.S. Central Command, including the Commander Admiral Brad Cooper, the Deputy Commander Lieutenant General Kevin Leahy, the Senior Enlisted Leader Fleet Master Chief Compton, and every one of the component commanders, senior enlisted leaders, and especially the staff down at U.S. Central Command, who does not get called out for any of the credit, but grinds 24/7 to help offer the options that we bring to the Secretary and the President. I also want to highlight the forces in the United States European Command under the command of Alexis Grinkowicz, who protected the western flank in support of CENTCOM. And I want to thank our partners across the intelligence community. Our ability to see and understand what an adversary is doing help us to be as decisive as we must be on the battlefield. And that includes DIA, NSA, NGA, the CIA, and the National Reconnaissance Office, and others. I want to thank the other combatant commands who have thus far contributed along the way to U.S. Central Command. This includes Transcom, Stratcom, Spacecom, SOCOM, and Cybercom, all of whom poured all in support of CENTCOM's efforts. And I want to thank, as the Secretary did, our Gulf partners who fought alongside each and every one of us every day. From the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and Jordan, all who joined us together to defend and protect our people and our assets, and who, if required, stand ready to do so again. And I want to thank my team at the Joint Staff who work literally around the clock in order to help me offer the options that I must with the associated risks to the Secretary and to the President. They are the hardest working people that I know, and I am deeply grateful for their service. Most importantly today, I want to thank America's members of the Joint Force who've poured everything that they can into Operation Epic Fury, and their families who've worked 24 hours a day for 38 days. The Secretary and I could not be more proud of each and every one of you. And we deeply appreciate the support of the American people, who we know always have us in our thoughts and prayers. And we can feel this literally every single day. As the Secretary said, the United States has devastated the regime's ability to harm Americans and our interests for years to come. Since the beginning of major combat operations, the United States Joint Force has struck more than 13,000 targets, including in that 13,000, more than 4,000 dynamic targets that popped up on the battlefield and were immediately addressed, thanks to the exceptional command and control system and intelligence, acumen, and agility of our Joint Force. CENTCOM Force.
All right, Goldie, I'm going to leave now because I'm going to go to the discussion group. So, and I'm going to start there in about 5 minutes. And guys, if you have any questions regarding what's happening, predictions for the future, the revolution by the Iranian people, what the ceasefire means for United States, for the Islamic Republic, for the Iranian people, for the region, come to the discussion group and ask me there. I'll put the link in the chat right now. The link is also pinned on the Atheist Republic channel. It's pinned to the top in case you want to find the link after I'm gone.
What?
And I'll see. Yeah.
Sorry, what's the time frame that you're at so I can pull it up on my end?
Oh, yes. It's 23.
Okay. Perfect.
20,
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. All right, guys, I'll see you. I'm going to be gone, but Goldie will continue here, and I'll be back very soon. Okay? Well, in 2 hours. I'll see you guys soon. Bye, guys.
Bye. Take care. Okay. Guys, Armin's gone. What should we do? Armin's gone. What should we do now? Guys, we can do whatever we want. Armin's gone. I'm joking. All right, we'll continue with this.
States has devastated the regime's ability to harm Americans and our interests for years to come. Since the beginning of major combat operations, the United States Joint Force has struck more than 13,000 targets, including in that 13,000, more than 4,000 dynamic targets that popped up on the battlefield and were immediately addressed, thanks to the exceptional command and control system and intelligence, acumen, and agility of our Joint Force. CENTCOM forces destroyed approximately 80% of Iran's air defense systems, striking more than 1,500 air defense targets, more than 450 ballistic missile storage facilities, 800 one-way attack drones storage facilities. All of these systems are gone. We've devastated Iran's command and control and logistical networks, destroying more than 2,000 command and control nodes and degrading their ability to target U.S. and friendly forces. It is, and we know this, incredibly frustrating right now to be a lower level Iranian commander trying to fight your fight. As the Secretary said, the Iranian Navy now lies mostly at the bottom of the Arabian Gulf, and we assess that we've sunk more than 90% of their regular fleet, including all of the major surface combatants, as the Secretary said. 150 ships are at the bottom of the ocean, and half of the IRGC Navy's small attack boats. Joint fires projected from the land, sea, and air executed more than 700 strikes against naval mine targets, and we had assessed that we destroyed more than 95% of their naval mines. And perhaps most importantly, we've destroyed Iran's defense industrial base, their ability to reconstitute those capabilities for years to come. We attacked, along with our partners, approximately 90% of their weapons factories. Every factory that produced Shahed one-way attack drones was struck. Every factory that produces the guidance systems that go into those drones was struck. Their missile defense industrial base is shattered, with more than 80% of their missile facilities gone, as well as their solid rocket motor production capability. It will take years for Iran to rebuild any major surface combatants, as more than 20 naval production and fabrication facilities have been damaged or destroyed. And nearly 80% of Iran's nuclear industrial base was hit, further degrading their attempts to attain a nuclear weapon. Throughout Operation Epic Fury, our joint force struck at the heart of Iran's ability to project power and threaten the United States and the region. And in order to do this, it required the service and sacrifice of more than 50,000 American warfighters deployed across CENTCOM, EUCOM, and stateside. The joint force flew more than 10,000 missions, including 62 bomber missions, 18 of which flew round trip from the United States to deliver bombs on military targets. Each of these missions was more than 30 hours in duration, and we did that 18 times. No other military in the world can do that. And it's a testament to the logistical force that quietly serves behind them. I cannot thank Transcom and the Air Force Tanker and Mobility Force more. Combined with Army and Navy joint fires, we struck more than 13,000 targets. And along with our Gulf partners, we've thus far intercepted 1,700 ballistic missiles and one-way attack drones, defending our forces and our partners in the civilian population. And we remain ready to do so should the need arise. Along the way, we consume more than 6 million meals, and by my estimate, more than 950,000 gallons of coffee, 2 million energy drinks, and a lot of nicotine, but I am not saying that we have a problem. I've laid out the statistics, but it does not truly capture the nature of combat. This is gritty and unforgiving business. It's chaotic, it's hot, it's dark, it's unpredictable, and there's always unknowns. And our people proudly walked into those unknowns and continue forward. And through it all, the joint force has demonstrated the unwavering resolve that the nation demands of us. We are a mission-focused force, and our objectives always is to create the conditions for peace, and today we have, while be ready should that peace break, which we hope it is not. And we remain ready. Before I turn it back to the Secretary, I also want to quickly revisit the rescue of the Air Force fighter crew over the weekend. To give you an update, we've had, the Secretary and I have had the profound honor of speaking directly with many of the warfighters on that mission, from the downed crew that were picked up to those forces that went and got them. Hearing these stories firsthand has only deepened our appreciation for their tenacity, creativity, courage, and grit of the American Joint Force. This is a story that gets to the very heart and soul of who we are as a joint force, who we are as Americans. Selfless sacrifice in service of others. From the backseater, Dude 44 Bravo, whose pure and unadulterated joy at seeing those helicopters come into the valley to get his front seater in daylight because he knew the front seater did not have a jacket and was so filled with heart-leaping joy at his front seater getting picked up, to the nighttime folks that went in and then got him, to the tanker forces that did the things that they had to do to give their own gas away, to the support packages, to those that went into the desert landing site not once, not twice, but 3 times as we fought through multiple contingencies. This was and is a joint force that has the guts to try, that does not quit, and who each and every day does the things that we must to dare to win. No lives were lost. We succeeded because the joint force is always at the ready. They trust each other, they trust their leaders, and they trust their training. And they remember first, foremost, and always that we do these things so that others may live, and we will never leave anyone behind. The success of Operation Fury thus far, and we hope it remains, culminates with this incredible rescue over the weekend, a direct example of the professionalism and courage of the United States military and our joint force. It's the service members on the front lines, our partners in the region, our teammates in the intelligence community, our civilian leaders in the OSW side of the house, the American workers who build the tools and weapons that we use, and the American people who back us up that help us to go do these things. I stand here humbled today, but frankly not surprised by what the joint force has been able to do. Their performance is fueled by a deep commitment to each other, their mission, and to our country. It is an incredible, deep honor for me to be a part of this joint force, and I'm humbled by the service and sacrifice each and every day that I am lucky enough to see. And finally, as I always do, I ask that we never forget our fallen and their families, especially those 13 fallen from Operation Epic Fury. May we always be worthy of their sacrifice and honor their legacy. And with that, sir, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll take a few questions.
Alexandra Ingersoll, One America News. First of all, thank you to our troops. What role is our military playing in escorting vessels through the Strait of Hormuz at this point? And the president said on Truth Social that the U.S. will be hanging around to make sure everything goes well. Obviously, Mr. Secretary, you just mentioned, we know the scars from hanging around in Iraq for decades. But what does that entail in terms of our military presence at this juncture?
Yeah, we'll be hanging around. We're not going anywhere. We're going to make sure Iran complies with this ceasefire and then ultimately comes to the table and makes a deal. So we'll stay put, stay ready, stay vigilant. As the chairman laid out, our troops are prepared to defend, prepared to go on offense, prepared to restart at a moment's notice with whatever target package would be needed in order to ensure that Iran complies. As far as the Strait, you saw the initial agreement that was struck, which is Iran's letting ships go through. So there'll be that will be happening. They will be sailing. And ultimately, as the president, we've done an incredible job militarily inside the Strait of Hormuz. What Admiral Cooper, I failed to mention Admiral Cooper's name. He's done a phenomenal job along with everybody at AFCENT and ABCENT and ARCENT and all the components down there, laying the groundwork for Iran. Iran doesn't have the same ability to defend it the way they did before. And so as the president has pointed out to the rest of the world, we barely get any of our energy out of the Strait. Just a tiny fraction. It's time for the rest of the world to step up and ensure that that stays open after President Trump and the War Department brought Iran to the place where they are voluntarily opening it right now, as was announced last night. Yes, Jerry.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you both.
I also just want to point out, I was listening to the part where he's saying that we're not planning on leaving. Guys, that's really important, right? That also hints at the fact that this ceasefire probably not going anywhere, right? Probably not going anywhere. So, yeah, that's why the military isn't leaving. And that's really important to recognize and acknowledge as well.
The update, President Trump posted on Truth Social this morning that there has been a very productive regime change in Iran, and that there will be no enrichment of uranium, and the U.S. will work with Iran to dig up and remove the deeply buried nuclear dust. So I just have two questions here. So both you, Mr. Secretary, and the President have referred to a new regime in Iran. So is this not the regime that was at war with us for 47 years? And what do we think of when we're saying that this is a new regime? What are we thinking and what are we saying there? And then my second question is, with any future deal with Iran, is their handing over of all of their enriched uranium and they're promising not to enrich any future uranium a non-negotiable for the U.S.?
Well, it's always been non-negotiable that they won't have nuclear capabilities. And so right now it's buried and we're watching it. We know exactly what they have, and they know that. And they will either give it to us, which the president has laid out. They'll give it to us voluntarily. We'll get it. We'll take it out. Or if we have to do something else ourselves, like we did in Midnight Hammer or something like that, we reserve that opportunity. But what's clear, what the new Iranian regime knows, is they'll never have a nuclear weapon or the capability to get a path to one. As far as the new regime, you heard the list that I read. It's a new group of people who've seen the full capability of the United States military and has a new calculus about what it means to negotiate with us. Hence why they came to the table wanting a ceasefire and the shooting to stop. So this new regime, which the regime has been changed, has a different interaction with the U.S.
So I want to talk about this a little bit, okay? Because I was looking at President Trump's Truth Social post from yesterday. Was it yesterday? It was the day before, maybe. Let me pull this up. Because, in his previous Q&As, President Trump has said, like he's I feel like he's trolling the Islamic regime. He's also trolling the media because he's like, well, the first group of leaders are gone. The second group of leaders are gone. We're on the third one. So, that kind of looks like regime change to me. But here's the thing, and then when he talks about it, he basically calls it like it's a change in the regime, right? So he clarified in one of his Q&As that when he's talking about regime change, he's referring to changes within the regime. But here's where it gets interesting. Let me pull up this Truth Social post. Because there's something he says in there. Oh my gosh, he's posted so many things. You know what? Let me just go to my own X account because I know I shared it there. Let me just go to my profile. I'll pull it up. Where's this post from President Trump? Oh my gosh. Okay. I know I posted this. Where did I put it? Jeez, why can I not find it now? Sorry, guys. Give me one moment. Is it this one? No. 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 Sorry, guys. Give me one moment. Here we go. No, wait. That's not it. Okay. Here we go. I found it. Okay. Sorry, guys. So this is where I think he is being deceptive. Okay. Oh, how do I spell compromisers in Persian? It's sazishgar. Sazishgar. There you go. Sazishkar compromisers. Okay. But guys, so here's where it's interesting, because he's saying, however, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail. So he's not saying that the people there are not radicals. He's acknowledging that the people there are radicals. They're just maybe less radicalized, right? This is where it gets interesting. He says maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? Right? So when I read this to me makes it seem as if there is a difference between regime change versus revolution. So because President Trump has said in past Q&As, in past statements that, when he's speaking about regime change, he's like, well, there's been a change in the regime because we're dealing with new people, right? So I think this is part of President Trump's troll, because I've never heard the sentence, maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Okay, so I think what President Trump is essentially saying is him and his administration are going to be laying the groundwork with this, new regime, quote unquote. And again, remember, the only thing that President Trump is interested in is unconditional surrender. So President Trump is hopeful that this, new regime is going to be more reasonable, and that this new regime is going to agree to terms of surrender. And to people who are saying I'm reading too much into his words, I don't think so, because I pretty much haven't been wrong so far with what President Trump is talking about. And the fact that he's saying maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Like what else could this mean? Like, why is President Trump saying that, if now that we have a total complete regime change with more moderate people, now something revolutionarily wonderful can happen? I mean, if you guys don't see that, I don't know what to tell you, because it just doesn't make sense. Can someone explain to me any other context or scenario where you have heard the phrase revolutionarily wonderful? Because I have never ever heard the phrase revolutionarily wonderful in my life. So I'm just like that stuck out to me, right? That stuck out to me. And I think you have to read between the lines here. He's saying now that there's been total regime change, who knows? Maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? So I think what's happening, this is my theory. I can't give you a timeline, right? Because I don't know the timeline, but my theory is that President Trump and Israel are pretty much paving the way. They're weakening the regime to the point where the Iranian people can rise up, and the Iranian people can do something revolutionarily wonderful. Okay? Yeah, this is exactly it. I agree with you, right? Because President Trump has always said that it's not up to America for regime change. And Israel has said it's not up to Israel for regime change. And you heard King Reza Pahlavi's message today. It's up to the people of Iran to instigate regime change. right? And the only people who can do that are the Iranian people. When they tried to do that 2 months ago, they were brutally massacred because they were unarmed. Now what's happening is President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu are creating the conditions, right? And I think even Pete Hegseth said, we are creating the conditions for peace, right? He's being very vague about that. They're creating the conditions. Okay? And then see at the end, he says 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. So that's how I see this. That's how I see this. Okay. That's how I see that. Oh yeah, the whole the civilization thing that refers to the Islamic regime. I don't know why like everyone's looking for an excuse to attack President Trump. I mean, sure, he could have used better wording, but I mean, this is his message to the IRGC, right? Like President Trump is sending a strong message to the Islamic regime, right? And he makes that very clear because at the end he says 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. So it's really obvious that he's speaking to the Islamic regime when he's talking about civilization. The only criticism I have is that I think he gives the Islamic regime too much credit by calling them a civilization, right? Because they're just like a savage death cult of jihad, but that's fine. So there you go. There's my there's my sort of thoughts on the reason why they're saying regime change, right? Like when they say regime change, I don't think like they're not referring to revolution. They're basically just saying we killed all their leaders and now there's new leaders in there. And the fact that President Trump included the word the phrase revolutionarily wonderful, to me that's like he's hinting that there's a difference. There's a difference, and that he's basically creating the conditions for revolution. To people saying King Reza Pahlavi spoke this morning, yes, we played his video. We'll play it again. We aired his video live when it went live, but I'll do it again after this this press briefing.
Right here.
Mr. Secretary, thank you.
Of course. I was going in front right here.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary and General Kane. Mary Margaret with the Daily Wire. 2 questions. Iran has said that safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible in coordination with Iran's armed forces and, quote, technical limitations. What do you believe that means? And then we've also heard reports that Iran has continued striking targets well into this morning. At what point are we beyond a grace period? Are we giving them a grace period? Is there a miscommunication there? What's going on with that?
What we know is that Iran is going to say a lot of things. A lot of people are going to say a lot of things, claim a lot of things. What has been agreed to, what's been stated, is the strait is open. Our military is watching. I'm sure their military is watching, but commerce will flow. And that's what you saw the markets react to, is that reality. As far as shooting, that we were monitoring it last night in real time. Of course we are. Iran would be wise to find a way to get the carrier pigeon to their troops out in remote locations to know not to shoot any longer one-way attacks or missiles, because this is it takes time sometimes for ceasefires to take hold. We're watching it. We're prepared if necessary, but we hope and believe that it'll hold. Yes.
Thank you, Secretary.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Why are you so rude? Just wait. I'm calling on people.
Thank you, Secretary. Yesterday in the President's Truth Social, he threatened to wipe out a civilization. That statement elicited a huge response in America. If Iran did not come to the table and make a deal yesterday by the deadline, was the president really prepared to wipe out Iran entirely?
Like I said, we had a target set, locked and loaded, of infrastructure, bridges, power plants. Remember, this is a terror regime, the military regime. used all of these things for dual use to fund their military, to fund their terror campaigns. We had a lot of legitimate targets. They knew exactly the scope of what we were capable of. We hit some military targets on Karg, which is a bit of a signal. They can't defend it. And so Iran ultimately understood their ability, their future to produce, to generate power, to fuel their terrorist regime was in our hands, was in President Trump's hands. That's why they came to the table. He ultimately said, we can take it all from you. Your ability to export energy will be taken away. And the United States military has the ability to strike those things with impunity. That type of threat is what brought them to the place where they effectively say, hey, okay, we want to cut this deal. Yes, right here.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman. David Zier, Real America's Voice. During the ceasefire, what do we do when we see Iran rearming, regrouping, repositioning weapon systems and air defenses? And also, have we confirmed the specific model type of air defense or man pads that took down our F-15? And is it still a threat for our patrols?
We're still working through the specific details around that particular shoot down. And the crews, when they normally return, go through a debriefing process along with the other members of that flight that were out there. And they'll go back, as they always do, and forensically look at what are the tactical lessons learned. Did we sense or see something? Could we have done something different? We do that, as I mentioned in a prior press conference, every single time we take any loss like that, so that we become a quick learning organization. On the other part of your question around the movement of Iranian military forces, U.S. CENTCOM will continue to monitor that situation. They will continue to have a series of response options, and if need be, will come to the Secretary and to the President for guidance and be prepared to do the things that they're ordered to do so against valid military targets in accordance with the normal procedures that we have.
I would just note, it's a good question. The more Iran moves forces, the more they emplace forces, the more easily targetable they are for us right now. Remember, we're able to look, we're able to see, we're able to sense. We know so if they try to preposition, they're just creating riper military targets for us to strike should they make the wrong decision at the table. Right here.
Mr. Secretary, Louis Martinez with ABC News. First, a question to General Kane, sir. In your personal opinion, were the risks of the Strait of Hormuz being closed because of the conflict, were they mitigated early enough in part of the decision-making process to lead up to the decision to take action against Iran? And in your opinion, is Iran in control of the Strait of Hormuz? We just heard the Secretary say that Iran is letting them ships through, which would imply that potentially it's not just. The Secretary also said that the U.S. That the strait is open. You did say that, sir. But in your opinion, sir, how can the U.S. ensure safe passage? Mr. Secretary, can you say today that the United States achieved, the administration achieved the military goals that you've constantly delineated? But strategically, is that a victory because of that? And also, you said earlier that the president chose mercy, but you yourself had said 3 weeks ago that we will give no quarter to Iranian troops. How do you correlate those two? And do you think that your comments may have put American troops at risk?
No. I try to be nice up here, but you did listen to what I said, right? I laid out the objectives. We believe we've accomplished them, and it's a historic military victory. And President Trump has the option as the commander-in-chief to compel an adversary to the table, which is precisely what he did. And at the end, he chose to say, you know what, I'd rather talk to you at the table than obliterate your capability to export oil and fund your terror regime. So he did make that choice. That was his choice. He was a president of peace, and he's been willing to make those really tough calls that the American people elected him to do. Nothing we've done, not a single thing we've done. This is a typical, of course, it's ABC. Not a single thing we've done has put an American troop in more of a harm's way. We've only set our troops up to harm Iranian military capabilities, which they've done to devastating fashion. and to great success. Mr. Chairman, you had a part
Louis,
of that
there's a
question.
lot in that question. I'd love to take that offline and answer it, but I'm struggling to find exactly what your question was, and that's probably me, not you. Okay, all right. Sorry about
Mr.
that.
Chairman, it was an indictment framed as a question, so you're forgiven for not understanding. Go ahead, please. No, you've had your chance. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much.
I believe so, based on the
Thank you very
diplomatic
much, Mr.
negotiation. So
Secretary.
I believe so.
It is
I
always
believe
nice
so.
to see you.
Sorry.
Mr. Kurd or Rahim Rashidi from Kurdistan. I'm representative Kurdistan TV and Kurdistan 24 today. I have two questions. Mr. Secretary, will your forces stay in the region and continue to defend and protect your allies and take the responsibility for their security? Second question is, as you mentioned many times, that you have full control of Iran airspace. Do you still have this control or not?
Well, thank you for the question.
I
The
want to know
chairman
where our
mentioned the
guns
UAE
are.
and Bahrain and Qatar,
Yeah,
Saudi
where are our
Arabia, Kuwait, who have fought shoulder to shoulder with us, especially in defense of our facilities, of our people, of their facilities, and we appreciate that. So that coordination, of course, will continue. And then when it comes to the skies over Iran, I would point to Exhibit A and Exhibit B, 7 hours in the day, 7 hours at night. If any foreign adversary had attempted to do the same over our soil, they would have no ability to do so. Will they have a system here or there? Maybe. Do they have a network, a system that's capable of defending their skies? No, they don't. It's, as the chairman laid out, that's been dismantled, degraded, and destroyed. So it's a slight distinction, but an important one. Yes, right here. Go ahead.
General George in the middle of a war.
Excuse me. You got a question? Go ahead. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Two questions actually for you. So during this time, is the president are you still encouraging civilians to rise up against the regime, or are they satisfied with this new regime change, or is this two-week period to kind of see where that leads? Also, talk about the enriched uranium going in there. Would that require special forces or other military, our service members? Who would be basically going in there and trusted to going in there to get that uranium out?
Mm-hmm. Again, on the uranium, we're watching it. We know what they have, and they will give it up, and we'll get it, and we'll take it. If we have to, we can do it in any means necessary. So that's something the president is going to solve for. We already have Midnight Hammer with the place we put them in, and the reason it's in the situation where it is. The second one was about the people. Listen, I would love to see the Iranian people take advantage of this opportunity. They have been oppressed by the previous regime.
Boom! I would love to see the Iranian people take advantage of this opportunity, right? So basically, laying the groundwork, taking advantage of this opportunity.
And they'll have a new opportunity with this regime. Oppressed. Listen, I would love to see the Iranian.
Right? So, look, guys, he basically just said it. He said, I would love to see them have an opportunity. Like, I would love to see the Iranian people take advantage of this opportunity, right? So he says they had an opportunity with the old regime. Unfortunately, Iranians weren't successful because we were mass slaughtered. And then he says, now they will have another opportunity with this new regime, right? Listen.
People take advantage of this opportunity. That's something the president is going to solve for. We already have Midnight Hammer with the place we put them in, and the reason it's in the situation where it is. The second one was about the people. Listen, I would love to see the Iranian people take advantage of this opportunity. They have been oppressed by the previous regime, and they'll have a new opportunity with this regime. That remains to be seen. That was not our objective in this effort.
So he's saying they're going to have a new opportunity. They're going to have another opportunity with this new regime, right? What opportunity is he speaking about? The opportunity that he's speaking about is revolution. So they had an opportunity with the old regime. Now they're going to have an opportunity with the new regime. And yeah, he said it's not a U.S. goal. Obviously, revolution is not a goal of the U.S. because it's not up to the United States to do revolution. It's up to the Iranian people. It's up to the Iranian people to do the revolution. Like, of course it's not up to the United States. Guys, like, I mean, the armchair experts, like, you really need to educate yourselves a little bit more. Like, we've been speaking about this for the last 2 months. It's not the responsibility of the United States to instigate revolution. It's the responsibility of the Iranian people.
But they're brave people. Horrible things have been done to them by the previous regime. Tens of thousands targeted and killed and assassinated in a way the government never should. And we wish them the best. Absolutely. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
There you go. So Pete Hegseth basically just confirmed that the Iranian people are going to have an opportunity for revolution under this new regime. Remember, like I told you, they're making a distinction between regime and revolution.
And they will give it up, and we'll get it, and we'll take it. If we have to, we can do it in any means necessary. So that's something the president is going to solve for. We already have with Midnight Hammer, with the place we put them in, and the reason it's in the situation where it is. The second one was about the people. Listen, I would love to see the Iranian people take advantage of this opportunity. They have been oppressed by the previous regime, and they'll have a new opportunity with this regime. That remains to be seen. That was not our objective in this effort, but they're brave people. Horrible things have been done to them by the previous regime. Tens of thousands targeted and killed and assassinated in a way the government never should. And we wish them the best. Absolutely. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, so there you go. All right, I want to play Morad Vaisi. So remember Morad Vaisi? And I think someone said Tusi's going live soon. Let me just see here. Okay. You guys know Morad Vaisi. He's my favorite analyst, although he only speaks in Persian. So there are auto-generated subtitles, so you guys can follow along in English. Guys, I unfortunately for this one, I won't be able to translate it for you line by line. But you can follow along with the YouTube generated subtitles, the English language, because he gives a very good perspective and analysis on the whole ceasefire situation as well, which I think would be very important and helpful for all of you to see. So you can get sort of like the Iranian analyst. Captions. Auto-generated English language captions.
درود بر شما. بعد از ظهر چهارشنبه 19 فروردین 2585 در ایران و صبح 8 آوریل 2026 در شرق آمریکا. آخرین تحولات مربوط به برقراری آتشبس موقت 2 هفته‌ای رو در بین آمریکا، اسرائیل و جمهوری اسلامی براتون میخوام بگم و اینی که هیئت‌های مذاکره کننده دو کشور چه افرادی اونها رو رهبری میکنن، آخرین وضعیت تنگه هرمز چیه، آخرین وضعیت درگیری‌ها چیه و نظر مردم ایران تا اینجایی که ما پیام‌هاشون رو دریافت میکنیم چیه. چون اینترنت هنوز به طور کامل باز نشده، ببینیم آیا جمهوری اسلامی بعد از 40 روز که اینترنت رو بر روی مردم ایران بسته بود و صدای مردم ایران بسته بود، آیا الان دیگه بهانه‌ای داره برای اینی که صدای مردم رو ببنده یا نه؟ این تحولات رو همراه با اخبار بیشتری خدمتتون میگم. جی دی ونس، معاون ترامپ که رئیس هیئت آمریکایی خواهد بود در مذاکرات، گفته که آتشبس شکننده است و تحولات هم نشون میده که آتشبس شکننده است. کویتی ها امروز اعلام کردن که به تأسیسات نفتیشون بعد از آتشبس حمله شده. گفتن که جمهوری اسلامی و نیابتی هاش به خصومت هاشون پایان بدن. اشاره داره به حمله روز گذشته به کنسولگری کویت در بصره کنسولگری کویت در بصره از سفارتش در بغداد حتی مهمتره، به این دلیل که نزدیکترین شهر به کویت هست و بین صفوان تا بصره خیلی فاصله نیست. نیابتی‌های جمهوری اسلامی حمله کرده بودن به کنسولگری و الان هم هنوز داره پهپاد حمله میشه به کویت. امروز بعد از آتش‌بس هم حمله شد. کویتی‌ها گفتن که جمهوری اسلامی و نیابتیاش به این پایان بدن. از اون طرف در جزیره لاوان یک حمله شده به تأسیسات نفتی لاوان جمهوری اسلامی که اینو جلوتر بهش میرسم برمیگردم و توضیح میدم درگیریایی که بعد از آتش‌بس بوده. به هر حال جدی ونس معاون ترامپ گفته که آتش‌بس شکننده است و ما میخوایم که اونطور که ترامپ بهمون گفته با حسن نیت در مذاکرات حاضر بشیم، ببینیم چی میشه. غیر از کویتی‌ها که گفتن که جمهوری اسلامی آتش‌بس شده، خودشون نیابتیاش حملات رو متوقف کنن، امروز به تأسیسات نفتی، نیروگاه‌های برق و تأسیسات آب شیرین کن حمله شد در کویت. اماراتی‌ها هم گفتن ما در حال مقابله با حملات موشکی هستیم، تهدیدات موشکی هستیم. جمهوری اسلامی از امارات خیلی عقده داشت در این جنگ، با وجودی که به لحاظ نظامی قطر مهمتر بود، بحرین هم مهمتر بود. قطر مرکز سنتکام فرماندهی نظامی ارشد آمریکاست که این جنگ رو اداره کرد. منطقاً باید حملات به اونجا بیشتر می‌بود. یا منامه مقر ناوگان پنجم، حملات به اونجا باید بیشتر میشد، ولی حملات جمهوری اسلامی به امارات و دبی بیشتر بود. من خودم فرضم بر اینه که جمهوری اسلامی نسبت به امارات عقده داشت که چرا امارات اینقدر موفقه و در چشم مردم ایران خوب جلوه میکنه و مردم از جمهوری اسلامی فرار میکنن، به دبی پناه میبرن. یه دلیل دیگهش این بود که اماراتی‌ها در بین کشور منطقه بیشترین روابط رو با اسرائیل دارن و نزدیکترین روابط رو با اسرائیل دارن و جمهوری اسلامی از این هم عصبانی بود. به هر حال کویتی‌ها گفتن از 8 صبح به وقت محلی داریم حمله دفع می‌کنیم. اردن هم گفت 2 تا موشک به سمت ما بعد از آتش‌بس شلیک شده که داریم اونا رو رهگیری می‌کنیم. متقابلا همونطور که عرض کردم یه تهاجم شده به تأسیسات نفتی لاوان 10 صبح چهارشنبه 19 فروردین، یعنی بعد از آتش‌بس، 6 ساعت بعد از آتش‌بس. تأسیسات نفتی لاوان دومین تأسیسات نفتی مهم بعد از خارکه برای صادرات نفت. جمهوری اسلامی از 4 جا صادرات نفت میکنه، 2 جا بعد از آتش‌بس مورد حمله قرار گرفته، یعنی هم لاوان هم سیری در نزدیکی ابو موسی. جمهوری اسلامی از خارک، از لاوان، از سیری و بندر جاس در دریای عمان صادر میکنه نفت. به 2 تا از این تأسیسات امروز حمله شد و جالب، لاوان در جریان جنگی که 40 روز ادامه داشت به لاوان خیلی حمله نشده بود، ولی بعد از آتش‌بس به لاوان حمله شد. در سیری هم که حمله نمیشد به سیری، بعد از آتش‌بس یه حمله به سیری ثبت شده. حملات رو در درون جمهوری اسلامی میشه حدس زد چه کسایی هدایت میکنن، ولی حملات متقابل معلوم نیست. کشور عربی دارن به جنگ ادامه میدن در بعضی از موارد، یا اسرائیل یا آمریکا. در درون جمهوری اسلامی حملاتی که میکنن هم میتونه حملات سازمان یافته باشه، یعنی در سطوح بالا بگن به رغم اینکه آتش بس شده باز یه جاهایی رو بزنید. جمهوری اسلامی در جنگ‌های قبلی هم یک مسئله براش مهم بوده به لحاظ تبلیغاتی و اون اینه که میگه ضربه آخر رو من میزنم، موج آخر حمله رو من انجام میدم. میگه شما به من حمله میکنید، منم موج آخر حمله رو انجام میدم، حتی بعد از آتش بس. بعد از جنگ 12 روز هم همینطور بود. بعد از جنگ 12 روزه جمهوری اسلامی شروع کرد به حمله کردن. بعد گفتن که ما ساعتی که عراق چی گفته، اینی که ساعت آمریکا باشه، اروپا باشه یا ایران باشه، به خاطر اون بوده که ما بعدش شلیک کردیم. و کلی هم اومد روش تبلیغات کرد. فرمانده‌های سپاه اومدن صحبت کردن، روی این تبلیغات کردن که ما حمله آخر ما انجام دادیم. الان هم به نظر میاد در سطح بالای سپاه بر اساس همین تفکر حملات به کویت، امارات و اردن رو انجام دادن. ولی میتونه ناشی از اینم باشه که اینا آتش به اختیار دادن، بعضی از واحدها با آتش به اختیار هنوز شلیک میکنن و بعضی از واحدها ممکنه قبول نداشته باشن. این احتمال هم وجود داره که در درون سپاه بعضی از واحدها آتش بس رو قبول نداشته باشن. چون همین امروزش هم حسین شریعت مداری مدیر کیهان اومد گفت این هدیه چند جانبه به آمریکا و اسرائیل که چرا آتش بس کردید. از این زوایا میشه این ادامه شلیکا رو دید. در طرف مقابل اینی که اسرائیل اعلام کرده ما هنوز اهداف زیادی داریم برای بمباران، میتونه بعضی از بمباران‌ها کار اسرائیل باشه، میتونه بعضی از بمباران‌ها کار آمریکا باشه که آمریکا بگه ما به رغم آتش بس رو پذیرفتیم ولی یه جاهای مهم بوده در لاوان و سیری باید میزدیم و زدن. و میتونه از طرف کشور همسایه هم باشه که بگن حالا آمریکا ول کرده ولی ما چون بهمون حمله شده ما جواب میدیم. باید ببینیم کدومی که از اینها انجام شده. همزمان با این آتش بس استارمر نخست وزیر بریتانیا راهی خلیج فارس شده که به کشور حوزه شورای همکاری خلیج فارس بگه که ما پشت سر شماییم. موضعی که بریتانیا گرفت در جریان جنگ به نظرم هم مردم ایران به شدت ازش ناراضی‌اند، هم ترامپ به شدت ازش ناراضیه. ترامپ اعلام کرد که خب اینا قرار بود بیان کمک ما نیومدن، گو اون زیردریایی هم که فرستاده بودن خیلی کاری نکرد. جیدی ونس هم پیتگزت وزیر جنگ آمریکا گفت که این نیرو دریایی سلطنتی کجاست، اشارش به بریتانیا بود. مردم ایران هم از سیاست بریتانیا راضی نیستن. کشورهای عضو اتحادیه اروپا سپاه رو در فهرست تروریستی گذاشتن ولی بریتانیا سپاه رو در فهرست تروریستی نگذاشت و در جریان این جنگ هم اعلام کردن، گفتن این جنگ ما نیست، ما در کنار آمریکا و اسرائیل قرار نمیگیریم. بنابراین اکثریت مردم ایران این موضوع رو که بریتانیا در مقابل جمهوری اسلامی قرار نگرفت خیلی دوست ندارن این و مردم این مواضع رو یادشون نمیره. این نکته مهمیه. مخصوصا مثلا اتحادیه اروپا، فرانسه، مکرون که میگفتن جنگ ما نیست و ما نمیاییم و نمیدونم سرنگونی اینجوری باید باشه اونجوری باشه، برای مردم ایران تعیین تکلیف میکردن. این مردم ایران یادشون نمیره اینجور چیزها رو. در لبنان نبی بری رئیس مجلس که به حزب الله و جمهوری اسلامی هم نزدیکه گفته لبنان بخشی از توافقه، ولی اسرائیل نتانیاهو گفته بود نه ما به حملاتمون به حزب الله ادامه میدیم. نبی بری زنگ زده به شهباز شریف نخست وزیر پاکستان که لبنان هم باید بخشی از توافق باشه. بعد از توافق حریم هوایی عراق بازگشایی شد و عبور کشتی ها از تنگه هرمز شروع شد و قیمت نفت هم اومد زیر $100. عمان اعلام کرده برخلاف این چیزی که جمهوری اسلامی میگه که ما برای عبور کشتی ها پول میگیریم، گفته نه، گفته قراردادها قبلا امضا شده و برای عبور کشتی ها فعلا پولی گرفته نمیشه. گفته که باید ببینیم بین آمریکا و جمهوری اسلامی مسئله چی میشه که قضیه عبور کشتی ها و اینی که پول بگیریم پول نگیریم هم این جزء ابهام بعداً برطرفشه. چند روز پیش جمهوری اسلامی گفت یک توافقی با عمان کرده، بعد جمهوری اسلامی اومد گفت که ما $2 میلیون که میگیریم یا پولی که از کشتی‌ها میگیریم با عمان تقسیم میکنیم. عمان ولی الان اومده گفته که کشتی‌ها بدون پول دارن رد میشن. اینی که کشتی‌ها دارن رد میشن فشار بین‌المللی روی بازار نفت و گاز رو کاهش میده. باعث میشه اون بحرانی که بعد از ناامن شدن تنگه هرمز توسط جمهوری اسلامی به وجود اومده بود تا حد زیادی فروکش کنه. جلوتر عرض میکنم این یکی از اهداف ترامپ، شاید حتی مهمترین هدفش از آتش بسه، که این فشار شدیدی رو که بر بازار جهانی بود این رو از بین ببره. این کاری که ترامپ کرد مثل این میمونه که بعضی موقع هست مثلا پا زخمی میشه ورم میکنه یه نیشتر میزنن اون فشار خارج میشه. الان یه فشار شدیدی بر بازار نفت بود. تعداد زیادی نفتکش و کشتی در خلیج فارس گیر کرده بودن و قیمت نفت و گاز رفته بود بالا. ترامپ با این آتش بس 2 هفته‌ای فرصت داد که این کشتی‌ها بیان تو بازار و به لحاظ روانی هم این آتش بس کمک میکنه که قیمت نفت و گاز کنترل بشه، ضمن اینه که کشورها ذخایرشون رو پر میکنن تو این 2 هفته دیگه. تو این 2 هفته استفاده میکنن برای پر کردن ذخایرشون. سپاه یه بیانیه داده، گفته که در آخرین موج حملاتمون به 25 هدف حمله کردیم. همونی که عرض کردم. اینا میخوان بگن ما آخرین حملات رو انجام دادیم. یه تو این بیانیه‌اش هم گفته که ما اعتمادی به آمریکا نداریم و دستمون هم رو ماشه است. محسن رضایی هم اینو گفته. ترامپ اومده گفته که آتش بس موقت، پیروزی کامله و روز بزرگی برای صلح و مسئله اورانیوم به طور کامل حل و فصل میشه. من اعتقادم اینه که ترامپ داره از این فرصت استفاده میکنه که بگه من به دیپلماسی فرصت دادم که جمهوری اسلامی تسلیم بشه، بیاد غنیسازی اورانیوم رو بذاره کنار، موشکی رو بذاره کنار، نیابتی رو بذاره کنار، اورانیوم ها رو تحویل بده، تنگه هرمز هم باز کنه. اگر جمهوری اسلامی اینا رو پذیرفت، خود ترامپ از قبل از جنگ 12 روزه هم دنبال این بوده که جمهوری اسلامی اینا رو بپذیره. علتی که جنگ 12 روزه شروع شد اینه که جمهوری اسلامی اینا رو نپذیرفت. خیلی از فرماندهاش کشته شدن. بعد نپذیرفت اینها رو، تحریم‌های بین‌المللی برگشت علیه تحریم‌های سازمان ملل، مکانیزم ماشه برگشت. اینا رو نپذیرفت، در مذاکرات بعدی و جنگ اخیر علیه شروع شد. منطقاً ترامپ فشار میاره که همه اینها رو جمهوری اسلامی بپذیره. غیر از اینی که در گذشته موضع آمریکا هم همین بوده و آمریکا از اینا عقب نخواهد اومد احتمالاً، الان کشورهای عربی و اسرائیل در مورد موشکی به نظرم پیگیرتر از هسته‌ای خواهند بود. الان کشورهای عربی دیدن که جمهوری اسلامی با موشک و پهپاد حمله میکنه. من معتقدم در هر مذاکراتی با جمهوری اسلامی موشک از هسته‌ای الان مهمتر خواهد بود و پهپاد رو هم به مذاکرات اضافه میکنه و کشورهای عربی روی این اصرار میکنن. یک مشکلی که جمهوری اسلامی در این جنگ برای خودش درست کرد نسبت به 40 روز پیش، تا 40 روز پیش این کشورهای عضو شورای همکاری خلیج فارس میگفتن جمهوری اسلامی یه دیوونه‌ایه که با دنیا سر شاخ دعوا داره میکنه و ما ازش استفاده میکنیم. اینی که جمهوری اسلامی تحت تحریمه، ما این رو استفاده میکنیم که دبی رونق بیشتری بگیره. اینی که نظام بانکی جمهوری اسلامی تحت فشاره، ما استفاده میکنیم که بانک‌های منطقه سودشو ببرن. اینی که جمهوری اسلامی تحت تحریم میخواد تحریم‌ها رو دور بزنه، ما در رونق اقتصادمون سودشو میبریم. اینی که جمهوری اسلامی در تحریمه، من قطر استفاده میکنم، گاز بیشتری تولید میکنم، اون نمیتونه گاز از پارس جنوبی برداره، به نفع من قطر. ولی 40 روز حمله مداوم موشکی و پهپادی جمهوری اسلامی به این کشورها رو به دشمن جمهوری اسلامی تبدیل کرد. این یکی از شکست‌های بزرگ جمهوری اسلامی در این جنگ. الان جمهوری اسلامی هم با رابطش با همسایه‌های جنوبیش رابطه خصمانه است، رابطه جنگیه، رابطه دشمنیه. اونا دیدن که امنیت ملیشون از طرف جمهوری اسلامی به خطر افتاده. دیگه مثل 40 روز قبل برای جمهوری اسلامی میانجیگری نمی‌کنن. دیگه مثل 40 روز قبل مماشات نمی‌کنن با جمهوری اسلامی. امارات اعلام کرده، گفته هر آتش بسی اگر شد، بعدش باید قضیه هسته‌ای و موشکی و نیابتی و این حملات پهپادی و موشکی به ما تعیین تکلیف بشه. گفته تهدید جمهوری اسلامی باید دائمی برطرف شه و ترامپ کسی نیست که بخواد حرفای امارات، عربستان و قطر رو زمین بذاره و گوش نکنه. هر کدوم از اینا بیش از 1 تریلیون دلار قول دادن به ترامپ که در آمریکا سرمایه گذاری کنن. منطقاً توی این شرایط ترامپ حرفشون رو گوش میکنه. و بحث موشکی و پهپادی رو که کشور منطقه میخوان سفت و محکم میکنه. حتی اگر اون توافق هم به دست بیاد و حتی اگر حملات موشکی و پهپادی هم به خواست کشور عربی محکم توی قرارداد بسته بشه، دیگه رابطه جمهوری اسلامی با این کشورها رابطه قبل نمیشه. اینا دیگه تبدیل به دشمن جمهوری اسلامی شدن. تا 40 روز پیش دبی یه جاهی بود برای دور زدن تحریم‌های جمهوری اسلامی. جمهوری اسلامی میرفت از صرافی‌های اونجا استفاده میکرد، دلار گیر می آورد. از صرافی‌های اونجا استفاده میکرد برای پرداخت اون پولهایی که در طریق نظام بانکی خودش نمیتونست پرداخت کنه چون تحت تحریم بود. شرکت‌های پوششی سپاه در امارات بودن. تمام اینا از بین رفت و حالا یه فشار شدید اقتصادی از ناحیه این کشورها به جمهوری اسلامی وارد خواهد شد. این کشورها دیگه برای جمهوری اسلامی نقش صادرات مجدد رو نخواهند داشت. بهش دیگه کمک نمی‌کنن که تحریم‌ها رو دور بزنه. این یه ضربه بسیار بسیار بزرگی به جمهوری اسلامی وارد خواهد کرد. من جلوتر عرض میکنم به لحاظ اقتصادی هم غیر از اینی که حالا دیگه دبی و اینها جایی نیستن برای دور زدن تحریما، به لحاظ اقتصادی ظرف 40 روز جنگ بسیاری از مطالبات مردم جمع شده. جنگ بود، میگفتن جنگ، مطالبات اقتصادی رو جواب نمیدادن. ولی الان تمام اون مطالباتی که 40 روز گذشته بوده به علاوه مطالبات بیشتری که مردم دارن به لحاظ اقتصادی، آوار خواهد شد سر دولت پزشکی ها. اونم در شرایطی که خیلی از زیرساخت هایی که باهاش میخواستن کار رو ادامه بدن جمهوری اسلامی از بین رفته. جمهوری اسلامی وارث یه اقتصاد جنگیه که همین جوریش هم بحران زده بود. الان بحرانش بیشتر خواهد شد. جلوتر اینها رو توضیح میدم. به هر حال روز جمعه 2 روز دیگه مذاکرات مربوط به آتش‌بس در اسلام آباد پایتخت پاکستان شروع خواهد شد. سرپرست هیئت آمریکایی جی ونس معاون دونالد ترامپ. البته استیو ویتکاف و جرد کوشنر که قبلا مذاکره می‌کردن اونام هستن. ایسنا اعلام کرده که سرپرست تیم مذاکره کننده جمهوری اسلامی قالیبافه. حتما عراقچی هم خواهد بود. ولی خبرگزاری تسنیم که وابسته به سپاس گفته هنوز معلوم نیست چه کسی سرپرست تیم مذاکراتی. اگر آمریکا ونس رو بفرسته، جمهوری اسلامی هم قالیباف رو بفرسته، نشون میده که سطح مذاکرات رو میخوان ببرن بالاتر. مسئله رو آمریکا میخواد سریعتر حلش بکنه. پیغام و پسخام دیگه نباشه. و برای پاکستانی ها یه فرصتیه این مذاکرات که به لحاظ دیپلماسی و میانجیگری خودی نشون بدن.
Yeah, except that didn't happen. So when he says this is an opportunity for the Pakistanis to show their diplomacy and, you know, like how they can mediate these things, the Prime Minister of Pakistan is basically lying, right? Because he put out a post saying that the United States has agreed that Lebanon is part of the ceasefire, and it's not. So Pakistan already messed up their own international reputation on that.
مذاکرات موفق باشه، برای شهباز شریف نخست وزیر پاکستان اعتباریه، برای آسم منیر فرمانده ارتش پاکستان اعتباریه. ولی ببینیم چی میشه. ونس گفته آتش بس شکننده است. جمهوری اسلامی هم بعید از اون شرایط خودش عقب بیاد، آمریکا هم بعید از شرایط خودش عقب بیاد. خیلی شرایط دشواری داره. اما تو این فرصت 2 هفته‌ای چه نفعی داره این آتش بس برای آمریکایی‌ها؟ آمریکا فرصت میکنه با توجه به اینی که بازار نفت و گاز فشار روش کم میشه، تنگه هرمز باز میشه، فرصت پیدا میکنه بازار نفت و گاز رو که فشاری بر آمریکا شده بود اینو کنترل مدیریت بکنه. و اگر بعد مذاکرات آتش بس به جایی نرسید، از یه موضع بالاتر و بهتر در مقابل جمهوری اسلامی جنگ رو دوباره شروع میکنه. در اون شرایط آمریکا برندش میشه، چون جمهوری اسلامی کارت تنگه هرمز رو از دست داد. موقعی که باز بشه دوباره ریست میشه، صفر میشه. در حالی که جنگ موقعی که ادامه داشت بازار همینجور قیمت میرفت بالا. در این 2 هفته چون بازار کنترل خواهد شد، اگر مذاکرات به جایی نرسه، آمریکایی‌ها از موقعیت بهتری در مورد بازار نفت و گاز جنگ رو دوباره از سر خواهند گرفت. این یه نکتهش. نکته دیگه اینی که 2 هفته آتش بس با آمریکایی‌ها اجازه میده که ناو هواپیمابر جورج بوششون به منطقه برسه، ناو هواپیمابر یو اس اس باکسر هم با تفنگداراش به منطقه برسه. هنوز اعلام نکردن که اینها متوقف میشه و نمیان. به احتمال زیاد همینجوری ادامه خواهند اومد. هم ناو هواپیمابر جورج بوش، هم ناو هواپیمابر یو اس اس باکسر که کوچیک‌تر با تفنگدارا. از مهلت 2 هفته‌ای آتش بس استفاده میکنن که این تجهیزات جدید و نیروهای جدید به منطقه برسن که اگر خواستن حمله دریایی شروع بکنن در موقعیت بهتری باشن. این 2 تا. سوم اینه که به آمریکا و متحدینش فرصت میده این 2 هفته ذخایر سامانه‌های پدافندیشون رو پر کنن. سامانه‌های پدافندی به دلیل 40 روز که جنگ بود تحت فشار بودن، ذخایر موشکیشون. این 2 هفته آتش بس بهشون فرصت میده که ذخایر پدافندی رو پر بکنن. اینم از این. 4مین نکته‌ای که برای آمریکایی‌ها مهمه اینی که آمریکا میتونه بگه که من 2 هفته آتش بس موقت دادم، نیروگاه‌ها رو نزدم، پل‌ها رو نزدم، پالایشگاه رو نزدم، 2 هفته فرصت دادم به دیپلماسی که جمهوری اسلامی دیپلماسی رو بپذیره و اگر نپذیرفت اون موقع آمریکایی‌ها در شرایطی هستن که بمباران‌های سنگین‌تر رو توجیه بین‌المللی براش دارن. چون الان که می‌خواستن به نیروگاه‌ها و پل‌ها حمله کنن یه فشاری روشون بود که این کار نکنه. آمریکا الان که 2 هفته آتش بس داده میتونه در این 2 هفته آتش بس اگر آتش بس به توافق منجر نشد بگه که من بهشون فرصت دادم خودشون قبول نکردن. خود آتش بس هم در این 2 هفته چون شکننده است 3 تا سرنوشت میتونه پیدا کنه. یکی اینی که به دلیل این درگیری‌های پراکنده ادامه پیدا نکنه اصلا 2 هفته، چند روز دیگه جنگ دوباره از سر گرفته بشه، یا اصلا اینی که مذاکرات به جایی نرسه و جنگ از سر گرفته بشه. این احتمال وجود داره. یه احتمال اینه که نه برن به سمت توافق و بعد 2 هفته توافق کنن. یه احتمال دیگه وجود داره که بیشتر از 2 هفته آتش بس طول بکشه چون مذاکراتشون طول بکشه. نکته مهمی که این وسط باید بهش توجه کرد اینه که جنگ هنوز تموم نشده.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and we come to you guys with some breaking news coming from the conflict in the Middle East. As you can tell, we're not actually in our normal home studio. We come to you guys live from the occupied city of Paris for the next couple of days. It happens to be my wife's birthday week. Apparently, we do birthday weeks these days. Birth weeks? Is that a thing? So we're going to continue our live coverage, of course, from the situation in Iran. The ceasefire is getting extremely heated. Pun intended. We're going to give you guys the latest updates. First, we're going to talk about what happened. So the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps have now broken their ceasefire in less than 24 hours. And this isn't about what they did last night. We, of course, gave you guys the live coverage from the moment the ceasefire started. And for the first 10 minutes, half an hour, we did have some missiles and drones. But today, more and more. But it doesn't stop here. The hardliners of the IRGC are now attacking the rest of the regime leadership for actually even agreeing to the ceasefire in the first place. They are now refusing to even begin the negotiations, which should technically start on Friday, the 10th of April. For now, the IRGC says we are not going to talk because the Israelis are hitting our IRGC Hezbollah wing in Lebanon. And of course, based on that, the Israeli Defense Forces have retaliated and continue to hit the Hezbollah positions in the south of Lebanon. All right, so all this is going to be a part of our live report. and we're going to get your reaction. First things first, let's go to the attacks from the IRGC towards not just Israel, but also the Arab states. We had this from Kuwait. Over the last 10 hours, the Kuwaiti armed forces have been dealing with a huge number of attacks involving over 40 suicide drones from Iran. The drones, part of their Shahid drone program, have been targeting the Kuwaiti civilians and the infrastructure. According to the AFP, that includes oil facilities in Kuwait, power plants, water treatment infrastructure, and residential areas. And as we speak, I literally also just spoke to my father, who is in Tehran, and the strikes have once again started in the capital of Iran. Let's go to the first video, which is obviously very dark, so it's mostly sound of explosions. Here we go. Meanwhile, we also have an update from the Emiratis. The United Arab Emirates, the Ministry of Defense, has now has been issuing a number of alerts throughout the day, confirming that their air defense systems are responding to missile threats coming from Iran, saying that our systems are currently responding to a missile threat. Please remain in a safe location and follow official channels for warnings and updates. Do not approach, touch, or photograph any fragments or objects that have fallen as a result of successful air interceptions, and allow the relevant authorities to assess the situation. Now, do not take photographs. That obviously applies to a lot of people in Dubai who continue to take selfies with these drone attacks and missiles. I'm not really sure what they're thinking, but that continues to happen. There seems to be a bit of a trend on Instagram and TikTok. Meanwhile, the Israeli Defense Forces have also launched an attack on an oil refinery in Iran. This is actually in one of the islands, one of the controversial islands near the Persian Gulf. I believe this is the Lavan island. The strikes hit the oil refinery. Watch this. Also, as I said, obviously this ceasefire is extremely heated, and over the last hour or so, we have now received confirmation from the IRGC media that the Strait of Hormuz is once again closed. So it was open for about 6 hours, 9 hours, probably 9 hours. They have now officially closed the Strait of Hormuz. Ceasefire day one of ceasefire, going absolutely normal. As I did mention on social media earlier, I said this ceasefire is becoming even more ridiculous and hilarious than when the Pakistanis somehow declared victory after getting hammered by the Indian army within hours. They were running around dancing, saying, "We just destroyed India. Great." But actually, they didn't, because they were the ones getting hammered, and not in a good way. All right, so let's go back to the Israeli Defense Forces as they continued their strikes on the IRGC Hezbollah wing. A number of positions in the south were destroyed. This is the find out part of F around and find out. Now they're finding out.
هلا مباشر جسر الأسنية بب فاعل شيء بالسيارة فاعل شيء بالسيارة.
That was another targeted attack, which means another one bites the dust. So one of the reasons that they have said they are now once again closing the Strait of Hormuz, they are, by the way, there are currently vessels as we speak crossing the Strait of Hormuz, and they're a little bit stuck. So they've been told, some of you just go past it anyway, the others go backwards. It's a little bit of a confusing situation. So they are now attempting to close. They've announced that it is now, going forward, is closed, but it's still technically open. When they say it's closed, it's the same as last week and 2 weeks ago. They kept saying the Strait of Hormuz is closed. It's not closed. You can't actually close it because you don't have enough IRGC and naval assets to actually block it. The way they close it or announce that they close it is basically by saying, if you cross it without our permission, we're going to launch rockets and drones at you. Some of the vessels just went through it anyway. The others were terrified and did some bribery with the IRGC. Part of the reason is because they are saying, the IRGC are saying, we agreed to something else and President Trump agreed to a completely different package. It's fascinating, right? And I'm gonna go through some of the more detailed part of the so-called ceasefire points and negotiation points. No, there have been no points of a deal. Last night, the IRGC announced, we got these bullet points. This is what President Trump has agreed to. Nobody has agreed to anything. These are the points to be negotiated on from Friday. And then you could see if you can agree. But the points are very different. The Americans have a different list. The IRGC have a different list. The IRGC have 2 or 3 different lists because nobody knows who's exactly negotiating. So they are saying, we didn't agree to having the Israeli Defense Forces continue to attack Hezbollah. If the Israelis continue to attack Hezbollah, we're going to close the Strait of Hormuz, which they've now declared, and we're not going to enter the negotiations on Friday. Everything goes back to their stepchildren in Lebanon, Hezbollah. Now, meanwhile, the Israeli Defense Forces, their reaction to this was, oh, you want us to stop hitting Hezbollah? Well, in that case, we're going to continue to hit Hezbollah. Watch this. What did you expect? It continues. I guess that one. Let me. There is that. There we go. Look at that. I'm just going to quickly go to a situation with this ceasefire. Okay. Now, there's a bit of a situation because this idiot, the spokesperson for the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, who's been subject to a lot of memes over the last few days, he actually now doesn't know what to say because earlier this morning he said, yes, we have defeated the Americans. They've agreed to our 10-point plan. And then he now says that the Americans have not agreed to our plans. Like, okay, which one is it? Who's calling the shots right now? Literally, just give me one person. You can't just have multiple people doing this. And as we speak tonight, there is a massive infighting, not just behind the scenes when it comes to the Islamic regime in Iran. It's happening on the streets of Tehran. The IRGC are now fighting against the IRGC on the ground. It's completely chaotic. We have a video coming shortly that explains what on earth is happening because they're now protesting, some of them, outside the regime's buildings, trying to bring down the rest of the IRGC because apparently they're traitors for even negotiating a ceasefire. They are not happy that they have ceasefire. What do they actually want? To become martyrs? Really? Now's not the time. Ramadan is over. Wait for next year. It's much better. Much better weather as well. All right, let's quickly go back. We have a situation in Beirut, the aftermath of the latest wave of attacks by the Israelis. Let's watch this. I'm going to get some reaction.
هيدا فيديو مباشر من الكولا يعني ضربة صوب
Last finished.
هذه بحي السلم هلا بحي الجامعة تعونية نصر الدين تعونية نصر الدين
Oh, God. Obsolete conservative says, did NATO, led by France, Germany, Spain, and all the others, cut a secret deal with Iran? To see you are the news. They are just cowards. Absolute cowardice behavior by the liberal globalists of Europe. Happy birthday to your wife, Maya. A wonderful place to celebrate life. What, Paris? Really? Okay. I'm just nervous about the ceasefire and honestly disappointed. There is no ceasefire. They're all killing each other. Have a good time at the Louvreland. Brilliant. This is a very, very hot ceasefire. Trump should go to the Arabs and say the deal was between us and Israel. Here is some targets. I think, to be fair, at this point, they don't need to do that because if the Americans are not directly hitting Iran, which they are indirectly hitting them, the Arabs could just say, hang on, are we just the only ones getting attacked? And Israel. Maybe we should do something about this. President Trump also posted this saying, any country supplying military weapons to Iran will be immediately tariffed on any and all goods sold to the United States of America, 50% effective immediately. There will be no exclusions or exemptions. President Donald J. Trump. So obviously, this is primarily about China and Russia because, I mean, nobody really cares about North Korea. Okay, we just got another breaking news confirmation. The Israeli Air Force are now hitting more targets, and we will go to that in the next few minutes. The White House also posted this a few minutes ago, saying, when you hear a panicking, no panicans. Stop panicking, Republicans. With President Trump in his photo, basically telling everybody to shush, shush. You don't know what you're talking about. Trust the plan. Trust the president. And it continues. All right, let's go to the first footage we have from the streets of Tehran as the IRGC members are now fighting against the other IRGC members. There's a group of them, small group, as usual, standing outside the regime's main buildings, chanting death to the compromiser. It's not really the catchiest chants, but basically those who've been compromising and agreeing to ceasefire, death to you. They are basically the extremely hardliners who are now attacking the new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, who, as far as we know, is still not really operational, right? But apparently, according to the Islamic Republic, Mojtaba Khamenei gave the order to do ceasefire. Now we got the hardliners of the IRGC trying to bring down Mojtaba. I'll translate. We don't have subtitles. So this video is actually Esfahan saying protest against the ceasefire. That's in front of the city hall. Death to the compromiser. Oh, now he was also attacking Arakshi, the foreign minister, threatening them, saying, we're going to come for all of you, including Abbas Arakshi. Yeah, do you remember the first few hours of last night when the ceasefire was announced and the IRGC media were going around with the help of course, the anti-war nutters in the West saying, we are celebrating. The Islamic Republic has won against the Americans. Everybody's happy in Iran. We're all dancing and not getting drunk because we don't drink alcohol because we're a bunch of losers. But we are dancing for no reason. All that's gone because these guys have now come out to bring down the whole of the regime from within. Let's go back to the Israeli Defense Forces continuing to hit the Islamists. Religion of pieces. It's fascinating because one big problem that has been happening over the last few hours is actually about people in Iran. The first few hours since last night, a lot of people were panicking because the regime in Iran told them that President Trump has agreed to basically concede defeat to the IRGC. We have won. He has agreed to our 10-point plan. And the Americans are now withdrawing from the Middle East and everything else. And Israel has been wiped out. The reason they could do that is because they've shut down the internet. Nobody has internet. There's a few people who have access via Starlink, but they are cut off from the outside world. The problem with this is that the regime didn't realize that the word of mouth works very, very quickly in Iran. There's still a huge chunk of people who have access to satellite TV and channels like Iran International. When I was speaking to my dad, literally half an hour ago before we came live, he was saying that people in Iran started questioning the whole thing after a couple of hours last night because they said, hang on, you were telling us that the regime had won. Then why are you not turning on the internet? Why is everything still off? Why is everything closed? Why is there martial law across the country? They realized, ow, hang on. That was a bit of a lie, unless you are listening to Tucker Carlson. A couple of things to mention. The Kuwaiti Defense Ministry have now confirmed that 3 power stations and water plants have now been attacked, and it resulted in severe damages to the infrastructure in Kuwait. We also have this from the chief negotiator of the United States, Steve Witkoff. His reaction to the proposal to the ceasefire, the whole saga since last night, he reacted furiously to the IRGC's 10-point proposal. He called it a disaster, a catastrophe. And he followed it by describing it as a chaotic day. Pakistan apparently messed up here. Who would have thought, by the way? Literally, everybody thought that Pakistan are very, very competent, very smart people, very truthful people. So essentially what happened was Pakistanis were trying to mediate between the Americans and the Islamic Republic. What they decided to do was to keep running between the two sides, providing briefs and drafts of proposals from each to the other one. Now, the IRGC, because they had like 2 or 3 different groups trying to negotiate separately without communicating with each other, the Pakistanis apparently gave the wrong proposal, and then they gave the wrong draft from the Americans to the Islamic Republic. They got them to sign it, and now they're saying, oh, actually, we might have messed up here. So the IRGC have now come up with a whole new list of a draft that was never actually agreed on by the Americans. And that's why Witkoff, initially, when he saw the crazy 10-point plan, again, if you've missed it, we're going to go through the lists of both the Americans and the IRGC. Steve Witkoff said, well, this is crazy. Nobody's going to agree to this. Nobody. But the IRGC announced that this is the list that they agreed on. They had to also get Egypt and Turkey. As you can see, all the very competent and truthful countries have been involved. Pakistan, Turkey, and Egypt. Very morally high, superior countries getting involved. And China also were trying to put pressure on the Islamic Republic to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which is now apparently closed again. Before we go to the list of the drafts that were very, very different to each other, let's go to the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, who's sent out an urgent message to the people inside Iran, saying that obviously right now, he correctly said, it's not the right time to take to the streets. Just be patient. It's still chaotic. The only time that you can actually see a situation where the people in Iran can take action is after the military action, after the war. Not now. We're still in the middle of it. You're supposed to have technically a 2-week pause, which so far is not going too well. Let's wait till Friday, because that's when they are supposed to be starting negotiations. Not really sure how that's going to go. But the war hasn't ended yet, so don't take to the streets. Just be patient. You will know when you have to go out. Let's go to the Crown Prince.
هم میهنان عزیزم، ملت بزرگ ایران، به همه شما که در این 100 روز برای آزادی و بازپسگیری ایران ایستادید، با فداکاری در برابر گلوله‌ها سینه سپر کردید و در 40 روز گذشته خطر بمباران را به جان خریدید، درود می‌فرستم. میدانم خبر آتشبس 2 هفته‌ای میان جمهوری اسلامی با آمریکا و اسرائیل بسیاری از شما را دلسرد کرده است. اما امروز نه زمان ناامیدی که زمان باور بیشتر به پیروزی است. آنچه در این 40 روز رخ داد دقیقاً در مسیر همان مطالباتی است که ملت ایران از جامعه جهانی خواست و بعد از جانفشانی در خیابان‌های ایران در تظاهرات روز جهانی اقدام در 14 فوریه و 25 بهمن نیز فریاد زد. ضرباتی که در تنها 40 روز بر پیکر جمهوری اسلامی وارد شد بی سابقه بوده و برای این رژیم جبران ناپذیر است. حذف علی خامنه‌ای، قاتل ده‌ها هزار ایرانی شجاع، به تنهایی دستاوردی تاریخی برای ملت ماست. حال آنکه بجز او ده‌ها تن از فرماندهان و عاملان اصلی سرکوب در سپاه و بسیج و دستگاه‌های اطلاعاتی رژیم نیز از میان برداشته شدند. هزاران نیروی سرکوب به هلاکت رسیدند. ساختار فرماندهی و کنترل سرکوب فلج شده و فرو پاشیده است. زیرساخت‌های نظامی که نه برای دفاع از ایران بلکه برای صدور تروریسم و بی‌ثباتی ساخته شده بودند نابود شده‌اند. منابع مالی رژیم برای سرکوب در داخل و تروریسم در خارج به شدت کاهش یافته است. جمهوری اسلامی امروز در منطقه و جهان از همیشه منزوی‌تر و منفورتر است. آنچه برای این رژیم باقی مانده تکیه بر مزدوران بیگانه و اقلیتی خونریز و خونشوی است که منافعشان در بقای این رژیم است. رژیمی که در میدان واقعیت شکستی سخت خورده، اما با قطع اینترنت به 90 میلیون ایرانی و از طریق ماشین دروغ پردازیش هنوز ژست پیروزی میگیرد و رجز میخواند. آنها که مدعی بودند هرگز تن به آتش بس نمیدهند، امروز هم رهبر و فرماندهانشان را از دست داده‌اند، هم جنگ را باخته‌اند، هم آتش بس را پذیرفته‌اند و هم به میز مذاکره برای تسلیم کامل کشانده شده‌اند. ما اما از آغاز می‌دانستیم که جمهوری اسلامی تنها با حذف فرماندهی و تضعیف دستگاه سرکوب از طریق حملات هوایی سقوط نمی‌کند. از همین رو بود که در تمام پیام‌هایم به شما تأکید کردم که این ما ملت ایران هستیم که باید ضربه نهایی را به رژیم ضعیف شده وارد و آن را سرنگون کنیم. می‌خواهم بدانید که من وضعیت شما در ایران را بسیار دقیق زیر نظر دارم. می‌دانم که جمهوری اسلامی بسیار تضعیف شده، اما هنوز توانایی سرکوب آن به طور کامل از بین نرفته است. همه هدف من این است که اقدام نهایی برای سرنگون کردن جمهوری اسلامی با کمترین هزینه جانی باشد. جان تک تک شما برای من ارزشمند است. پس از شما می‌خواهم که شکیبا باشید، از خودتان محافظت کنید و با باور به پیروزی و آمادگی کامل در انتظار لحظه تعیین کننده بمانید. در این فاصله من و همه هممیهنانمان در خارج از کشور با تمام توان خواست شما را که پایان دادن به جمهوری اسلامی است فریاد خواهیم زد. ایمان داشته باشید که هیچ نیرویی در جهان توان ایستادن در برابر قدرت یک ملت متحد را ندارد. جمهوری اسلامی این بار راه گریز و بختی برای بقا ندارد و به دستان پرقدرت شما ملت بزرگ ایران سرنگون خواهد شد. پاینده ایران.
Okay, we have some breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. The United States is now considering to close at least one military base in Europe. We're now looking at either Spain or Germany. This is the continued fight between the United States and NATO allies in the continent of Europe, because obviously they're still not helping the Americans. This is the retaliation coming from President Trump. There's a couple of things happening as well. Let's talk about this. A couple of videos actually coming in from the strikes. Before we get to that, the Americans, we are now also getting reports from Reuters. It's now confirmed by the White House and Pentagon. Let me actually go to our live map. We now have a large-scale marine deployment from San Diego to the Persian Gulf, which is now underway. So we are now expecting from this side the Americans to get closer and closer to the Persian Gulf. Also, there is a bit of a situation. Several ships in the Persian Gulf and also the Gulf of Oman have now received messages that the IRGC Navy will be intercepting them if they do not move from the Strait of Hormuz. So if we zoom in to the Strait of Hormuz right here, we currently have a huge number of vessels that have been crossing. Some of them have basically decided to just go through anyway, because I think they've realized over the last few weeks that it's not actually blocked, the Strait of Hormuz. Some of them are terrified because they would potentially get targeted from this side, from mainland Iran, and also a couple of islands here, get targeted by ballistic missiles from the IRGC and obviously drones as well. We will wait to see if these guys are going to get intercepted in the Strait of Hormuz over the next few minutes and few hours or not. Also, the Qataris have now said that 7 ballistic missiles and multiple drones have been launched from Iran towards Qatar, which will be on, obviously, this side. That's the tiny, tiny country of Qatar that has been targeted over the last few hours by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. We have obviously been talking a lot about the attacks in UAE and Israel and Kuwait, which is also here. So if we put all the explosions that we've had, so we have a few there. We had a number of them in the UAE, right down here. And of course, Qatar. And we are expecting the IRGC to, well, we were expecting them last night to calm down by this point, which is basically the end of Wednesday, the 8th of April. But it seems to continue. Of course, if we move to this side as well, towards Israel, we also have a number of interceptions of ballistic missiles that have happened over the last few hours. Now, they are now saying that they're doubling down. The IRGC have told the Pakistanis that we will not enter the negotiations on Friday unless the Israelis surrender to Hezbollah. Well, the reaction, as I said, from the Israelis has been to continue to attack Hezbollah. Let's continue. That's crazy stuff. According to our good friend Emily Schrader of Israel, I believe we have had so far more than 100 Hezbollah targets getting hit over the last few hours alone by Israel, and that's quite a lot, obviously. Apparently that's going to continue. The Israelis are not backing down. They said that Hezbollah is continuing to be a threat. They're still launching rockets. The IRGC is still launching missiles, and we have to defend ourselves. So we now have the latest numbers. This is as of about an hour ago. They have launched more drones. Let's actually go to a live feed from Tel Aviv. Let's see if it's quiet here or not. It's quiet now. Okay. It's fine for now. But as of an hour ago, over 94 drones and 23 missiles were launched today by the IRGC towards only the Arab states. So we're not even counting everything that they have been launching towards Israel. Kuwait faced 28 drones, some of them hitting the oil facilities, the power plants, and water. The United Arab Emirates intercepted at least 17 missiles, 35 drones, and a gas complex, the Habshan gas complex in the UAE was also struck by the debris of one of the missiles. 3 people in the United Arab Emirates have been injured. Bahrain was also targeted. I forgot to put that on the map, actually. 6 missiles and 31 drones over the last few hours have been hitting residential areas. A couple of homes in Sitra in Bahrain have been damaged, extremely damaged. Also, the issue with the IRGC negotiating with the Americans is getting confusing, not for us. I mean, it's confusing for everybody. It's confusing for the IRGC because the Speaker of Parliament in Iran, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, has now said that any bilateral ceasefire or even negotiations that's supposed to be on Friday are currently unreasonable in this current situation. So, according to Ghalibaf, as of now, we should not expect the Islamic Republic delegation to even begin the talks. Of course, I think they're trying to do what President Trump does, which is show outrage and go crazy, and then actually at the end of the day go back to the negotiating table. I think they're going to do that because they have no other option. Friday, they have to talk. Even if they want to stall, even if they want to buy some time, it doesn't matter. They have to go. Otherwise, it's going to be boom, boom, like today. Now, let me give you guys the difference between the draft proposal that the Americans gave the Islamic Republic and the draft that the IRGC have given to the Americans, allegedly, because these are 2 different lists. One of them is 15. It has 15 points. The other one has 10, right? Let's start with the Americans. 15 demands. And I'm going to go one by one how likely it is for the IRGC to accept them or not. Number 1, dismantle all major nuclear facilities. It's semi-likely, difficult. End all uranium enrichment on Iranian soil. Again, out of desperation, semi-likely. Transfer enriched uranium stockpile out of Iran. If they agree to the second one, obviously they'll do that too. Accept international inspections everywhere. Tricky. They might say yes. Permanently, obviously, end any nuclear weapons program. They would agree, but with words, but they're going to continue anyway. Suspend ballistic missile development. They're not going to agree to that. It's unlikely. Stop production of long-range missiles. They're not going to agree to that. End drone transfers and military exports to proxies. That's never going to happen. Cut support to Hezbollah. Yeah, right. Cut support to Hamas. Cut support to the Iraqi Shia militias. End weapons transfers to the Houthis. Not going to happen. Fully reopen and secure the Strait of Hormuz. Now, obviously, they will say yes, but then they want to have a transit fee, basically. Create a toll. Stop threatening regional shipping and Gulf states. Yeah, they will agree to that. Accept a broader and regional de-escalation framework, including limits on military escalation with Israel. They could agree to that because they'll just go back to rhetoric, saying death to Israel, but they would say, well, we're not actually going to create death for Israel. We're just saying it. It's just banter, guys. That's the American side. It's very difficult for the Islamic Republic to say yes to all those points. Now, these are the 10 demands from the Islamic Republic that they claim that President Trump has agreed to, but he hasn't. None of this makes sense, by the way. Number 1, a binding guarantee, some of them are repeated before, that the US and allies will not strike Iran again. That's literally part of any ceasefire. A permanent end to hostilities, not just a temporary ceasefire. That's the whole point of negotiations, you idiots. An end to Israeli strikes on Hezbollah in Lebanon. That's not going to stop. Full lifting of all US sanctions. Yeah, not going to happen. Some sanctions could be relieved, but not all of it. Protection for Iran's regional proxies and allied militias. No, that's literally on the list for the Americans, for you guys to agree on. Reopening the Strait of Hormuz under the IRGC conditions. Not going to happen. A transit fee around $2 million per ship shared with Oman. The Americans have said, if you're going to have any sort of transit fee, we want to be involved. So that's not going to happen. Compensation and reparations to the Islamic Republic and reconstruction finances to help with the damages in Iran. Recognition of Iran's regional security interests. That's just a vague sentence. That means absolutely nothing. A broader framework for long-term negotiations without immediate surrender of core strategic capabilities. That was literally taken from ChatGPT. They don't even know what that means. It's just vague. Yeah, that just makes no sense. So definitely the proposals from Iran, that's not going to be accepted by anybody. Even if they were negotiating with Pakistan, that's not going to happen. But having said that, I think we now have a quick update for you guys. Breaking news. The Secretary General of Hezbollah, the leader of Hezbollah, Naim Qassam, was targeted earlier tonight. According to Hezbollah, he is still alive. Having said that, we can now confirm that, according to the Israelis, this man is now gone. This is Fadel Abbas Naim, who was the right-hand man to the Secretary General of Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, Naim Qassam. He has been eliminated, according to the Israeli Defense Forces sources. We will obviously get that verified if at some point Hezbollah decide to confirm that. They usually take a few days. We also have this latest update from the Iraqis who have invaded Iran to help the IRGC against the Iranian people. This is a video from, I believe, earlier tonight, showing the Iraqi Hezbollah, which is...
Okay, guys, we're going to stop it there because we do have some interesting updates. So I want to go to some of the updates that I am looking at right now. So thank you, 2C. Enjoy your wife's weekend birthday trip. You deserve it. Get some rest. Okay. So here's a very interesting statement from J.D. Vance. And what he says, if Iran wants to let this negotiation fall apart when they were getting hammered over Lebanon, which was never part of the ceasefire, that's ultimately their choice. We think that would be dumb.
Look, if Iran wants to let this negotiation fall apart in a conflict where they were getting hammered over Lebanon, which has nothing to do with them and which the United States never once said was part of the ceasefire, that's ultimately their choice. We think that would be dumb, but that's their choice.
Mr. Vice President.
So the reason that the IRGC is so focused on Lebanon is because they need Hezbollah. Hezbollah is their proxy. Hezbollah is 100% funded by the Islamic regime. So that's why, you know, when they say Lebanon, right, they're being very deceptive because Israel isn't attacking Lebanon. Israel is attacking Hezbollah, which is currently occupying southern Lebanon. Right? So many Lebanese people, especially Lebanese Christians, are happy that Hezbollah is being destroyed. We're all happy. Like, I'm happy that Hezbollah is being completely decimated because Hezbollah terrorists also murder Iranians. So this is why the Islamic regime is so hell-bent on Hezbollah, but they're framing it as Lebanon. And this, like, guys, this might be the reason. Where's this video from? So this is just recent. This is him just, this was in Budapest, Hungary, live on Fox News just moments ago.
Look, if Iran wants to let this negotiation fall apart in a conflict where they were getting hammered over Lebanon, which has nothing to do with them and which the United States never once said was part of the ceasefire, that's ultimately their choice. We think that would be dumb, but that's their choice.
So there you go. So JD Vance is pretty much confirming that. We have a new, oh, that's funny. We have a new message from King Reza Pahlavi. Let me just pull that up really quickly for you guys. He just posted this. Wait, who's gone? Yeah, we'll get to the other videos of JD Vance, but we have a new update from King Reza Pahlavi. So he writes, the revolution in Iran started with the people, and it will end with the people and their ultimate victory over the Islamic Republic. Whatever twists and turns the diplomatic process takes, the fundamentals of the Islamic regime have not changed. Not from the standpoint of 90 million Iranians who have lived under this tyranny for 47 years. This is a regime that murdered 45,000 innocent protesters in just 2 days on January 8 and 9 of this year. A regime that is executing young protesters as we speak. A regime that has lost every shred of legitimacy it ever claimed to hold. No ceasefire, no agreement, no formula with the remnants of this regime changes that reality. The military operations of recent weeks have weakened the regime's repressive machinery and fractured its command structure. The playing field is more level than it has been in decades. The people of Iran welcome this. It is what they called for on the streets of Iran and in the streets of cities around the world in their millions. They want to see the regime's capacity for repression degraded further. The Iranian people are determined to bring this regime down. They have had enough. They have always known that ultimately, while they welcome and appreciate international help, they would need to finish the job themselves, because they will never accept this rump regime, the very same regime and same thugs that slaughtered them in the streets just 2 months ago. Ali Khamenei is dead, but the regime has not changed because its nature and its DNA are unchangeable. We see it clearly at this very moment. This criminal cabal is still firing rockets at and violating the sovereignty of our neighbors. It is still threatening the United States and Europe. It is still inviting terrorist groups like Hezbollah, Hashd al-Shabi, and others onto our soil to terrorize Iranians and prevent popular protests. It is still holding the people of Iran hostage with an internet blackout that has lasted for more than 1 whole month, because it is still afraid of the people of Iran. It is still afraid of their righteous rage, their demand for dignity, and their fight for freedom. They are afraid because they know the people's fight will not cease, nor should the world's resolve. This regime, weakened as it is not a reliable partner for any lasting arrangement. A wounded animal lashes out. It becomes more dangerous. That is what this regime will do. It is not sitting at the negotiation table out of goodwill. It is there, yet again, to buy time, to seek concessions, and to strengthen its hand to inflict more terror on Iranians and on the world. It won't be tamed at the negotiation table. It can only be empowered and emboldened. The right course is to see this through to its conclusion, to continue to set the conditions for the people of Iran to wage the final battle for liberation, to ensure that when Iranians again come to the streets, the regime is not able to crack down. But even if further help does not come, Iranians will fight on. The regime will fall. That is a certainty. The only question is when and how much more terror, blackmail, and suffering the world is prepared to tolerate in the meantime. A free, democratic Iran restored to its civilizational roots is the only path to stability across the entire region. A country the international community can work with, an end to decades of proxy wars, gas price terrorism, nuclear brinksmanship, and hostage blackmail. Iranians will not quit. They will not surrender. Mark my words, Iranians cannot be hidden from history. They are making history. Iranians will reclaim their liberty and their nation. As I have told my compatriots, I hear you. I am with you. The world may be distracted today by the back and forth of diplomatic compromises, but your courage, your sacrifice, and your cries for liberty continue to be seen and heard. They will not go unrewarded. You will not be forced to accept the remnants of this regime clinging to power. This battle will only end with your liberation. You, like the other heroes of our history, will be recorded as great men and women who defied an illegitimate tyrannical regime and reclaimed Iran for future generations. I am with you until our ultimate victory, until we reclaim Iran and we rebuild our beloved nation hand in hand. The struggle continues. We will see it through. There you go. So that is the most recent message from His Royal Highness. And this is the most important line right at the beginning. The revolution in Iran started with the people, and it will end with the people and their ultimate victory over the Islamic Republic. Well said. Well said. Okay, I'm going to see if I can find the full JD Vance video. JD Vance. Okay, let's see if we can find the full JD Vance thing. Okay, here's another one. So I already shared this one where he speaks about Lebanon, but I'll play this again for you.
Look, if Iran wants to let this negotiation fall apart in a conflict where they were getting hammered over Lebanon, which has nothing to do with them and which the United States never once said was part of the ceasefire, that's ultimately their choice. We think that would be dumb, but that's their choice.
Mr. Vice President.
Look, if Iran wants to...
All right. Let me just deal with a troll here. The trolls are coming out like cockroaches, right? It's like the regime is dying and all they have left is just like to come online and just like swear at people. It's very rude. Okay. So I got rid of that troll. By the way, Khamenei is dead. So deal with that. Okay, so here's another one. So this is going back to the 10-point proposal.
About Iran, sir. So let me just say, given that you guys are going to ask about Iran, let me just say a few things actually. So number one, I think it's very important for the American media to be honest with the American people on this particular issue because it affects not just the normal issues of public policy. It actually affects peace and war. And here's what I mean. So in the past couple of days, I've seen a lot of reporting from the American media about the 10-point proposal that the Iranians have made. Now, as I know, because I've been involved in this, there are 3 different 10-point proposals, at least that I've seen floating around. The first 10-point proposal was something that was submitted, and we think, frankly, was probably written by ChatGPT that was submitted to Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. That immediately went in the garbage and was rejected. There was a second 10-point proposal that was much more reasonable, that was based on some back and forth between us, between the Pakistanis and that is the 10-point proposal that the president was referencing in his truth yesterday. And then, frankly, I've seen a third 10-point proposal that's even more maximalist than the first 10-point proposal that's been floating around various social media channels. Now, here's what's interesting about all this, is that I've seen various organs, the New York Times, CNN, others, pick up and run the original 10-point proposal based on little more than a random Yahoo in Iran submitting it to public access television in the country of Iran, and then them saying that somehow represents the negotiating position of the government. It's the equivalent of somebody in, let's say, a Democratic councilman in Boise, Idaho, saying something crazy, the local public access TV picking up that crazy.
Okay, so there's another post. Oh, okay, you know what? Maybe I can find the full thing on, what is it, Live Now. Maybe I can go there and find it. Let's see. Let's see if we can find JD Vance. When would that have been? Does anyone? Oh, okay. I found it. Okay, awesome. So I found the full thing on Fox News Live. Oh, here we go. Okay. So we can watch the full thing on Fox News Live right now.
Appreciate you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Unfortunately, we have to stop this conversation a bit short as Vice President JD Vance just stepped up to the microphone speaking about the Iranian ceasefire. Let's listen in while he's over.
Propaganda going on. We never made that promise. We never indicated that was going to be the case. What we said is that the ceasefire would be focused on Iran and the ceasefire would be focused on America's allies, both Israel and the Gulf Arab states. That said, the Israelis, as I understand it, again, I'm supposed to get a fuller report when I get on the plane, have actually offered to be, frankly, to check themselves a little bit in Lebanon because they want to make sure that our negotiation is successful. That's not because that is part of the ceasefire. I think that's the Israelis trying to set us up for success, and we'll, of course, see how that unfolds in the next few days. But look, if Iran wants to let this negotiation fall apart in a conflict where they were getting hammered over Lebanon, which has nothing to do with them and which the United States never once said was part of the ceasefire, that's ultimately their choice. We think that would be dumb, but that's their choice.
Do you have an expectation of when that sector is going to be open?
Well, we've already seen an increase in traffic today. Hopefully we'll see an increase in traffic tomorrow. We actually think that we are seeing signs that the straits is starting to reopen. I think you guys have probably seen oil prices have come down. So I think the oil markets, the gas markets are seeing the same thing. But the president's very, very clear. The deal is a ceasefire, a negotiation. That's what we give. And what they give is the straits are going to be reopened. If we don't see that happening, the president is not going to abide by our terms if the Iranians are not abiding by their terms.
Mr. Vice President, Carol Levitt said you played a key role in these talks. Could you help understand some details about that role? And do you think your well-known opposition to foreign wars generally was a factor that made you a key player in this?
Well, I appreciate Carolyn saying that. I mean, you know, my key role was I sat on the phone a lot. I answered a lot of phone calls. I made a lot of phone calls. And again, I'm happy about where we are. I think the president has struck a good deal for the American people. But fundamentally, the Iranians have got to take the next step or the president has a lot of options to go back to the war.
Do you know if Iranians requested that you join the talks?
I don't know that. I would be surprised if that was true. But, you know, I wanted to be involved because I thought I could make a difference. And obviously, I think the people really on the ground doing the day-to-day negotiating have been Steve and Jared. They've done a great job. But we're going to keep on working this as a team, as we always have. You know, Pete's been very helpful with the various military elements of this. Marco's obviously been extremely involved. We work as a team. We work effectively. And, you know, yeah, I've been on the phone a lot the past couple of days, but we're glad to be where we are.
Mr. Vice President, how is the United States accomplishing its stated objective of ensuring Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon ever if they still have highly enriched uranium? And what's the plan to get the uranium out?
Well, look, I mean, this is one of the things that's going to be one of the main subjects of negotiation is that we want Iran to not be able to make a nuclear weapon. We want the nuclear fuel, which is something the president has made very clear. And there's, again, the way to think about this is the United States has certain demands and certain things that we want. The Iranians have things they can get out of the negotiation. The more that they're willing to give us, I think the more they're going to get things out of this negotiation. The president's talked about sanctions relief. The president's talked about economic partnerships and things like that. That's not going to happen unless the Iranians make a firm commitment to stop anything close to the development of a nuclear weapon. And frankly, the president has all the cards here. We've got a lot of leverage. We got a lot of things that we can do. But right now, I think that we're in a good spot.
Is the to wipe Iranian civilization off the map still on the table? And is it fair to keep 90 million Iranians under that threat for the actions of their leaders?
Well, look, the leadership is really to blame for the condition of the country in Iran. The president of the United States has made very clear that the United States has a lot of leverage here. We have economic leverage. We've got military leverage. What he's trying to do is make sure the American people are safe and strike a deal that's good for the American people. I just, look, I encourage the Iranians to come to the table seriously. We've seen some signs that they're going to do that. We've seen some signs of bravado. Fundamentally, we're in a good spot. They're reopening the straits. We have a ceasefire. And frankly, if they break their end of the bargain, then they're going to see some serious consequences.
But wiping them off the map is different than an economic leverage or military leverage. Why is that kind of language useful in this kind of scenario?
Well, again, the President of the United States is saying that unless the Iranians do the right thing, he is going to have some serious consequences for the regime. We obviously don't want the people of Iran to suffer, but we have a lot of leverage that the President of the United States could use, and it's why I think it's so important for the Iranians to be negotiators in good faith.
Okay, buzz the last couple of days of the Free Press story saying that senior Pentagon officials in January, including Rich Colby, brought Cardinal Pierre into the Pentagon.
Brought who?
Cardinal Christophe Pierre
Okay.
into the Pentagon.
I haven't seen the story, unfortunately.
And essentially the reporting by the Free Press is that they told him that the American military has a lot of might and they can do whatever they want and the church should get on its side. Does that message sound correct to you? Is that something you would sign off on?
So one, I with no disrespect to the Cardinal, I don't know who Cardinal Christophe Pierre is.
He's the ambassador to the Holy See and the U.S.
Oh, okay. I do. I've met him before. Sorry, I just didn't remember the name. I've never seen this reporting. I'd like to actually talk to Cardinal Christophe Pierre and, frankly, to our people to figure out what actually happened. I think it's always a bad idea to offer an opinion on stories that are unconfirmed and uncorroborated. So I'm not going to do that.
Arthur, on the question of Iran's enriched uranium, see a scenario in which the administration may be willing to agree to allow Iran to continue enriching uranium for civilian nuclear purposes?
Well, look, what the president has said is that we don't want Iran to have the capacity to build a nuclear weapon. The president's also said that we don't want Iran enriching towards a nuclear weapon, and we want Iran to give up the nuclear fuel. Those are going to be our demands during the negotiation. And again, we're going to see what the Iranians are willing to give up. If they make a good faith effort to actually give us the things that we need to have a successful negotiation for the security of the American people, I think there's a lot on the other end. If they don't give us what we need, then I think it's going to be bad. But I'm optimistic that the Iranians are going to be smart, that they're going to negotiate in good faith.
And your negotiating partner in Iran, I know Kevin sort of asked about this already, but he essentially is saying that they're distrustful of the U.S. for, he tweeted out that 3 of the 10 points in the ceasefire framework have already, they're distrustful of the U.S. What do you make of him tweeting that out before negotiations?
So I thought it was interesting, actually, because I did see that tweet from Golibov actually just a couple of minutes ago. And let me say a few things. First of all, he said that there are a few points of disagreement before the negotiation. Well, that must mean that there's a lot of points of agreement because there's a 15-point plan floating around. There's a 10-point plan floating around. If he's frustrated about 3 issues, that actually means that there's a lot of agreement. That's point number 1. Point number 2, to respond to each of those issues, and I read it very closely. Let me just say this. I actually wonder how good he is at understanding English, because there are things that he said that frankly didn't make sense in the context of the negotiations that we've had. But to address the 3 points, first of all, he talked about an attack that had allegedly happened on Iran and how that was a violation of the ceasefire. Ceasefires are always messy. An hour after the president announced the ceasefire, the Iranians launched a bunch of missiles. Then the Israelis responded. Then some of the Gulf Arab states responded. This is the nature of a ceasefire. No ceasefire ever goes without a little bit of choppiness. What we have been very clear about is that we want to stop the bombing. We want our allies to stop the bombing, and we want the Iranians to do the same thing. We're seeing evidence that things are going in the right direction, but it's going to take a little time. The second thing Golibov said, which again I found fascinating, is he said, we refuse to give up the right to enrichment. And I thought to myself, you know what? My wife has the right to skydive, but she doesn't jump out of an airplane because she and I have an agreement that she's not going to do that because I don't want my wife jumping out of an airplane. We don't really concern ourselves with what they claim they have the right to do. We concern ourselves with what they actually do. And I think the president's been very clear on the enrichment question. Our position on that has not changed. I think the third thing that he said was Lebanon. Okay. And again, I actually think that is a reasonable misunderstanding, but neither us nor the Israelis said that that was going to be part of the ceasefire. Again, we're working with people to try to get through some of these things, but it's really fundamentally, we're on the right track. We got a lot more to do. We got a lot more that the Iranians are going to have to accept as part of this negotiation. But I think we've got a
You're back
strong hand, and we're
early.
going to play it well. Thank you all.
Yeah, because this was good. Like, this was really good. I had to come and listen to it.
So it's
like, my wife has the right to do skydiving, but she doesn't. So I don't care what they think they have the right to. I just don't want them to do it. Okay. Alright. Okay, fine. You have the right, but just don't.
my gosh. This was actually really good, Armin. This was very,
Yeah, it
very
was.
good.
Yeah,
You know what?
there's a
Why
part
don't I send you the link?
Oh, okay.
It's roughly like you have to go back like roughly like an hour because this is still the live stream. So if you go back like an hour and like 1 hour 28 minutes, you'll get to like the beginning. Only because I'm being asked to make a quick video explaining like, what's going on with the ceasefire and stuff. Apparently a lot of people, want to hear my explanation on this. And, I know we've talked about this in English, but there are a lot of people who follow me, especially from inside of Iran. So I've been requested if I could to make like a short video. So I just sent this to you so that you can watch it because we just finished watching this.
Okay. I have some other things that I could show as well.
But have you seen this though? Have you seen this? Because this is important.
Yeah, of course. No, I'm gonna.
Yeah,
I'm
so
gonna go
watch
through
this
this.
because he says some really important stuff here about
How far?
Lebanon.
How far back?
Hmm?
How far back I need to go?
About an hour, like 1 hour 28, I think.
Okay.
Oh wait, someone is saying you said you grew up in Texas. What do you mean? I never grew up in Texas. I said my dad was in Texas in the 70s. Go back and rewatch that. I never said I grew up in Texas. That makes no sense. Yeah, so go back a little bit to guess the beginning of this. But it's really good. Like right from the beginning, it's so good. He clarifies a lot of things.
Yeah, I saw some clips from it.
Yeah. So this is the
Appreciate you for
full
joining
thing.
us here on live.
Okay.
Okay, I'll be
Just
back.
step up to the microphone
Okay.
speaking about the Iranian ceasefire. Let's listen in while he's over.
Propaganda going on.
You got cut, Dad. You got cut. Let me go forward.
Said is that the ceasefire would be.
All right, guys. Let me show you this. Oil prices are going back up a little bit. We were at yesterday. We were at 110, and then when the ceasefire was announced, it dropped like a rock. It went all the way down to 92. And if you look right now, we went from 92 to 96. So this might be with the news, because of the news that the Islamic Republic has announced that they're closing it. They might be closing the Strait of Hormuz again. Well, not closing it completely, but you know what I mean. So that might be why we're going back up a little bit. But we'll see. I'll keep monitoring that. Also, I'll respond to, I'll try to keep an eye on the chat and super chats and respond to super chats as well.
Focused on Iran, and the ceasefire would be focused on America's allies, both Israel and the Gulf Arab states. That said, the Israelis, as I understand it, again, I'm supposed to get a fuller report when I get on the plane, have actually offered to be, frankly, to check themselves a little bit in Lebanon because they want to make sure that our negotiation is successful. That's not because that is part of the ceasefire. I think that's the Israelis trying to set us up for success, and we'll, of course, see how that unfolds.
Okay, so this is very important because remember, Araghchi came out and said that you need to have Lebanon included in the ceasefire because remember, he highlighted, you remember this? When Araghchi posted the comments by Prime Minister Sharif of Pakistan, and he highlighted this part of the statement of the Prime Minister. He said, the United States of America, alongside with their allies, the reason why he highlighted this is because he meant Israel, have agreed to an immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon. Right? So this is what Araghchi, the foreign minister of the Islamic Republic, posted, saying, and this is his caption, saying the Iran-US ceasefire terms are clear and explicit. The US must choose ceasefire or continued war via Israel. It cannot have both. The world sees the massacre in Lebanon. The ball is in the US court, and the world is watching whether it will act or on its commitments. So, and then we had a clarification from the White House, from Press Secretary Levitt. She confirmed that Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. And this is what JD Vance is responding to right now. So listen to this part.
Danny.
Thanks, Karen. Would President Trump like to see Lebanon included in this peace deal? Because as you know, there's been increased Israeli strikes on Lebanon today with dozens of casualties there.
Sure. Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. That has been relayed to all parties involved in the ceasefire. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu put out a statement last night in support of the ceasefire, in support of the United States' efforts, and he's also assured the president they'll continue to be a helpful partner throughout the course of the next 2 weeks.
So now JD Vance here is saying that, yeah, Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire, but maybe we could chill out a little bit so that we could show some good faith. That's what he's saying.
Few days, but look, if Iran wants to let this negotiation fall apart in a conflict where they were getting hammered over Lebanon, which has nothing to do with them and which the United States never once said was part of the ceasefire, that's ultimately their choice. We think that.
Yeah, the reason why the Islamic Republic has to continue insisting that Lebanon is part of the ceasefire is because if they don't defend Hezbollah right now, they cannot afford to lose the support of their proxies if they threw Hezbollah under the bus. That's why they have to fight for Hezbollah, or nobody else. They would lose their last remaining small little allies that they have.
It would be dumb, but that's their choice.
But guys, remember, think about this. Like, Lebanon is the least significant part of this ceasefire so-called agreement. And this is what's right now breaking the ceasefire apart. And we haven't even gotten to the most important, the most difficult part of the so-called agreement that they're fighting for, which is the uranium. And if Lebanon is causing this much problem, imagine how difficult this is going to be when we get to the enriched uranium part.
Well, we've already seen an increase in traffic today. Hopefully we'll see an increase in traffic tomorrow. We actually think that we are seeing signs that the straits are starting.
Guys, look at this comment by Texas troops saying ceasefire on sale for $19.99, Lebanon not included. That's good. That's funny.
To reopen, I think you guys have probably seen oil prices have come down. So I think the oil markets, the gas markets are seeing the same thing. But the president's very, very clear. The deal is a ceasefire, a negotiation. That's what we give. And what they give is the straits are going to be reopened. If we don't see that happening, the president is not going to abide by our terms if the Iranians are not abiding by their terms.
Mr. Vice President, Carol Levitt said you played a key role in these talks. Could you help understand some details about that role? And do you think your well-known opposition to foreign wars generally was a factor that made you a key player in this?
Well, I appreciate Carolyn saying that. I mean, you know, my key role was I sat on the phone a lot. I answered a lot of phone calls. I made a lot of phone calls. And again, I'm happy about where we are. I think the president has struck a good deal for the American people. But fundamentally, the Iranians have got to take the next step, or the president has a lot of options to go back to the war.
Do you know if Iranians requested that you join the talks?
I don't know that. I would be surprised if that was true. But, you know, I wanted to be involved because I thought I could make a difference. And obviously, I think the people really on the ground doing the day-to-day negotiating have been Steve and Jared. They've done a great job. But we're going to keep on working this as a team.
So, guys, like, look at this. The Strait of Hormuz looks like it's back to being closed. You see this ship going there, and then it did a 180. They're like, oh, apparently not. Like the Strait of Hormuz is open. Let's go. And then it was like, nope. And it turned to the 180. And let me just quickly play this for you guys because it seems like the Strait of Hormuz is being shut down again. I don't know if it's true, but look at this.
Harris, good morning. We start with breaking news. State media reports that Iran has halted the passage of oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz after Israeli attacks on Hezbollah in Lebanon. Earlier today, we know 2 vessels were able to go through this passageway. But again, state media is reporting that the Iranians are choking off the strait. I just got off the phone with a senior Israeli official who was sounding the alarm about this action by the Iranians, saying only just a few hours into this ceasefire, the Iranians are already showing that they are trying to leverage their control over the strait.
So just wanted to show you that. I just wanted to show you how shaky all of this is.
As we always have, you know, Pete's been very helpful with the various military elements of this. Marco's obviously been extremely involved. We work as a team. We work effectively. And, you know, yeah, I've been on the phone a lot the past couple of days, but we're glad to be where we are.
Mr. Vice President, how is the United States accomplishing its stated objective of ensuring Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon ever if they still have highly enriched uranium? And what's the plan to get the uranium out?
Well, look, I mean, this is one of the things that's going to be one of the main subjects of negotiation is.
This is going to be the impossible part of the negotiation. The impossible part of the negotiation, because the United States is not going to accept anything other than 0% enrichment of enriching uranium capability. And they also are not going to accept anything short of getting rid of the already existing 60% enriched uranium inside Iran. Like the United States will not, like, I mean, it would be a disaster. It would be an obvious defeat by the Americans if they give in to that. They're not going to give in to that. They're not going to stop all of this and be like, okay, you get to keep the enriched uranium and you get to also continue enriching uranium. That is not something the Americans can afford to accept. And guess what? The Islamic Republic also cannot afford to accept giving in to that. Like the Islamic Republic cannot afford to accept not enriching uranium and or giving the already existing enriched uranium that they have. They cannot give in to that because we saw that even agreeing to a 2-week ceasefire has caused them to turn against each other. Like, guys, there's a civil war within the Islamic Republic supporters over just agreeing to the 2-week ceasefire. So what do you think these people are going to do if the Islamic Republic gives in to the most important thing that they said that they would never, for the past couple of decades, they said they would never give in to that, which is the enrichment of uranium, which will make it an obvious defeat. Like, not even the Islamic Republic could be able to sell that as a victory. That's how obvious of a defeat that would be. Guys, if the Islamic Republic agrees to this, the vast majority of the Iranian people who want to end the regime, they wouldn't even be able to get the chance to topple the regime because the pro-regime people will do that for us. Like, we wouldn't even be able to get to them before the pro-regime people will end them. That's why the Islamic Republic cannot give in to that. So this is the divide between what the Americans will be willing to do and what the Islamic Republic would be willing to do when it comes to the enrichment of uranium is so far away. It's binary. Like, there's no gray area. Either the enriched uranium is inside Iran or is outside of Iran. Either the Islamic Republic is going to continue enriching uranium, or you have found a way to completely stop them forever from enriching uranium. It's binary. There's no in between. Okay, so there is no way to try to come up with an in-between for the Islamic Republic to sell it to its own followers a victory narrative, and for the Americans to be able to come up with their own victory narrative. There is no middle ground. So this is why this is the impossible divide that means that the Islamic Republic has to go. The Islamic Republic has to go. There is no other solution other than regime change.
That we want Iran to not be able to make a nuclear weapon. We want the nuclear fuel, which is something the president has made very clear. And there's, again, the way to think about this is the United States has certain demands and certain things that we want. The Iranians have things they can get out of the negotiation. The more that they're willing to give us, I think the more they're going to get things out of this negotiation. The president's talked about sanctions relief. The president's talked about economic partnerships and things like that. That's not going to happen unless the Iranians make a firm commitment to stop anything close to the development of a nuclear weapon. And frankly, the president has all the cards here. We've got a lot of leverage. We got a lot of things that we can do. But right now, I think that we're in a good spot.
Is the to wipe Iranian civilization off the map still on the table? And is it fair to keep 90 million Iranians under that threat for the actions of their leaders?
Well, look, the leadership is really to blame for the condition of the country in Iran. The president of the United States has made very clear that
I mean, why didn't you ask? Look at this question. Why didn't you ask the Iranian people? Because the Iranian people are like, hey, keep bombing.
Iranian civilization off the map still on the table. And is it fair to keep 90 million Iranians?
Guys, the Iranian civilization, like whatever you say, the level of destruction that the Qajar dynasty inflicted upon the Iranian people is not even like what the Americans are doing to the infrastructure, what the Americans and Israelis are doing and would be doing to the infrastructure in Iran doesn't even come close to what the Qajar dynasty did and to Iran and the disaster that they left behind for the Pahlavi dynasty. And the Iranians under the Pahlavi leadership managed to build one of the most prospering advanced societies, countries in the world, one of the fastest growing, one of the most industrious countries in the world, within a very short amount of time. You know, they brought Iran from the from the edge of collapse, from absolute destruction and famine to turned it into one of the most prosperous countries in the world in a very short amount of time. So we have already done it before. So even if you wipe everything out, which they're not going to do that, we already have been there. As long as we Iranian people are free, we know how to rebuild stuff.
Under that threat for the actions of their leaders.
Well, look, the leadership is really to blame for the condition of the country in Iran. The president of the United States has made very clear that the United States has a lot of leverage here. We have economic leverage. We've got military leverage. What he's trying to do is make sure the American people are safe and strike a deal that's good for the American people. I encourage the Iranians to come to the table seriously. We've seen some signs that they're going to do that. We've seen some signs of bravado. Fundamentally, we're in a good spot. They're reopening the straits. We have a ceasefire. And frankly, if they break their end of the bargain, then they're going to see some serious consequences.
But wiping them off the map is different than an economic leverage or military leverage. Why is that kind of language useful in this kind of...
I mean, who cares what he says? What matters is what he does. Guys, like, I think these people still haven't learned what, when presidents are like, oh, but wiping them off the map is so bad. Well, have they wiped them off the map? Have they wiped them off the map? Guys, this is why you need to pay more attention to what President Trump does and less to what he says, because what he says is basically a roller coaster. It's the madman strategy to scare you. I mean, guys, it actually worked. It actually worked. Because President Trump came out and said, like, F you bastards, you do this or I will do that. There will be no bridges, no power plant left. And then he came out and said, like, oh, just a few more hours from now, I'm going to end this civilization forever. And then the Islamic Republic did the very thing they promised they would not do to their own followers. The Islamic Republic promised, so you might say the Islamic Republic lies. It lies to us, it lies to the world. But this is not something they said to the rest of the world. This is something they said to their own followers. They said that we will not talk to them about a ceasefire. The only thing that we will accept is that if they surrender and we end all wars forever. We will not negotiate with the Americans over a ceasefire. We will not do that. They promised their own followers that they won't do that. And President Trump, by playing the madman role, coming out and saying that a lot of us couldn't even understand. It was very confusing. He confused everybody, probably even confused himself. But it worked because it's the madman strategy. And the Islamic Republic panicked. And then within hours left from the deadline, they were like, okay, let's talk about it. Let's talk about ceasefire, right? And what did that do? What did that achieve? What it achieved is that the regime followers are like, what the hell? You did the very thing you said you're not going to do. You said we're not going to negotiate with the enemy about ceasefire ever at all. And now we're doing that. So, right, guys, I'm getting so many reports from inside Iran from regime followers. There's a civil war right now among regime followers. So this whole madman strategy made the Islamic Republic panic, and they capitulated. They are doing the thing. They guys, they have billboards saying that we will not negotiate a ceasefire. They have billboards. And the regime people were so angry. They're like, what the hell? You said this, you're doing the thing that you said that you would never do. So now that the parts of IRGC that want ceasefire is trying to act like this came from Mujtaba himself, Mujtaba Khamenei. And this is now going to turn many people against the parts of IRGC that is trying to put words in Mujtaba's mouth. And now Mujtaba said so is not going to work as effectively anymore. Right? You guys saw the videos that we shared, death to the compromisers. Hold on, we got a super chat here saying one advantage of a temporary ceasefire is that intelligence collection doesn't stop. IRGC is likely to relax their OPSEC, meet in person, appear in public, organize checkpoints, line up new cutlets. Well, I mean, if we do get a ceasefire, I don't even know if we're going to get a ceasefire. But there are many other benefits to that. First of all, guys, you don't need the Strait of Hormuz to be open all the time. When they close it, there's a lot of oil tankers that gets piled up in the Persian Gulf. If you open it just for 2 weeks, or even for just a few days, you could get all of that out. And then if they close it back again, they have already lost their leverage because all of that is out and back into the markets. And a lot of countries will keep increasing their oil reserves, to make sure that even if there is we go back to a war for a long time, they already have a lot in their reserves. So this is so there's that. Another benefit is that the airstrike carriers are on their way. This is going to give them time to arrive. I think the two guys, correct me if I'm wrong, the two that are on their way are the George W. Bush airstrike carrier and the something Boxer, I think. Is that the name? Those are the two that's the smaller one. Those are the two that are underway. It buys time for them to arrive. And then it also buys time to rebuild the air defense, because we know that this pause will give the United States time to restock its missile interceptors. And also another benefit is going to be yes, you guys are confirming. Another benefit is going to be that you're demonstrating again internationally that we give them a shot to do diplomacy, and these people suck. You can't do diplomacy with them. But the most important benefit is the division right now. Guys, I think even you guys are underestimating how important the division is within the Islamic Republic. Guys, this is how the regime will come down. It's not going to be with missiles. It's not going to be with drones. It's not going to be with any all of the people uprising, drones, missiles hitting their military bases. All of this will eventually make the Islamic Republic fall when they turn against each other. It will all come down to division among them and them turning against each other. I mean, I already explained this to you once before, so I'm not going to do it now, but that is the key thing. Unity among the opposition, division among regime supporters. We need that. That's what we need to end the regime. The Islamic Republic will not be able to survive if their own followers turn against them. And this, what President Trump did, is like he just threw a grenade in the middle of the Islamic Republic. That's what he did. So they're like, oh, you're saying ending civilization. That was just a madman technique. All of that language, all of that praise be to Allah. You know what that was? That was confusing everybody, including the Islamic Republic. Yeah, they were like, this man is... Guys, remember when we were showing you the Islamic Republic State TV, where they were saying, Trump has lost his mind. Trump is going crazy. Trump is going cuckoo. Okay? That was the point. The Islamic Republic, seeing all of these posts, think like, this guy's unhinged. The point was for the Islamic Republic to think that Trump is unhinged. Okay, he's now praising Allah, ending civilization. F you bastards, open the Strait of Hormuz. They're like, okay, this guy, we don't know what this man is going to do. He might actually bomb everything. So they're like, okay, let's talk to this guy. And by doing that, they unleashed a civil war upon themselves. That's what they did.
scenario.
Well, again, the president of the United States is saying that unless the Iranians do the right thing, he is.
That makes sense, guys. Do you agree? Do you guys agree with this? I think I think that's what the whole praise be to Allah was also about. So like, what the hell? This guy is losing his mind. I mean, we like Allah, but coming from Trump, I think he's losing his mind.
Going to have some serious consequences for the regime. We obviously don't want the people of Iran to suffer, but we have a lot of leverage that the President of the United States could use, and it's why I think it's so important for the Iranians to be negotiators in good faith.
Okay, buzz the last couple of days with the Free Press story saying that senior Pentagon officials in January, including Rich Colby, brought
these are the names, guys. 2 weeks from now, there will be 3 super carriers, 4 Dinkenbush, and 2 Marine carriers. But that's Boxer's a Marine carrier. Boxer Tripoli with MEUs, 82nd Airborne in place. Okay, guys, look at this. In 2 weeks, we're going to have all of this. So, so I mean, 2 weeks makes sense. You know what, guys? Based on everything that is happening right now, I think a lot of us have to go for like, no ceasefire, to be like, now we have to change our position. We're like, we hope the ceasefire holds. Like, because now a lot of us are celebrating that, oh no, the ceasefire is breaking apart. But given all of the advantages, we're like, we actually hope the ceasefire holds. Given all the benefits that we're like that we're seeing that we're getting from the ceasefire. Oh, Goldie's back. Goldie. All right. We'll continue the JD Vance video, or did you? Okay, let's continue.
Pierre into the Pentagon.
Brought who?
Cardinal Christophe Pierre into the Pentagon.
I haven't seen this story, unfortunately.
And essentially, the reporting by the Free Press is that they told him that the American military has a lot of might and they can do whatever they want, and the church should get on its side. Does that message sound correct to you? Is that something you would sign off on?
So one, I with no disrespect to the Cardinal, I don't
they're asking him that because he's Catholic.
know who Cardinal Christophe Pierre is.
He's the ambassador to the Holy See in the U.S.
Oh, okay. I do. I've met him before. Sorry, I just didn't remember the name. I've never seen this reporting. I'd like to actually talk to Cardinal Christophe Pierre and, frankly, to our people to figure out what actually happened. I think it's always a bad idea to offer an opinion on stories that are unconfirmed and uncorroborated, so I'm not going to do that.
Sir, on the question of Iran's enriched uranium, see a scenario in which the administration may be willing to agree to allow Iran to continue enriching uranium for civilian nuclear purposes?
Well, look, what the president has said is that we don't want Iran to have the capacity to build a nuclear weapon. The president's also said that we don't want Iran enriching towards a nuclear weapon, and we want Iran to give up the nuclear fuel. Those are going to be our demands during the negotiation. And
Yep, there you go. That's why it's not going to work. That's why it's not going to work, because the Islamic Republic is not going to give into that. We got a super chat here saying it's 100% the madman tactic. He's done it multiple times, and they still fall for it. Sometimes the only way to stop violence is the threat of greater violence is 100% a ploy to let them keep fighting each other and give us time to rearm, restart. Yeah, so based on that, guys, we have to actually hope that the ceasefire holds. It doesn't seem like it's holding right now, but if it also, because we want the American soldiers to rest. They have been working so hard for 40 days. Guys, that's a very tense situation. We want them to rest a little bit, get some breathing room, get some more airstrike carriers and other ships on the way, restock the interceptors. So yeah, now, guys, now we're laughing at the ceasefire not holding, but based on everything that we're talking about, we hope it. And guys, if it holds for 2 weeks, that's 2 weeks of infighting within the Islamic Republic, which is going to weaken the Islamic Republic even more. Right now, the Islamic Republic needs war to keep their side united. Are the news suggesting a crusade? I don't know what they're suggesting. Did they mention that?
Again, we're going to see what the Iranians are willing to give up. If they make a good faith effort to actually give us the things that we need to have a successful negotiation for the security of the American people, I think there's a lot on the other end. If they don't give us what we need, then I think it's going to be bad. But I'm optimistic that the Iranians are going to be smart, that they're going to negotiate in good faith.
So here's the thing that we need to be concerned about. This is what the Islamic Republic, if I was the Islamic Republic, this is what I would try. I would say to the Americans, like, listen, let's get you that uranium, and let's find a way for us never to be able to enrich uranium ever again. However, what we want is for you to give us a way to not let our followers figure out that that's what we're doing. That's the only thing I ask of you, United States. I mean, if I was the Islamic Republic, this is what I would be aiming for, right? We will give you these two things, but in return, figure out a way for us to do that without the world figuring out that we did that. Okay? And that is going to be a very difficult thing to achieve.
Your negotiating partner in Iran, I know Kevin sort of asked about this already, but he essentially is saying that they're distrustful of the U.S. for, he tweeted out that 3 of the 10 points in the ceasefire framework have already, they're distrustful of the U.S. What do you make of him tweeting that out before negotiations?
So I thought it was interesting, actually, because I did see that tweet from Golibov actually just a couple of minutes ago. And let me say a few things. First of all, he said that there are a few points of disagreement before the negotiation. Well, that must mean that there's a lot of points of agreement, because there's a 15-point plan floating around. There's a 10-point plan floating around. If he's frustrated about 3 issues, that actually means that there's a lot of agreement. That's point number 1. Point number 2, to respond to each of those issues, and I read it very closely. Let me just say this. I actually wonder how good he is at understanding English, because there are things that he said that frankly didn't make sense in the context of the negotiations that we've had. But to address the 3 points, first of all, he talked about an attack that had allegedly happened on Iran and how that was a violation of the ceasefire. Ceasefires are always messy. An hour after the president announced the ceasefire, the Iranians launched a bunch of missiles. Then the Israelis responded. Then some of the Gulf Arab states responded. This is the nature of a ceasefire. No ceasefire ever goes without a little bit of choppiness. What we have been very clear about is that we want to stop the bombing. We want our allies to stop the bombing, and we want the Iranians to do the same thing. We're seeing evidence.
Wait, Goldie sent me a video. I need to share this. I'm sorry. This is too good. This is too good.
Wait, should we? Do we need to dress up?
Okay.
See, guys, Armin loves dressing up for Hey Dad videos. Look at how he's giggling. Look at how he's giggling. All right, let me go dress up. I'll be right back.
Because it takes me 5 seconds.
Yeah, because you just put on your bandana. I have to go full Durka hijab.
Yes. Right. Oh, guys, this is good. Guys, let me give you some context. Remember how I told you that Ali Khamenei was the only one that could keep the regime supporters united to some extent? He was the duct tape that was holding all of this Frankenstein monster together. Because they don't have Ali Khamenei, and because Mujtaba Khamenei is either dead or half dead, I don't know. They need to make these videos to try to. I mean, they got lucky that they have AI, right now, because they need to keep their followers motivated, and because they don't have real videos of Mujtaba Khamenei, this is what they have to come up with. So this is going to be fun. Hate our time, guys! It's hate our time. Oh, God. Can't wait for President Trump's. Now that we have praise be to Allah from President Trump, I can't wait for a truth post from President Trump with Haydar in it. Do you guys think we're going to get that? President Trump is saying, thank you for your attention to this matter. Haydar. We're going to get that at some point from President Trump. I mean, we're seeing stuff already that seemed impossible a while ago. Hey ho, hey ho. Hey, wait, that's something else. Let me see. Okay, there we go. Sister, cover up. Sister.
I am covered. My hair is covered.
No, your arms are not covered. استخبر بالا.
All right. I'll cover up.
Okay, thank you, sister. یکم حیا داشته باش لطفا. حیا هم خوب چیزیه.
حیا هم خوب چیزیه.
Okay. Is it safe now? Okay, it's safe. All right.
Wait, I have to fix it though.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Ready?
Yes.
Let's go. I haven't seen this.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إذا جاء نصر الله والفتح بزن روز و شب کن همین در غضب کن عدو را ادب کن علی مولا مولا بگو حسبنا الله که کافیست بالله نداد حجت الله علی مولا مولا حیدر 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 حیدر.
Oh, that was so good. So short though. One more time. One more time.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إذا جاء نصر الله والفتح بزن روز و شب کن همین در غضب کن عدو را ادب کن علی مولا مولا بگو حسبنا الله که کافیست بالله نداد حجت الله علی مولا مولا حیدر 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 حیدر.
Oh, that one had so much symbolism.
Do you want to explain it?
Okay, yeah, let's go through the symbolism. This is so good. So, obviously, he's looking at his father's image, guys. He's like, the source of inspiration. Father, I will continue your way. Okay, so what's the note? ما همچنان در کنار شما هستیم. سلام علیکم و رحمت. Okay, saying we're... So I think it's a note from his dad. I don't know why the handwriting is so bad. I think it's a note from his dad saying that we will continue. I'm still by your side. So telling his son that even if I'm dead, I'm still by your side. Son, I will always be with you, by your side. So look. So he's pointing at Israel for attack. This is the map of Israel, and his finger turns into like a missile. So the timing was good. Like this, they did a good job with this video with AI. Like they make it so that while he points to Israel, the missile comes down. Like the missile comes down as with his command. Bezan, the song says Bezan Ruzo Shapkon, which means hit them and turn night into day. So basically the fire from the missiles will be so bright that will turn nighttime to day. Bezan Ruzo Shapkon. I can't hear what he's saying here, but guys, you know who this is, right? So they're trying to compare their war against Israel with Ali's war against the Jews. So those missiles coming down on Israel, because remember, guys, Ali in the Khaybar battle, he was fighting against the Jews. And we know this is Ali because of his sword. You see the double-edged sword? This is the Zulfaqar sword. So this is basically resembling Ali killing the Jews. So we're saying, Armin, you got it backwards. Which part did I get backward? Which part did I get backward? I didn't get anything backwards. I don't know what you're saying. Maybe Bezan Ruzo Shapkon. Am I misunderstanding that part?
No.
I mean, that's the best I could do with the audio. So look at this. They're showing that the fight of Ali in the battlefield. So this is the olden times, and now they're saying it's the same as this is the Islamic Republic forces fighting today. So this is, you see the IRGC symbol on his arm there. So the Islamic Republic flag. Right under it, there is the IRGC logo.
And Armin, that's a dead American soldier. See the flag of America?
Yes.
Oh, so that's apparently
Killing
like a killed American soldier. Yeah.
soldier, yeah. And that's the so they by going through this and this, they're showing that their fight is the continuation of Ali's fight. Ali or Haidar. So Ali.
What was the flag on the
Ali.
ground? Can you go back? Right there.
Oh, that's Dubai. Good catch, Goldie. That's Dubai.
You can see
Sorry,
Burj
UAE.
Khalifa.
UAE. Yeah. I keep saying Dubai. UAE.
Yeah. So in this video, they're also conquering the UAE, right? They've torn down the flag of UAE and then putting down like they're raising their Durka flag or whatever.
Guys, the reason why we say Dubai is because the UAE is like we just the main city that we go to when we go to the UAE is Dubai, so we just keep saying Dubai. So yeah,
Although
sorry, UAE.
This is Dubai. This is Dubai because you can see the Burj Khalifa.
Yes, you're right. There's two of them actually.
Yeah.
I didn't know they have two, but okay. But yeah, this is the UAE flag here, and it says Ali Waliullah. So basically, the Ali, basically the representation of Allah. So guys, look at this. They don't even raise the flag of the Islamic Republic. They raise the flag of Ali. That's what they do.
Well, and the reason they do that is because like this is basically like an Islamic occupation, right? Like this is colonization. They're trying to colonize the entire Middle East and turn it into part of their ummah and their like Islamic caliphate or whatever.
Right. Yeah. This is an invade. Yeah, exactly. Because this is Sunni land, and they're making a Shia.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, Goldie, they love this. They love having people with missiles go up. Either do the heart sign when the missiles go up, or like go like this. They make so many videos. This is their favorite. They think it's very Instagrammable every time the missiles go up. But let me see if I can hear what they're saying. So they're saying, say Ali is Mola Mola. Look at this. This is actually, they're getting better with their videos, Goldie. Look at this guy. Yeah, that's Zulfaqar's sword. They're making the missiles coming down look like the sword of Ali, the Zulfaqar sword. Okay, that was a that's a war crime. Goldie, does this look like military bases to you?
No, this looks like residential apartment buildings.
That looks like residential apartment buildings to me as well. Okay. I mean, that is very much what Ali did as well. When he killed civilians when he was alive. He killed civilian Jews. He killed, so Ali, when they took over, like Ali and Muhammad, when they took over Jewish towns and, the places the Jews lived, especially at the very end, they killed all the men and they sold the women and children into slavery. And they raised, and guys, this is not based on my narrative. This is based on authentic hadiths that the Muslims agree upon. They sold the Jewish women and children to slavery, and with the money that they raised from that, they bought horses and weapons. So look at this. This is Quds, or they call Jerusalem Quds. So this is why the Quds army of the IRGC is called Quds, because Quds means Jerusalem to them, and the final destination for them, at least for the Quds army, is to take over Jerusalem. So this is the IRGC soldiers now being inside Jerusalem, taking over Jerusalem. This is why the world cannot tolerate, like, guys, like they're telling us. Like, how people are like, they don't have expansionist ideas. Nobody was harming them until we attacked the Islamic Republic. They're telling you that they want to take over Jerusalem. Like, that's their goal. Like, they never hide it. Look at this. They're bragging about it. Anyways, that was epic, Goldie. That was pretty interesting. I kind of like it. Yeah. Oh.
I sent you another one.
Oh, okay, guys, I like studying these people like I'm studying like a virus. My fascination with these people is like a fascination with like a cancer specialist. with with cancer tumors. I really enjoy going over this disease and studying it. Oh wow! Look at oh no! Dubai, what happened to Goldie? They did. Dubai is ruined. How did that? Okay, how did this stand? Everything else is destroyed though. Oh, guys, I know why the hotel survived. The hotel survived so that you could tell what city this is. That's the reason. Okay, thank you. Oh, Lego again. Goldie, what's with the Lego? Why is it Lego? Why is it so much Lego? I don't get it. Anyways, I'm not gonna stop. Let's. Yeah. Okay. Guys, tell me, guys. I've studied Durkheim all my life, and I don't get this part. I don't get why so much of it is now Lego. And this is something new. It hasn't been like this. This is new. So much of the propaganda is Lego now, and I don't know why. This is confusing me. But let me not pause. Let's just watch this entire thing. Wow.
I sent you
Oh my
another
God.
one, but that one's kind of cool. That one's less Durkheim.
Just Durkheim. Okay, yeah. Oh my
We
God.
need to even out the Durkheim jihad. I think you'll like
Yeah.
this one.
Okay. But Goldie, this is actually good. All of these videos. You know why? Because the more propaganda they make like this, the higher the expectation of regime supporters is going to be. And that means that when they achieve only like a fraction of it, like less than 0.5% of it, it's going to cause so much disappointment, because all of these videos shows the level of expectation pro-regime people have when it comes to what the Islamic Republic should do eventually, that is just going to provide us with so much opportunity to disappoint them and turn them against the regime, because none of this happened. So thank you for increasing their expectation. So let's go to this one. This is another one Goldie just sent me. What is this?
This is the rescue mission for the U.S. pilot. So this one is less Durka jihad, more like, fun pro-America.
Oh, okay. Oh, we have Lego for pro-America Lego as well? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, guys, we have Lego pro-American Lego movies too. Okay.
God is good. He's alive. Go get our boy. One American behind enemy lines. Wounded. Surrounded. We bring him home.
Viper 1-2. Hang in there. We're coming. Coming in danger close. Keep your heads down.
Colonel, let's go home.
Package secure. Heading to extract.
Oh. Wait, I want to see the full version of this. Make a 2-hour version of this.
That's the only thing I saw. That's what came up on my For You page.
Wow.
That was kind of cute. I liked that.
Yeah, I like that. That was cute.
Kind of
Oh,
countered.
wow. Oh my god. The Lego Wars. We have officially entered Lego Wars now. By the way, I wonder what the Lego company thinks about all of this. I don't think they approve of any of this. This is trademark violation. Cease and desist, everyone. Stop it. Oh my god. Amazing. Wow. Goldie, I don't know how long it's going to take, but very shortly we're going to see Hollywood movies, like Hollywood style movies, just at on YouTube at a press of a button pretty soon.
Yeah.
Yeah. If we're
I agree.
Yeah. Lego Panda propaganda, Lego Paganda? What Lego Panda? I don't know. Lego propaganda. Okay.
But I mean,
Wow.
that's all
Okay.
they have. Like, all the Islamic regime has is like AI and propaganda.
Oh,
They don't-
Goldie, you're so right. Because the difference between this Lego video and the Lego video from the Durka side is that this actually happened. This actually happened, but none of this ever happened. But all of this happened. So if you want to make a pro-American version, you don't need to make a fantasy version. You need to make an animation of what actually happened, and that would be pro-American. But to make the Islamic Republic look good, you have to only make a video of your dreams, because reality is not as appealing. Yeah. That is on point. Yeah, this is the Islamic Republic dreams. This is the reality. This is what actually happened. For you to be pro-American, you don't need fake epic stories, because the real stories are actually epic.
Armin, look, we actually have Durka jihadis in Canada who are supporting the Islamic regime, and they're doing the whole symbol with the bomb, right? Like, they're basically like, let's blow up Tel Aviv, right? They're doing all that. These are all the like the jihadi, pro-Palestine. You know, there's some Iranians among this crowd, but the vast majority are not even Iranian. Watch this. Watch this. Wait, Armin.
Oh.
Should we? Should we? Should we? Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. Give me a moment. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All right. Oh man. Jeez. Honestly, these people are like insane.
Guys, these are missiles that they're celebrating missiles coming down in civilian areas. They're like,
Yeah.
oh, look at me celebrating war crime.
And fix my hijab. Okay. All right, guys. So here are like some real Durkas in Toronto, Canada, April 7. Guys,
Wow.
welcome to the Islamic Republic of Canada.
این فصل آخر است که آغاز میکنیم این بار همه نام حق اجاز میکنیم دریا گواه ماست که فرعون نماندنیست داریم سوی معرکه پرواز میکنیم داریم سوی معرکه پرواز میکنیم درست دم دمدنی درست دم تهمتنی.
They did the Nasrallah
Yeah.
thing too.
They did the Nasrallah thing. Guys, those people are literally terrorists. They're literally terrorists. They're celebrating, you know, death and destruction and, you know, bombing. But yeah, welcome to the Islamic Republic of Canada.
Unbelievable.
Thank you, liberals, for honestly, Armin, Canada has become the garbage can of the Middle East. Canada has literally become the garbage can of the Middle East. Like every single like disgusting jihadi person you can find. And then you know what's even like more messed up? First of all, they're hiding their faces because they're cowards. But then look at like this random white girl. Oh, ew. Do you see the mullah?
Oh yeah. Oh, good catch.
Oh
Good
my God!
catch,
Look, there's a mullah. There's a mullah. Guys, so these mullahs right now, these mullahs are being boomed in occupied Iran, but this one escaped, and now he's literally in Canada, and he's basically like hey dadding in Canada because he knows that United States and Israel can't boom him in Canada. But there you go. And by the way, if we want to call him out, we get accused of Islamophobia. There you go.
Yeah, exactly, Goldie. They're literally celebrating war crimes, but if you call it out, you're the Islamophobic.
Yeah.
You're the intolerant one.
And then, sorry, you know what? Also, like this stupid like white girl who's like, oh, I'm gonna like join the fun, and she's like, oh, I'm good. Yeah, let's celebrate bombing Tel Aviv, and she's got like a big smile on her face too. Like, how stupid can you be, you useful idiot? Like, these people would literally like rape and murder you if you were in occupied Iran right now, you idiot. Like they're, and then this guy's like, I don't know, some random like white guy or something. Like they're literally dressed like terrorists and they're doing terrorism. Most of them aren't even Iranian anyway. Yep. There you go. So, welcome to the Islamic Republic of Canada. Yeah. All right, Armin. Back to you.
Unbelievable. Okay.
Oh, you didn't see the new message from King Reza Pahlavi?
Another one other than the one that you shared this morning?
Yeah, a different one. I already shared it and I read it. I just sent you the link in the studio chat. Why don't you
Okay.
share that and read that as well? Yeah, he posted this while you were in your discussion group.
Ooh. Okay. Okay. Princess of Pahlavi's post.
Oh, wait. Sorry. Before you go, oh my gosh, remember we were talking about like the leak and President Trump was like talking about the leak, someone
Yes.
leaking info. So Kash Patel just posted this 30 minutes ago. FBI and our partners have arrested a former SOCOM employee who supported our top-level military warfighters for allegedly transmitting classified information to a member of the media. Outstanding work by FBI Charlotte and the FBI Counterintelligence and Espionage Division, as well as our Justice Department partners. Let this serve as a message to any would-be leakers. We're working these cases and we're making arrests. This FBI will not tolerate those who seek to betray our country and put Americans in harm's way.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. So SOCOM is United States Special Operations Command. It's the Unified Combatant Command responsible for overseeing special operations forces from the Army, Air Force, Navy, and Marine Corps. Wow. Now it's just a matter of finding out who it is.
Good job catching these bastards. Like, I don't understand. Like, how could somebody who managed to get that high up not realize what a stupid move this is? Like, how did you even
Literally.
get that job?
Yeah. All right. I just want to share that story. It literally just popped up on my live feed.
No, that's good. That's good. I'm glad you shared that. Yeah. Okay. Let me read this. So Princess of Pahlavi said, the revolution in Iran started with the people and will end with the people and their ultimate victory over the Islamic Republic. Whatever twists and turns the diplomatic process takes, the fundamentals of the Islamic regime have not changed. Not from the standpoint of 90 million Iranians who have lived under this tyranny for 47 years. This is a regime that murdered 45,000 innocent protesters in just 2 days on January 8 and January 9 of this year. A regime that is executing young protesters as we speak. A regime that has lost every shred of legitimacy it ever claimed to hold. No ceasefire, no agreement, no formula with the remnants of this regime changes that reality. The military operations of recent weeks have weakened the regime's repressive machinery and fractured its command structure. The playing field is more level than it has been in decades. The people of Iran welcome this. It is what they called for on the streets of Iran and in the streets of cities around the world in their millions. They want to see the regime's capacity for repression degraded further. The Iranian people are determined to bring this regime down. They have had enough. They have always known that ultimately, while they welcome and appreciate international help, they will need to finish their job themselves because they will never accept this rump regime. The very same regime and same thugs that slaughtered them in the streets just 2 months ago. Okay. Ali Khamenei is dead, but the regime has not changed because its nature and its DNA are unchangeable. We see it clearly at this very moment. This criminal cabal is still firing rockets and violating the sovereignty of our neighbors. It is still threatening the United States and Europe. It is still inviting terrorist groups like Hezbollah, Hashd al-Shabi, and others onto our soil to terrorize the Iranians and prevent popular protests. It is still holding the people of Iran hostage with an internet blackout that has lasted for more than one whole month because it is still afraid of the people of Iran. It is still afraid of their righteous rage, their demand for dignity, and their fight for freedom. They are afraid because they know the people's fight will not cease, nor should the world's resolve. The regime, weakened as it is not a reliable partner for any lasting arrangement. A wounded animal lashes out. It becomes more dangerous. That is what this regime will do. It is not sitting at the negotiation table out of goodwill. It is there yet again to buy time, to seek concessions, and to strengthen its hand to inflict more terror on Iranians and the world and on the world. It won't be tamed at the negotiation table. It can only be empowered and emboldened. The right course is to see this through to its conclusion, to continue to set the conditions for the people of Iran to wage the final battle for liberation, to ensure that when Iranians again come to the streets, the regime is not able to crack down. But even if further help does not come, Iranians will fight on. The regime will fall. This is a certainty. The only question is when and how much more terror, blackmail, and suffering the world is prepared to tolerate in the meantime. A free democratic Iran restored to its civilizational roots is the only path to stability across the entire region. A country the international community can work with, an end to decades of proxy wars, gas price terrorism, nuclear brinksmanship, and hostage blackmail. Iranians will not quit. They will not surrender. Mark my words, Iranians cannot be hidden from history. They are making history. Iranians will reclaim their liberty and their nation. As I have told my compatriots, I hear you. I am with you. The world may be distracted today by the back and forth of diplomatic compromises, but your courage, your sacrifice, and your cries for liberty continue to be seen and heard, and they will not go unrewarded. You will not be forced to accept the remnants of this regime clinging to power. This battle will only end with your liberation. You, like the other heroes of our history, will be recorded as great men and women who defied an illegitimate tyrannical regime and reclaimed Iran for future generations. I am with you until our ultimate victory, until we reclaim Iran and we rebuild our beloved nation. Hand in hand. The struggle continues. We will see it through. Javid Shah.
Javid Shah. Oh, there's another video. I'll send it to the studio chat, Armin.
Okay. Oh.
This is the whole theory of the internal rift, right? They're getting even more angry. The Islamic regime is getting even more angry.
Wow, Goldie, this is so good. This is so good. So the caption says a fierce internal rift is erupting among Islamic Republic supporters over the ceasefire. Many are openly calling negotiations and ceasefires treacherous and humiliation, arguing the regime must confront Israel and the United States rather than compromise. This rhetoric frames them as permanent enemies, rejecting any agreement outright. What's emerging is not unity or victory. Goldie, this is what we kept telling people.
Yeah.
Despite propaganda, despite propaganda efforts, but deep division and instability with the regime's own base. Guys, look at the grenade that President Trump threw in the middle of the Islamic Republic. This is the grenade. It's exploding. Look at this. Marg bar sazishgar means death to the compromisers.
Although Armin, to be fair, everyone in the chat, they say Mag bar sausage car.
Marg bar sausage car.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, they might. You know what? We don't know if they're angry against compromisers or angry against hot dogs. It could be either or. Like, these people could just be very angry at hot dogs right now. I don't know.
We will never know, Goldie.
Like the Oscar Mayer, like, you know, I just want to know, what do they have against the Oscar Mayer like vehicle? You guys don't like the hot dog car? Have you seen it?
No.
Let me show you. So, I mean, for all we know, the like these people, when they're saying Magbar Sazeshgad, they could be saying death to the sausage car. I don't know. So it's like it's 50-50.
It might be that.
It's 50-50.
And Goldie, unfortunately, I don't think we have ever enough information to ever figure this out. This is one of the things that would remain a mystery.
It'll just be a mystery for the rest of our lives. We don't know if it's sausage car or sausage gat. Sausage gat. There you go.
Sausage cat. Yeah. By the way, Goldie, like, they're doing this even though after, remember this? After the Islamic Republic State TV said that the ceasefire is the order of Mujtaba Khamenei. And even after this, that was not good enough for them. Even after that, they're coming out and saying that death to the compromisers. So Mujtaba is not the duct tape that Ali Khamenei used to be. It's not working. Ali Khamenei used to be the duct tape that hold this Frankenstein monster together. But them coming out and saying, guys, Mujtaba said this, we have ceasefire. They're coming out and saying death to the compromisers. So they're saying we will die, we won't accept humiliation. We will fight, we will die, but we will not accept humiliation. So they're saying the ceasefire is humiliating. Look at this. She's like, we didn't take revenge for our sir, for Ali Khamenei. Like, what happened to revenge? What happened to revenge? Where's the revenge? What? Like, we want to remain enemies. Like, we don't want to be. We want to remain the enemies of the United States. For until the last drop of our blood, we want to remain the enemies. We want to. We want to remain enemies of the United States and Israel. Like, we don't want peace with them. We want to be their enemies. We don't want to negotiate. We don't want to negotiate with them. Oh! Look at this, guys. He's talking about this. He's saying, what if our sir comes and gives a statement? Would you dare speak against him? Look at this. This was 5:30 in the morning, and this person says, like, if at 6 p.m. our sir, our Lord comes and says, give a statement. Like, would you dare say something against what our Lord is saying? Like, basically, Mujtaba Khamenei. And the other guy says, they're saying, like, no, that would be the end of it. So, guys, these are like street debates. This is street debates. They're arguing among each other. So this guy is trying to use Mujtaba as the duct tape to hold everybody together. So, guys, remember, we have Princess of Pahlavi, because when something like, guys, remember when the President Trump announced the negotiation, Iranians who are anti-regime Iranians, they all of a sudden had disagreements. We didn't know what to believe. And then Princess of Pahlavi came out and gave a statement, and then we all got on board we became aligned again. So we have Princes of Pahlavi to keep us in line, to keep us on the same page. They used to have Ali Khamenei. Now that when there's internal division, they're trying to use Mujtaba, but it's not as effective as Ali. So they're saying the United States has only 300 years of age. What? You're saying United States is only 300 years old, and in its entire life has never been able to even symbolically. Now چشم نگفته. Okay, so he's saying United States in its entire history of the Islamic of the United States, of the short 300 years of the history of the United States, it has not been able to accept, to say okay to any other country. Like basically she's saying that you cannot trust Americans because they always betray you, even if you even if you do a deal with them. They will always backstab you, the Americans. That's what they always do. That's what she said. این که به ما گفته پیروزی است. امام خمینی دستور تصویر سفارت رو داد. Oh, this is interesting. Look at, this is so interesting. Oh my God. There's this guy is saying, like, was it Imam Khomeini, the first supreme leader, right? Was it Imam Khomeini that gave the order to go attack the American embassy and capture it? The other guy's like, no, like, yes, that's correct. The people did it themselves, and then when the people did it, Khomeini declared it to be the second revolution. Right? So guys, look at this. What they're saying is, like, based on the history of the Islamic Republic, we don't have to wait for the order of our supreme leader. The people could do things themselves, and it would be okay. You see how they're trying to shift the power from the supreme leadership to the people themselves by using the story. So, guys, in 1979, Imam Khomeini, the first supreme leader, he didn't tell the people to go capture the embassy, the American embassy. It was the people, there was the pro-regime people who did it themselves, and after it already happened, then Khomeini endorsed it, and he wasn't sure. Like, guys, there's reports that he wasn't sure if if this is a good idea or not. But once it happened, he just went with it, and he endorsed it by calling it a second revolution. Meaning that the first revolution was bringing down the Pahlavi dynasty, and then the second revolution was bringing down the U.S. embassy in Tehran. So he endorsed it. So he's saying that given that's the precedent that we have, that we don't have to wait for, like, we the people could decide things ourselves. And he's saying that because they're trying to use Mujtaba as a way to say, like, guys, just wait for the command of your supreme leader. This guy is saying, like, no, we don't have to. Just like before we we basically captured the embassy in 1979 without waiting for the order of the supreme leader. Here, we the people we also have the power. We the Durka people, not all the people. This is so interesting. This is so interesting, guys. This is a very learning moment for you guys to see how these people's minds operate. And this
Armin?
is also yeah.
Oh, sorry. Please continue. This is I interrupted. This is also what?
This is also a shift of power from the supreme leadership towards the Durka people. Like, it's not the supreme leader commanding the people, the pro-regime people. Now the pro-regime people have realized that with Ali Khamenei dead, they could decide things themselves. But yeah, go on, Goldie.
So I think some people were probably maybe tuning out a little bit because no. But let me just explain. Because as soon as you started on your rant, everyone all of a sudden woke up and they're like, "Oh my God, it's Armin Power Hour, Armin rant time!" So everyone's really excited, and now we're getting a few requests from people because they're like, "We didn't catch all of the context," so they're asking if you can go back to the beginning of the video and
Oh,
start
okay.
translating from the beginning, because now that you started going on the rant, everyone woke up. Because when I was speaking, apparently when I speak, everyone tunes out and falls asleep. So,
No, of
you
course
guys all
not.
exposed
No.
yourselves. Yeah, everyone, you guys
Yeah.
exposed yourselves. Now I know when
No.
I speak, you don't pay attention, but when Armin is speaking, you guys pay attention. Good to know. Good to know.
Not true. Not true at all.
Good to
Not
know.
true.
I caught
Okay.
you
Okay.
off.
Okay. Somebody's asking, where is this? This is inside Iran. This is okay, let me give you the context. This is a video from inside Iran early in the morning when it was announced that that there's a ceasefire. The ceasefire was announced by Trump, but it was not yet apparently announced by the state TV that Mojtaba Khamenei has already agreed with the ceasefire as well. So you could see that this was a grenade that President Trump just released in the middle. Let me actually give you a better context of what's happening here with regards to. Let me give you the full context. Hold on. Okay, so see, guys, here. So when Ali Khamenei was alive, you had the pro-regime. Let's say that regime supporters are 5%. Okay, Ali Khamenei for many years, okay, for multiple decades, has used the regime supporters to want the maximum, but every time he trained them as these wild dogs that only he had the leash to, right? To want as these aggressive wild dogs that want everything, the destruction of America, Israel, the complete enforcement of Islamic laws. And every time they failed, he would blame it on the reformers, and the reformers knew that they were the useful, scapegoat of Ali Khamenei, so they went with it. And every time the Ali Khamenei wanted to capitulate or retreat, he would come up with a way. He would pull the leash on the regime supporters by telling them why this is necessary, or by telling them how this is the fault of some other people like Rouhani or Zarif or Khatami. Okay, but now with Ali Khamenei dead, Mujtaba Khamenei is supposed to fill that role, but he might be dead as well or in a coma. He's not showing up. But even if he was, because he doesn't speak as well as his father, and he doesn't have the charisma, and he doesn't have the level of loyalty among the pro-regime people, he wouldn't be as effective as his father. So this is why here, look at here, state media and the Madas, the religious vocalist, who used to be the tool of Ali Khamenei to spread his message to his followers and basically tell them what the correct narrative is. Now that Ali Khamenei is dead and Mujtaba Khamenei is not effective, the new supreme leader is the state media and also the Madas, the religious vocalists, because they used to be the tool, they used to be the leash that Ali Khamenei would use to pull to make these people calm down whenever they don't reach the objectives that was communicated to them that were supposed to reach. But now that the leash has become the new supreme leader, so Mujtaba Khamenei is not the new supreme leader. The state media that is the voice of the regime supporters, without Ali Khamenei basically telling them to chill the f out. The regime supporters are now in charge, and the state media is their voice. So now, if you want to, by the way, the state media is still using Mujtaba Khamenei as a dead puppet, in a way that every time they need to make these people chill the f out, they're going to say Mujtaba Khamenei said so, and they just put words in Mujtaba Khamenei's mouth. That's why we saw here. That's why we saw. If you go over here, if I could find it, yeah, that's why we saw the state TV saying that it was Mujtaba Khamenei's order to do the ceasefire. Okay, but a lot of people some people are not buying it, or some people are saying some people are buying it. Some people are saying Mujtaba never said so, and some people don't think Mujtaba is as significant as his father. But you could see that President Trump's grenade in causing division amongst the Islamic Republic supporter has been working. So as soon as the ceasefire started, people started chanting "Marg bar sazishgar," which means death to the compromisers, meaning whoever within the Islamic Republic is responsible for the ceasefire taking place is the compromiser. Because the reason is that Ali Khamenei made these people addicted to victory narratives and gave them the impression that the Islamic Republic is very strong and that they can defeat America and Israel and that they are so much more powerful than them. And these people think that this is why these people were continuation of that strategy to keep these people supporting the Islamic Republic throughout this war. The Islamic Republic followers have been told that everything is going in the favor of the Islamic Republic, and the Americans and Israelis are losing, and the Islamic Republic is winning. This is not because the Islamic Republic is retarded. This is because the followers of the Islamic Republic have been made to be retarded because they're useful idiots of the Islamic Republic. But the Islamic Republic knows that in order to survive, it needed to give these people victory narratives, or else they will stop supporting the Islamic Republic, because that's the image of the Islamic Republic that they have fell in love with, the strong Islamic Republic that defeats its enemies. So they are forced to continue feeding them those narratives, or else they will lose the very little support that they have, and that will result in the end of the regime. Remember, we already have 95% of the Iranians who are anti-regimes, the secular-minded Iranian people. They are a lost cause. The Islamic Republic doesn't want them back because they're never going to have them back. But the Islamic Republic has like around 5%, like less than 5% support, and it cannot afford to lose them. It cannot afford to lose them. So that's why they need to continue feeding them the messages, the narratives that they like. And if objective reality all of a sudden hits them in the face and they realize that they're losing somehow, all of a sudden the bubble will burst and these people will turn against the Islamic Republic. The way that you used to do it, whenever the bubble burst before, Ali Khamenei will just throw the reformers under the bus and will direct these people's anger towards the reformers instead of himself. But now that strategy is not working anymore because because these people have to accept that there is a ceasefire. This is why some parts of IRGC it doesn't want the ceasefire, and some parts of IRGC wants a ceasefire, because they all are trying to appeal to the last remaining regime supporters. And these regime supporters now there's the battle between who gets to control the narrative. The parts of the IRGC that don't want a ceasefire will shoot missiles at Israel and United States to end the ceasefire. But the parts of the IRGC that want a ceasefire will try to convince the regime supporters that this order came from Mujtaba as a way to make them chill the F out and accept the ceasefire. So this is the full context. Now let's see what the division among these people was. That, guys, was that helpful? Was it, like, let me know if you understood all of that. So now these people are chanting death to the compromisers. So mag bar sazishgar means death to the compromisers. So the full chant is like mimirim mijangim zelad nemipazirim, which means we will die, we will fight, but we will not accept humiliation. They would consider this compromise, this ceasefire, to be humiliating, and they say we would rather die fighting than accept this humiliation. Mijangim, we will fight, we will die, but we will not accept humiliation. So this she's saying, look, we didn't get revenge for our Lord. Ali Khamenei, they killed Ali Khamenei. Guys, remember how humiliating this is, okay? Ali Khamenei dead. Prime Minister Netanyahu alive. President Trump alive. From the perspective of these people, like, you cannot keep telling us that we have equally hurt them or hurt them even more when they killed our supreme leader and their prime minister and their president is alive. They're like, guys, I know these people are retarded, but they're not that retarded. They're like, how are we ending this war without taking something equally devastating from them? So she's saying, meaning that we haven't taken revenge for our Lord, for Ali Khamenei. Like, we want to remain enemies. She's like, we want to remain enemies of America and Israel. Until our last drop of blood. Like, we need to keep fighting the Americans and Israelis until our last drop of blood. میخوایم با آمریکا و اسرائیل دشمن بمونیم. We want to remain enemies of United States and Israel. We don't want to negotiate. This was the interesting part. This guy is using Mujtaba here, okay? This guy is saying that, so this is 5:30 in the morning right now when they're talking. He's saying that if our Lord comes out and gives a statement at 6 a.m., would you dare say anything against him? Against Mujtaba? I'm like, no, tamam. Like, no, then I would accept it. That would be over. See, guys, this is the duct tape. This is this guy, right? The first guy that was speaking, he was trying to use Mujtaba as a way to hold everybody together, to make them chill over the ceasefire. He thinks like there's going to be a ceasefire announcement by Mujtaba, and that should shut these people up. So this lady is basically saying we shouldn't be trusting the Americans at all. Like, why are we talking to them? These people, like, Americans are not trustworthy. She's saying that by saying this. She's saying United States has only lived for 300 years, and its entire lifetime, it has never said yes or accepted the terms with any other country. Like, you cannot, basically she's suggesting that even if you negotiate with the Americans, they will just betray you. They will backstab you at some point. Oh, this was the most interesting part of this video for me so far. Okay, this person, guys, this is a shift of power. This is to me a sign of a shift of power from the supreme leadership towards the pro-regime people. Okay, this guy is trying to use a narrative from the story of the Islamic Republic from 1979 to try to suggest that we, the pro-regime people, we don't have to wait for the orders of our Lord. We could just do things. And he's doing that by giving us the story of the capture of United States Embassy in Tehran in 1979. Okay, so shortly after the success of the Islamic Revolution in 1979, the jihadi-minded people, they went and captured the embassy. So the important thing that you need to remember from that is that Khomeini didn't order that. The first supreme leader, Khomeini, he didn't order that. The young pro-Islamic regime revolutionaries, they just went and did that themselves. And after they captured the embassy and took the American staff hostage, Khomeini came out and endorsed it by calling it the second revolution. So the first revolution was basically toppling the Pahlavi dynasty. The second revolution was the capturing of the US embassy in Tehran and taking the embassy staff hostage. So this person is reminding people here of that story by saying Imam Khomeini دستور تسخیر سفارت رو داد. Like, was it Imam Khomeini that gave the order to capture the embassy? So somebody's saying no, and then he's saying like, well, good job. It was the people. The people went and took it. And then Khomeini said this is the second revolution. So بعضی کارا رو ما باید بکنیم. Imam تایید کنه. It's like, so some of the things we need to do it ourselves, and then the Imam will approve it later. So this is very interesting. So he's suggesting that in the same way that Khomeini didn't give the order, we don't have to wait for the order of Mujtaba. We could do things ourselves, and once we're successful, then he would put the stamp of approval on it, just like what happened in 1979. So this other person wants to counter.
And Armin, I just wanted to say, like that's a very good point, because in the past, before the revolution started, I shared a bunch of documentaries about the 1979, hostage taking, and that's exactly what happened. So it basically started with some mullahs in the universities, and the mullahs convinced about 400 university students to go and take the American embassy hostage. So it was the mullahs corrupting the young university students. They went and they took the university hostage, And then Khomeini basically like confirmed it and was like, yes, this is like the second revolution now.
Yeah, yeah. And there's some reports that at first he wasn't sure if this is a good idea, but once it happened, it was like, okay, let's just say it was a good idea.
And the students that did it, they were a combination of Islamists and communists, and there were a lot of like MEK university students involved as well in the American hostage taking. So it was a combination of the jihadis and the communists.
Yeah, and Goldie, the reason, I mean, you already know this, but I'm saying it so the reason why Khomeini was hesitant to capture the embassy, but then when it happened, he approved it, was because he considered the Americans to be Carter to be on his side. Like, he understood that his success of his revolution was done because he had Carter's blessing. So he didn't want to upset the Americans because because it was like, well, we wouldn't have been successful without their blessing, right? So that's why Khomeini was hesitant. But then when it happened, he just went on full anti-American after, right? So.
And wait, guys, if anyone doesn't believe this, let me just, like, you can look it up. Jimmy Carter actually met secretly with Khomeini, the founder of the Islamic regime, several times before the 1979 Islamic coup d'etat happened. So Jimmy Carter and his team were secretly meeting with this evil demon man, this pedophile. And for some insane, messed up reason, Jimmy Carter and the Democrats thought that this man would be more reasonable than the Shah of Iran. Remember, the Shah of Iran was a huge ally of the United States. But Jimmy Carter was secretly meeting with the Ayatollah. And Jimmy Carter thought that, the Ayatollah is going to be better for American interests, and therefore backed the Ayatollah and told the Shah that he needs to stand down. So thank you, Jimmy Carter and the Democrats.
Yeah. And that's why Khomeini wasn't even fully anti-American.
Yeah.
Anti-Carter, at least, until these students went and took the embassy.
Yeah.
And Khomeini was like, well, I guess now that we already did it, let's just go.
Oh. And then
like,
yeah.
in for a penny, in for a pound. Yeah, come on, go.
Right? Because Khomeini was like,
Yeah.
well, if my supporters hate the United States, might as well jump on the bandwagon. And that's where the death to America garbage nonsense started, right? So guys, once again, all the rumors, right? Because there's like this jihadi communist propaganda that the reason the 1979 Islamic coup d'etat happened is because Iranians were upset at America, right? They were upset at America and therefore they rebelled. That's not the case at all. In fact, Khomeini had the support of Jimmy Carter and the Democrats. And the only reason the 1979 Islamic coup d'etat happened is because one of the main reasons was Jimmy Carter and the Democrats. And of course, I always make the distinction between Jimmy Carter and Democrats versus Republicans and the rest of Americans, right? Democrats to me are traitors. Jimmy Carter, special place in hell, right next to Khomeini. But we love Americans and we love Republicans. So I always want to make that distinction. But yeah.
Nixon and Reagan, they were really good to
We love them.
Pahlavi. Yes.
Well, Nixon was only one of two dignitaries that actually visited the Shah, that went to the Shah's funeral. So we love Richard Nixon. Yeah.
Yes. And Reagan.
Oh, of course, 100% Reagan. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And of course, President Trump. Let's not forget President Trump.
Yes. Yes.
Big fans of President Trump.
Yeah. All right. Let's go with this is gold, Goldie. You found, like, you're so good at finding these.
And you're so good at translating them and providing context.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. So this other guy is like, okay, let me speak now. Like, will you let me speak as well? Like, so now.
وسط میدانیم اما هر موقع آقامون هر چی گفتن میگیم سلام و طاعت.
Okay, so he said, like, guys, this is what we say about Princess of Pahlavi. He said, like, listen, we're in the middle of a battle. If whatever our Lord says, Mushtaba, then we're gonna have to accept it. This is the problem that they're having, guys. Like, we have a good leader for our, like, Goldie, you guys, and me. We're in the middle of a battle as well, and we have a leader that is unifying us. whenever we don't know which way to go, he's going to say something, and we all get on the same, get aligned again. So he's saying the same thing with regards to Mujtaba, though. He's like, okay, let me speak now. We're in the middle of a battlefield. When our Lord speaks, the only thing that we have to say is yes, sir. Like we have to obey the order of our leader. So he's basically saying you guys are upset with like the fact that there's a ceasefire, but if Mujtaba comes and approves the ceasefire, then we all have to just say yes, sir. But you know what, guys, I do agree with him, because when you're in the middle of a battle, if you don't do that, you will be divided and you will fail. This guy is right. That's the most effective way to win this fight. But this is why the more united we are and the more divided they are, the sooner we're going to get to victory. And they don't have, like, we have Princess of Pahlavi. Mujtaba is like in a vegetable situation right now, and like he can't speak properly. Even when he was alive and healthy, he couldn't speak properly. And now we don't know if he's alive. We know he's not healthy. So they had a good leader. As horrible as Ali Khamenei, as evil as Ali Khamenei was, to be fair, he was a good leader when it comes to unifying, keeping these people united. But Mujtaba is not going to be able to do that for you guys. Like he's saying, this guy is saying the same thing though. Like you guys are saying, basically saying you guys are agreeing. Stop fighting. این حرف شما رو بپذیرم اصلا ولایت امام حسن رو باید بچوبم به دیوار. So she's saying that if I accept what you're saying right now, I have to basically throw away the leadership of Imam Hassan. I don't know what was the context of this conversation, but Imam Hassan is the second Imam in Shia Islam, and he's like he's never important unless they are surrendering. Imam Hussein is the most important Imam in Shia Islam, but Imam Hassan only becomes important when you're trying to find a way to come up with excuses for why you're weak and why you're bending the knee. So I don't know why she's bringing Imam Hassan, but she's telling this other person that if I accept what you're saying, I am basically rejecting the holiness, the holy leadership of Imam Hassan. Like I have to throw at the wall if I accept what you're saying. And this person is like, why? Why would that mean? Why would that mean that you're rejecting Imam Hassan's leadership? Oh, okay. So this lady seems to be on the side of accepting a ceasefire, because she's saying that if you guys are saying that we should be fighting, if we don't fight, we're weak. We're not able to do this. We're not able to do that. She's saying if you say that, then I could say the same thing about Imam Hassan, the second Imam of Shia Muslims, because like if you basically he's saying that to the anti-ceasefire people, that if you were alive during Imam Hassan's time, you would have said like, oh, Imam Hassan is weak. Why is he not fighting to get Fadak is a land that used to belong to Muhammad, and when Muhammad died, the Sunni people stole that from the Shia people. I mean, the people who the Sunnis believe in stole it from the people who the Shia people believe in, from the family of Muhammad, right? So, but Hassan, the second Imam of Shia Muslims, he didn't fight. Guys, remember why he didn't fight? I told you why Imam Hassan didn't fight. Imam Hassan, the second Imam of Shia Muslims, Muawiyah came and gave him money, and he was like, okay, I'm good. I don't need to fight. Okay. He was like a womanizer. He had so many women. He would have like can I say sex?
No, you can say conjugal relations.
What? Okay.
That's the proper term to say it. He had conjugal relations with a lot of different women.
Okay. He had that, whatever Goldie said, to many women, to the point where his own father was warning people not to hide your daughters. Okay, that's how bad he was. But he just wanted money to go home and just have whatever Goldie said with women. as many times as possible. So when Muawiyah came and told him like, hey, let's not fight, here's some money, he was like, I'm good. He took the money and he went home, right? So but Shia say like, oh no, that was a heroic, strategic move, some BS that they come up with, right? So but this woman is saying that if you say that we are weak because we're not fighting, you're a person that would have said Imam Hassan is weak if you were alive back at his time. So stop saying that.
Armin, sorry. Armin, one moment. Quick commercial break. So someone is asking, Mr. Ed is asking, can you make cutlets with beef? Americans are not into lamb for the most part. I typically make cutlet with ground beef. So yeah, cutlet is basically like a hamburger patty, just like the Iranian version. So you can absolutely make cutlets with ground beef. That's what I usually use to make cutlet anyway, ground beef.
Okay. But Goldie, this is like, let me finish this part because this part
No,
we
you
will
can
lose the
continue.
chain.
That was it.
Yeah. But because it's the middle of the point that they're making, we might like lose the chain. No, that's okay. Because now somebody's telling her that in qiyas ma'al fariq, guys, qiyas ma'al fariq is a fallacy. So they're taking each other's logical fallacies. Like, so qiyas ma'al fariq means false analogy. So they're doing debate pros. These are debate pros now. So somebody's saying that's a logical fallacy. That's a false analogy. Okay. So they're debate proing each other in the middle of they're like, I got a logical fallacy here. That's a false analogy. Right. Okay. Debate me, bro. I got your lunch. That's a fallacy. Okay. So this person is saying that's this is a mullah. The mullah is telling the woman that this is a logical fallacy. It's a false analogy. Okay. So hold on. She's like, real? Oh my gosh. She's like, So the akhun, the mullah, is telling the woman that's a false analogy. And the woman is like, really? How? But like, I'm sorry, how? Look at this. This woman is fighting the mullah because the mullah just took her logical fallacy, and this woman is now butthurt. She's offended. She's like, excuse me, how, Mr. Mullah? Tell me how this is a logical fallacy. Fight. Oh, what? Oh, this is Imam versus Imam wars. So she brought you Hassan. Now the mullah is bringing Ali. You know the Haydar. He's saying like, was Ali happy with peace with Muawiyah? Ali wasn't happy with peace. So you're saying Hassan was happy with peace, but Imam Ali wasn't happy with peace. So she's like, I see your Hassan and raise you an Ali. Okay. So yeah. So who's Hassan? I have Ali for you. So she's like, no, he wasn't happy. Like, look, the mullah has a better narrative here. He's saying when Ali agreed to peace, he agreed to peace with Muawiyah. So Ali is the first Imam of Shia Muslims. So guys, you see how their work philosophy is based on what the 12 Imams have done. So Sunni Muslims, when they want to figure out what's right and wrong, they always go towards Muhammad. Like, Muhammad did this, Muhammad said that. This is wrong because Muhammad said this at that time. This is wrong because Muhammad farted Muhammad did this and like said that, and he wiped his ass with this or that. Like, seriously, these are the conversations that Sunnis have. But the Shias, they don't do Muhammad that much. Okay, they're like, Ali did this, Hassan said that, Hussein went there, Fatima said this. Okay, so these are the people that Shias quote. Okay, so you say like Ali, when he agreed to peace with Muawiyah, he wasn't happy with the peace, but he only did it because the people pressured him. So this mullah is telling the woman that maybe we're forcing a peace upon our imam, the imam of our time, which is Mujtaba. Like maybe he's not happy with peace. So now the woman like, let me ask you a question. Okay. Guys, this is oh, look at this. Somebody's saying Armin is giving you pearls, guys. Respect. Yeah, guys, this is very thank you for saying that. Guys, if you understand what's happening in here, you would understand the way the Shia, look, the Shia tries to make sense of the world. Okay? So let's see what they're saying now. The fight مگر به خاطر فشار Oh, this person like, oh my god, we چند تا ضربه دیگه مونده بود. like he's saying like we were this close. Like only a few more hits. Look at this. Really? Okay, so this person is saying like we were so close to victory. We just had to hit them a few more times. So some people are so angry because they think that this ceasefire is saving the Americans, because the Americans were this close to being defeated, and now this ceasefire is saving them. So these people are going back to the debate. This woman is the woman is like, I need to ask you another question. So this woman is debating against this mullah. So this another person is saying Imam Hassan ham razi nabud. This person is saying when Imam Hassan did a peace with Muawiyah, he wasn't happy with peace either. So yeah, okay, so that guy was trying to point that when Ali made peace with Muawiyah or Imam Hassan did peace with Muawiyah, they did it based on the pressure of the people. They didn't want peace with Muawiyah.
Did he say Imam
Jum'eh? Imam Jum'eh. He's saying the Friday Imam prayer, they cannot do anything without the vote of the people. Guys, this is the pro-regime people stealing authority from the imams. Without Ali Khamenei keeping them in check, the pro-regime people are now in charge. The imams are losing their control over the pro-regime people, and the pro-regime people are arguing for their own authority, for their own decision-making ability. And this person is saying that the Friday imams are basically nobody without our support. Like the imam, the Friday, because guys, let me actually show you this. Who are the Friday imams? So Khamenei had 3 ways to control regime supporters. Okay, so we have the Iranian people. Let's say 95% are anti-regime, 5% are for regime, 5% are pro-regime. Ali Khamenei has 3 levers, 4 ways of exerting his influence upon this 5%. Number 1 way was his own sermons, khutbah. Okay, that way, but that was only for the very few people who would pay attention and take notes of what he's saying. Okay, those are the actual people who actually pay attention to his sermons. That's number 1. Number 2 is state media, IRIB. Number 3 is the Maddahs, the religious vocalists. But number 4 is the Friday prayer imams. And that's, if you come down here, look at this. There's not more than 900 of them. Let me hide this chat for a little bit. You see this 900 number here? Okay. These are 900 district supreme leader representatives and Friday prayer imams, which is the same thing. The Friday prayer imams in different cities and towns are the representative of the supreme leader, and there are 900 of them across the country. Okay, more than around 900 of them. Okay, so without Ali Khamenei, the pro-regime people are getting bolder and saying that these Friday prayer imams in different towns and cities, they're nothing without our support. This is, and guys, we were expecting 1 coup, but we got a different coup. With Ali Khamenei's death, we got 2 coups d'etats. The coup d'etat that we were expecting and a coup d'etat that we did not expect that is happening. The first coup d'etat that we were expecting that is happening is the IRGC taking control and the supreme leadership becoming less influential. The second coup d'etat that is happening, that is making the supreme leadership even less influential than we even anticipated, is different apparatus, the propaganda apparatus of the supreme leadership is losing control, and the pro-regime people are deciding that we can decide the narrative ourselves without anybody telling us from the top. So this are the pro-regime people. This, for example, is saying that the Friday Imam prayers are nobody without our support. This is really interesting development here. So now two people are arguing here, saying like, listen, this guy is saying that let's just wait and see what happens. Like, let's not keep complaining about the ceasefire. Let's just wait around and see what happens. And this other guy responds like, okay, but we have to be silent while we wait. Like, he's saying like, I hope that this is not what's actually happening. So this guy's saying like, we can't just stand by and just be silent and accept what's happening, because for our entire lives we were just standing by and we were quiet. Look at what happened. So he's basically saying like, so you know what he's talking about? He's saying like, we kept on saying like, women are not wearing the hijab. They told us to be quiet. We were quiet, and more women took off their hijab. We told everybody that, oh, we're not responding strongly to the Israelis during the 12-day war, and after they told us to be quiet. We were quiet, and look now, they even killed our supreme leader. Now the Americans are hitting us like this, the Israelis are hitting us like this. There's a ceasefire agreement. They're telling us again to be quiet. What has being quiet taken us? Like, we have lost everything. We have lost Islamic rule in Iran because, for example, women are not wearing hijab anymore. We have lost our supreme leader. So you expect us to continue to be quiet?
این فقط یه چیز نشون میده. دارید پالس میدید به آدمای دور و بر که یعنی چی؟ مملکت بر مدار نظم نمیچرخه. فرصت.
Oh my God. Look at this. This guy is saying خواهرمون میگفتن رهبر تایید نکرده. So they're saying like they told us that the supreme leader has not approved this. Our supreme leader has not approved this.
رهبر تایید نکرده. ما حرف اینا رو قبول نداریم.
Well, we didn't accept what they said.
این فقط یه چیز.
This only shows one thing.
نشون میده. دارید پالس میدید به آدمای دور.
You're signaling to everybody around us.
که یعنی چی؟ مملکت بر مدار نظم نمیچرخه.
That there's no order in this country right now. That the country is being managed disorderly. Like everything is chaotic. Some people are saying the supreme leader approved this. Some people are saying he didn't approve this. The only thing that you're signaling with this is that there's no order in this country right now. Oh, now Goldie, this is talking about our people. He's saying that this only gives opportunity for rioters to come out. Like, he's basically saying that this is emboldening the anti-regime people. Like, this is showing weakness from our side, and it's going to embolden the anti-regime people. He's calling them the rioters, the thug rioters. That's what he calls. He's saying that this is going to embolden the thug rioters to come out. Like, is this what you want? Do you want to give them signal to come out? Look at this. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. He's saying all of this disorder among us is going to signal to the anti-regime people that there's chaos among us, that there's no order among us, and it's going to give them the signal to come out. He called us thug rioters, but I mean, other than that, he's on point. Oh, this person is saying ittihad. You're like, unity. We need unity. Like, we need pure unity. We only need unity. Like, just only Allahu Akbar. We need to say Allahu Akbar and be unity. Oh no. Oh no. He's saying something else. He's saying like he's criticizing the people who are saying unity. Like, people are like, oh wow, guys, they're disagreeing over unity. So other people are like, guys, stay united, stop the infighting. This person is like saying, shut up with unity. He's like, this is empty unity. Like you keep saying unity, but this is empty unity. You're like, you say Allah Akbar Khali Khali. It's like you're giving us empty Allahu Akbars. So he's saying your Allahu Akbars are meaningless. Your Allahu Akbars are empty. And he's saying this is what Trump wants. Trump wants empty Allahu Akbars. Trump wants us to be united, but empty unity. Empty unity. United over nothing. This is what Trump wants. Like, you have to understand this. Like, empty unity around nothing. Around nothing. This unity is only useful for Trump only. So this was at 3 a.m. So this lady is like, oh, look at her face. Like, our leader is looking at us. Looking at us. Our leader is is relying on us. Our leader is relying on us. Look at her face. Like, listen, like, wait. Like, we have disagreements with everybody except the leader, except the supreme leader. Guys, look at this. Her hijab used to get her arrested just like a couple of months ago, and now she's here saying like, we're in disagreement with everybody except our supreme leader. Oh, now they're shouting, we're all soldiers of our father, meaning they're calling the supreme leader their father. Wow. This is so fun to watch. I hope we get more of this. I hope we get so much more of this. Okay. And then look at this. This is apparently in Tehran. Iraqi Arab terrorists have taken over entire areas of the city at the invitations of the regime. I'm waiting for the no war crowd to condemn this invasion. So, guys, this is the Iraqi militias inside Iran. Look at this. Guys, don't underestimate this food giving. Like, this is big. This is another way for the Islamic Republic to get crowds out there, is by telling them that there's free food. Okay? So this also suggests that if they don't give, sometimes when you see so many of these gatherings, even though they're low in numbers, they wouldn't even have those numbers if they weren't giving out free food. Look at this. Look at the Ali song. Isn't that like techno? Like Ali. Listen to this.
And Armin, you should point out the caption at the beginning. That's not Persian. That's Arabic. So these are
wow.
Yeah, look at the caption. That's not.
Khadamatul Araqin fil Iran. So he's saying Iraqi servicemen inside
Iran or something. Yeah.
So
these are Iraqis bragging about how they're getting free food from the Islamic regime.
Right. True. You know, this is kind of funny, okay? Because the whole point of hitting your chest, what is the whole point? Look at him hitting his chest. Guys, why do they hit their chest? Why do they hit their chest? What is the point of hitting your chest? In Shia Islam, the point of hitting your chest is like hitting yourself because you're in pain over Hussein's death. Okay? So this is supposed to be an act of mourning. Like, oh no, Hussein is dead. Ali is dead. They killed. Kushti shud? Why Hussein kushti shud? You guys know. If you know, you know. Okay? So Hussein is dead. They killed Hussein. Ali is dead. Okay? But it's supposed to be an act of like mourning or like a sadness. But you see how they changed it into like a dancing thing? Like they're singing and dancing and hitting themselves. Like this is a happy act. They turned it into an happy act. Like he's dancing. The kid is laughing and doing this. Like what has happened? This is, oh my God. I'm offended on behalf of Shia Muslims. They turn an act of mourning into a celebratory. Okay. And then we have this. باورتون میشه مراسم چلم خانمانی رو در کلیسا. Well, let me actually do the
I
English.
don't know if this is like accurate or not. So I don't know if this is true, but this is starting to go viral. So it could be true, but I don't
could
know.
be. Okay.
But I thought it was interesting.
Saying, can you believe they held Khamenei's Arbain ceremony, basically the 40th day, the Chehelomish. The Chehelom Khamenei is the 40th day memorial for Khamenei's death at Saint Sarkis Church in Tehran, at the Christian church in Tehran. The church has turned into a den of mullahs. Watch the humiliation of the oppressors. I think they're trying to demonstrate to the world that look at us, we're so tolerant. Like we're pro-Christian. I think they're trying to get the favor of America, like Nick Fuentes type people, like the Tucker Carlsons, the Nick Fuenteses, the Candace Owens. Like, I think that's the point of this. Because there are churches in Tehran with Christians there, and they're holding the memorial. Maybe they're holding Khamenei's memorial in a church, maybe for propaganda purposes. And then we have this. No, it's not fake, guys. There are church, like the Islamic Republic uses synagogue. Guys, in Iran, there are synagogues for Jews and there are churches for Christians. And these are, the Islamic Republic constantly uses them as a way to signal that they are tolerant. It is true. All right, let's look at this one. Caroline Levitt's press conference, but in baby format. She's so cute here. Oh my God, I love her. Oh my God, this is the cutest one yet. The most adorable one. Oh my God, so cute.
The president yesterday threatened that a whole civilization would die if a ceasefire deal wasn't reached, understanding that Iranian leaders have previously said death to America. Why is it appropriate for the president of the United States to use that kind of language when talking about civilian targets? And was the president mocking Islam by signing off his True Social post over the weekend, praise be to Allah? Wouldn't that antagonize Muslim allies across the world?
Well, I understand the questions about the president's rhetoric, but what the president cares most about is results. And in fact, his very tough rhetoric and his tough negotiating style is what has led to the result that you are all witnessing today. Iran publicly acknowledging last night that they have agreed or that they wanted this ceasefire with the United States because they no longer could tolerate being bombed by our very powerful and lethal military. They have committed to the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which the president will hold them accountable for, and it's something the administration is closely monitoring in real time. Danny.
Should the world not take his word seriously?
The world should take his word very seriously in understanding that the president is always most interested in results. And it was the Iranians who backed down, not President Trump. He said that they would face very grave consequences, as you just laid out, by the 8 p.m. deadline if they did not agree to reopening the Strait of Hormuz. And what did they do last night? They agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay, Goldie, I think that babies don't have boobies. I think you should adjust. Look at that. Babies don't have boobies. baby boobies. I mean, they do, but not like that.
Well, I think it's because she's 5 months pregnant, so that's probably why she looks like that in the video.
I know, but she can't be 5 months pregnant as a baby.
Yeah, I
they
don't
need
know.
to adjust.
I don't know.
They need to adjust that. I don't like to see
Sure.
like big boobies on a baby, but also, Mushtaba is so cute. Look at this. Oh, that. Oh my God. Like I love that the fact that they keep adding the flowers. He looks so good with the flowers. Oh my God, it's adorable. Okay, you know what? If our supreme leader is like this, we could tolerate a baby supreme leader with as long as it comes with the flowers in the head. This is something that we could live with. Oh, wait. Oh. Let's get this. Oh my God. What? Make Pakistan India again. Oh, this is a one-state solution.
So a lot of Iranians are upset at the government of Pakistan, right? So now they're trolling Pakistan for taking the side of the Islamic regime.
Oh my God. Make Pakistan India again. Oh no. Okay. All right, guys, we Iranians officially stand for not just one, but two one-state solutions. One in Israel, and also the separation was a mistake. Oh no. I don't know. India's in the chat. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Should we make Pakistan India again? I don't know if you want. I don't know. I don't know if India wants to take all of that Durka in. I don't know if that's a good idea. Like, I think it's a lost cause. It's too late. Bringing Pakistan back to India comes with an injection of Durka into the rest of India that I don't know if the rest of India could tolerate that.
Sorry, I just have a crazy update. If you give me like a few moments, I'll be back. So if you could just like share something, and if you can share some stuff, but I'll be back in like 5 minutes, and I'm gonna share something, and it's gonna be insane.
Okay. Let me see. Oh, it's gonna be insane, she said. Guys, look at this. So the Hormuz Strait was opened, and then it was closed. So this ship was like going and like, oh, the Strait of Hormuz is open, and they're like, apparently not. And then it went back. Oh no. I was like, oh, we were so close. So close. Like, it was open, like, oh guys, are we gonna make it? We're gonna make it. And then they closed it down. Like, oh guys, go back. No. Just a little bit further. Just needed like just a few more hours. I would have been on the other side, but no. God damn it. So they closed it again. Let me see here. This was the announcement of them closing it.
Harris, good morning. We start with breaking news. State media reports that Iran has halted the passage of oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz after Israeli attacks on Hezbollah in Lebanon. Earlier today, we know 2 vessels were able to go through this passageway. But again, state media is reporting that the Iranians are choking off the strait. I just got off the phone with a senior Israeli official who was sounding the alarm about this action by the Iranians, saying only just a few hours into this ceasefire, the Iranians are already showing that they are trying to leverage their control over the strait and put pressure on global energy trade. And it also comes after reports overnight indicate that an Iranian attack hit Saudi Arabia's east to west oil pipeline, and there was significant damage that was currently being assessed. This is important because this pipeline is the only outlet for Saudi crude exports. And as the Iranians are putting pressure on the strait, they once again are trying.
Guys, this is the least ceasefire in the history of ceasefires.
To leverage this ability to put pressure on global energy exports. It comes after we got a new statement from President Trump this morning about Iran's nuclear program. The president on Truth Social said the United States will work closely with Iran, which we have determined has gone through what they will be a very productive regime change. There will be no enrichment of uranium, and the United States will, working with Iran, dig up and remove all of the deeply buried nuclear dust. The president referring to Iran's enriched uranium there. And again, a lot of moving parts with this agreement that is very new. We saw overnight new strikes against Iranian oil infrastructure on Lavan Island. This is just off the coast of Iran. A refinery there was reportedly hit in early morning attacks. We don't know which country is responsible for the strikes, but we do know it comes after the Iranians broke the ceasefire hours after President Trump announced it launching missiles and drones at regional countries and U.S. ally Israel. Here's what it looked like in the skies of Tel Aviv just 2 hours after the ceasefire went into effect. What you just saw there was an Iranian ballistic missile with a cluster warhead. Those bomblets raining down on Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv. This came after the ceasefire was announced by President Trump and an indication that it will take time to get this agreement in place. We're looking at a number of different fronts here, and the Israelis are preparing for the possibility of more incoming fire. But I do want to bring up this post by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu overnight, who agreed with President Trump about this ceasefire with Iran. The prime minister said in part, quote, Israel also supports the U.S. effort to ensure that Iran no longer poses a nuclear, missile, and terror threat to America, Israel, Iran's Arab neighbors, and the world. The 2-week ceasefire does not include Lebanon. Now, we heard from the president through reports earlier today who agreed with the prime minister. Hezbollah and Israel are expected to exchange blows. What you are looking at here is the Iranian capital of Tehran. Early this morning, pro-regime demonstrators took to the streets. They chanted death to America and death to Israel. They were chanting victory and burning American flags. It gives you a sense of the regime support that still exists in the Iranian capital. And when we go out here to this image of the Lebanese capital of Beirut, we may even have some live images for you here. Smoke was rising from the horizon of southern Beirut, the Dahya neighborhood, earlier today. While the ceasefire is in place between Israel, the United States, and Iran, the Israelis launched what they are calling the largest round of strikes since their operation began. More than 100 different targets hit across Lebanon. There are first responders there on the scene. These are live images from the Lebanese capital of Beirut. Remember, this is the Dahya neighborhood of southern Beirut, a Hezbollah stronghold. Officials there in Beirut say dozens of people were wounded, many killed in these strikes that took place. And the Iranians, once again, through state media, are threatening direct retaliation against Israel for this strike against their largest proxy in the region. Harris?
Oh, boy, I got to tell you, this is the least ceasefire-like ceasefire I think that anybody might have anticipated.
Hey, that was my line. I didn't expect that. That was my line. Wait, she's listening.
Iran certainly doesn't see it that way, obviously.
My line was better. This is the least ceasefire in the history of ceasefires. My line is better because it has 3 ceasefires in them.
Look, you had some breaking news, and I want to push in on it. Was it overnight, you said, that Saudi Arabia's east-west oil pipeline, very critical movement of oil there, was hit by Iran? Was that before or after the ceasefire?
We don't know the exact timing of that strike, but it's very significant because this is the main pipeline that Saudi Arabia uses to move oil. And when the Strait of Hormuz is choked off, it's the only pipeline that they're able to use to get those exports out to the world. Something important here that we should note, it wasn't just Israel that came under attack after the ceasefire went into effect. This morning, there were dozens of...
Guys, look at this news. Goldie posted this news. I don't know if you know her, but Goldie Gamari, she's really good. You have to follow her. She says, I had a call just right now, by the way. This just happened.
A few hours ago, yeah. Couple of hours.
A few hours ago. Okay, with Ottawa police today, I was told if I don't delete my X posts where I say mosques in occupied Iran are hubs of terrorism and should be bombed, I will be charged under the Criminal Code of Canada. So I deleted my posts. Meanwhile, mosques in occupied Iran. And this is the video she posted. Goldie, are you effing kidding me? The police contacted you?
Yeah, apparently.
The police
apparently someone took they filed a complaint about the posts that I made about mosques in occupied Iran. And they complained that I'm like engaging in hate speech or something. So yeah, I got a call from Ottawa police, and I was told that if I don't delete the posts, I could be charged under the Criminal Code of Canada.
It's
So I said,
ridiculous.
yeah, sure, no problem. I'll delete the posts. So I did, and now I'm just talking about it. And I provided, an updated video on what's currently happening in mosques in Canada, or sorry, mosques in occupied Iran. Yeah.
I mean, mosque in Canada might be accurate as well at
Oh
some
no,
point.
we're like that was a like tight like misspeak. So, but this is an update on mosques in occupied Iran. So apparently, exposing the fact that mosques in occupied Iran are hubs of terror and are legitimate military targets. That's apparently hate speech in Canada. And I was threatened. I was threatened by the Ottawa police with being criminally charged if I don't delete the posts. So I deleted the posts, like a good girl, because I'm not a criminal. So I deleted the posts.
Yes.
There you go. I'm
guys,
a
the
law-abiding
post.
citizen.
Yes, guys, the post that said that mosques in occupied Iran are hubs of terrorism and should be bombed, that post is now deleted. That post does not exist. And we have here and the announcement of the post, and also the content of the post is also being communicated with you by announcing the fact that that post has now been deleted. Thank you, Goldie.
Doing my part.
Yes.
Doing my part. Doing my part to be a good Canadian citizen. Law-abiding
Good
Canadian
job.
citizen. Yeah.
Wow.
Because
This
apparently,
is thought police. This is thought policing.
yeah, pretty much.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Guys, if you're American, you have no idea how unique it is for you to have the level of free speech that you have. It's the rest of the world does not have this. Like, you should be so proud to be American. You have something that nobody else in the world enjoys. The level of free speech that you have. This is something that other Americans bled for this. Other Americans sacrificed so much for you to be able to have the level of free speech that you have, and you have something so unique. And if you don't appreciate it, you don't understand what you have. I hope you understand how unique and special it is that you have that.
Yeah, there you go. So that's my crazy news. That's my crazy. Like I honestly still can't believe it. Like I still can't believe that Ottawa police is telling me to remove my ex posts, which are literally about occupied Iran and exposing terrorism. And I was like, do you not know that there's currently a conflict and the United States and Israel are booming all these places? And he was like, that's above my pay grade. And I'm like, all right, whatever. So.
Wow. Crazy. Crazy.
Yeah. So I don't know. There you go. Crazy news in Canada.
Yeah. Meanwhile, also within the Islamic Republic, we're getting this. AJ just came out and said this. Saying hasn't an all-out war with all this violence and rioting occurred? It seems to me that we should issue many more sentences. Guys, you know what he means by sentences? You guys know what he means by sentences? Let me know in the chat.
Death sentences.
Yeah. Yep. Death. Like, he's saying it seems to me that we should issue many more death sentences. This is Ejay. This is the head of the judiciary. Saying it's, yeah. Both regarding their confiscation of property and the issuance. Oh, actually, he makes it clear. Thank you. And the issuance of death sentences. Really expedite these. For those who can be sentenced, as you mentioned, There's no need to call it an escalation. The law allows you to do this.
تشدید بالاخره اجازه داده قانون که این کارو بکن. اونا رو به حکم بده.
Issue those sentences as well and announce them too.
اونا رو اعلام بکنید.
Guys, you see how casually he's talking about taking people's lives? Like he's talking about, like, you see how casual it is? As if it's nothing. It means nothing. Just take them. Just, yeah, guys, give me more death. Give me more, take more lives. And this is, okay. But Goldie, don't say anything about this, okay? I'll do it because I don't want you to get arrested for Islamophobia, okay? You just, shh, you just be quiet. I'll
Okay.
yeah, shh, don't say it, okay? Okay. Oh my God.
Look,
guys.
Look, he wanted me to delete my post where I say mosques in occupied Iran are hubs of terrorism and should be bombed. So I did. There were two posts. There were two posts, and I didn't argue back. I was like, okay, no problem. If you think that if you're threatening to charge me under the Criminal Code of Canada for hate speech for saying that mosques in occupied Iran are terrorist hubs and should be bombed, no problem. I don't want to be charged. So yeah, I will delete my posts. So I deleted my posts like a good Samaritan, right? A good law-abiding citizen.
Citizen, yes. So I'm saying, Goldie, move to America.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah. Okay. Also, look at this. Prime Minister Netanyahu said, "I would like to emphasize, like after the ceasefire announced, I don't know if you guys saw this or not here, but Prime Minister Netanyahu, once the ceasefire was announced, he said, I would like to emphasize this is not the end of the campaign. It is merely a preparation on our way to achieving all of our goals." Goldie, like Prime Minister Netanyahu is basically saying, like, yeah, we're just taking a break. Look at this.
And I would like to emphasize this is not the end of the campaign. It is merely a preparation on our way to achieve all of our goals. And I would like to emphasize this is not the end.
No, that was it. Goldie, I still can't take what just happened to you. Like, seriously, like, oh my God. Like, how is this possible? Like, oh my God, like, unbelievable.
I don't know, but I mean, I'm calling it out, right? So
I don't know.
Now, well, let's see what happens. But priorities, right? Priorities. Armin, we literally shared a video of a bunch of like jihadi terrorists who are gathering in front of the US consulate, and they're, filming themselves saying that they want to blow up Tel Aviv, right? So that's okay. That's okay, right? People can gather and yell, Allahu Akbar, and say that they want to, blow up. They want to send rockets and missiles, and they want to bomb Tel Aviv. They want to bomb Israel. That's okay. That's okay. But when I share footage and videos with documented evidence of Muslim Nazis who are using mosques as hubs of terrorism, and they used these mosques to slaughter over 45,000 innocent unarmed Iranians in January 8 and 9. If I call that out, that's hate speech. But these same Muslim jihadis who support the murder of Iranians, right? They can go there and make videos where they're advertising blowing up Israel, and that's apparently fine. Great. Thanks. Welcome to Canada. Welcome to the Islamic Republic of Canada. But no, it's okay. You know what? I deleted my posts. So it's all good. Anyways, I have an interview at 8 with Newsmax. So I don't know about you, but I think that's pretty much all the news and info I have for today.
Yep.
I want to take maybe a quick break and then get ready for my Newsmax interview.
Yeah. Okay. By the way, Goldie, I just want to thank all the people who come to the discussion group. The discussion group has turned into a really nice place where we discuss these things. So all the people who come to the discussion group, you guys are great. Just wanted to thank. I don't show my appreciation to them. It's turning into a really good community. So just want to say that.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
I'm glad. Yeah, your discussion groups are great. So
yeah, Goldie, you always promote it. So thank you so much for like telling people to come over there. Ever since you promoted as well, it has grown very significantly. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. Happy to support, happy to help. Okay, guys, we're going to call it a night. And we will see you all tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in.
I'm Israel Chai. Long live America.
God bless
Javid Shah.
Javid Shah.
Payandeira.
All right, guys. I will play a few songs before we go. All right.
غرق انقلاب است.
See you guys tomorrow.
See you. Bye.
کشور ما تاریخ ما تفسید گر فرا گرفته گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش هن ای پدر هن ای پسر برخیز و با ما شو همگام تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ای کارگر ای برزگر راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش خلقها به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از هر آیین و کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم
نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی نه چیر خاران نه کاسه لیسان فقط هم رزمان ایرانی تا با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش مردان بیایید داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما، پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان. روی شانه هامان هم میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.